Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt your screaming. I'm looking for Asan Motors. You know, Asan Motors? Anybody know where that is? I'm like really lost. I don't have a clue where I don't know. Am I still in Japan?
You must want executive building.
Right.
You are in the wrong place.
Okay, where's the right place?
One block over.
Ooh. Guess who got out of the wrong side of the bed this morning? Hey, he's a nice ribbon.
Those are ribbons of shame.
I'd wear them on the inside if I was you. Thanks a lot.
Hi.
Give me. You got a little spit right here. Just got a little something in the corner of your mouth right there. Get the other. It's on the. There's. Thanks a lot.
Greetings, fellow earthly being humans. I got that all messed up. I can't even get my own expression right. Let's try that again. Greetings, fellow earthly human beings. Whew, that's a mouthful. Goi, Kafir, Gaijin, Laowei. If anybody out there speaks modern Chinese and I'm not pronouncing that correctly, feel free to correct me. Yep. So this is really a continuation of my usual watch party, Wednesday watch party, which is we've got, let's see, one more to go before my annual subscription runs out with StreamYard. Doing a fundraiser for that. Patreon, links in the description. 1 month if you can help out, cool. I can keep these watch parties and multi-streaming and to some degree the quality of streaming going. If not, maybe blessed, I'll move on to others. I'm overloaded with things to do, so I'll focus on something else while committing to 1, maybe 2 edited videos per month because those take much longer to do. Yeah, so basically this is ended up being a series on BRICS, which is not the intention. I just wanted to do one show on Saturday. Had someone who was going to join me. He was going to do a review for Fahrenheit 9/11, the documentary, the original one from Saudi Arabia. He did a show with me almost 2 weeks now, 2 weeks ago. Really cool. Thankful for his coming on, but he had to cancel because of his other, all the things he has on his plate. And then we had Lily show up a couple days ago, Monday. Again, I was going to do this watch party or continuation kind of thing Monday about BRICS and finish it up then. But she came on and she gave us her testimony. She's from Brazil. That was really cool. Pretty intense. She shared a lot of things with us. If you haven't seen that, check that out. And so, yeah, I pushed it back to today. Our usual watch party day, no big deal. So I'll be doing a quick presentation, a little background on not so much the movie itself. We've talked about Universal. I'll go over some notes about that, but the rest of it's pretty straightforward. So I won't spend too much time on that. Just a little background on our discussion in the movie, BRICS. And then do the watch part itself for our movie, Outside the Law, a pre-code 1920 film, which, shows you the typical portrayal of a Chinaman, but it is universal. They were fairly multicultural. Remember, almost half of its founders were not Hebrew; they were British, except for one Frenchman. So compared to the rest of the production companies, the Hollywood production companies, it was inclusive, arguably. Because it includes somebody who's quote unquote European. Um, the British don't always consider themselves European. It just depends on which conversation you have with them. But at any rate, I would imagine that not all those British people have Hebrew backgrounds. I could be wrong. I didn't do that much of a deep dive, if that information is even available. But yeah, the rest of it's pretty standard. But yeah, so this is a continuation, basically focusing on what I consider to be a Hebrew-dominated West, historically speaking, to a versus the well, let's say the East, BRICS, which includes South Africa, if you want to call that the East, Brazil, which is not the East, it's the West technically. But yeah, it's quite a dynamic there. I've talked about that in the past. I've kind of had my arm twisted about speaking about my own understanding of Revelations, and I talked about feeling, that the U.S. represents the beast with the mark 666, Vav Vav Vav, WWW in Hebrew. And the whore of Babylon being Israel, which we can see playing out before our eyes. The church fathers, some of the church fathers said that the Antichrist is a figure that is from the tribe of Dan, so that is Hebrew, Lebanon, geographically speaking. But at any rate, and then I said that the serpent, the red dragon, whatever, would be BRICS, which is now really dominated, led by China. Founded by Russia, now led by China. We see a dynamic there within itself, within its own org. And they just went transition from the year of the dragon to the year of the serpent. It just so happens. The poop is certainly hitting the fan there. But I'm not trying to be some kind of, I know very little about Revelations. I read it once a long time ago. I've heard some things about it, and that's really the extent of my knowledge about Revelations, the apocalypse. So I do have some experiences about the island of Patmos where it was written. I visited the cave where Paul wrote it and those kinds of things. And it wasn't something that I went to go do. It just was a happenstance, recommendation from a family member. I wanted a religious place. That's where they sent me. And I had some quite profound experiences on that island. But maybe that's for another time and place. I've spoken about it a little bit in the past, but yeah. This Saturday, I'll be doing one on the Black Robe, 1991 film, Canadian Brit film. It's really about, as you know, the New World, the colonization of the New World by the Christians, as mass media puts it, and it's those kinds of portrayals. But it was a really popular award winner, and so I'm going to use that as an opportunity to also discuss St. John Climacus, which we'll be celebrating this weekend, the faith, the Orthodox that is, who is very big when it comes to, monasticism, but asceticism in general, really. Just the absolute, let's say not the figurehead, but certainly exemplifies what an extreme Christian actually looks like. Someone who's absolutely dedicated to Jesus Christ. And the latter, it's something that's very popular and very powerful. In fact, Orthodox leaders, Christian leaders, will warn that you shouldn't read it without guidance. And I know the Westerners, the individuals, the oppositional defiant disorder culture has a real problem with taking orders from anybody, from authority figures. That's tragic, and we see the end result of that as we're suffering the fruits of that in the 21st century. But yeah, it's words of wisdom, really, to say to someone, hey, you know what? I'm more experienced than you, or others are more experienced than us it would be wise to appeal to their wisdom to guide us through something that is difficult to otherwise navigate through. That's not a submission to slavery. And it's ironic, those that are slaves to the Jews for, I don't know, over a century now will complain about such a thing when it comes to Christians offering that kind of advice. And that's quite rampant in the West. We need to stop that. To simply put a perspective on it, which is my new part of my new outro.
By the power of Grayskull.
Yeah, this whole individualism, this egoism, it's fundamentally anti-Christian. We need to, have a little noose, have a little introspection, self-introspection, and get real with ourselves and cut that out. It's extremely detrimental. Ego kills. Yeah, so the picture here you guys are familiar with for sure. Over a year ago, we had the invasion of Israel with Palestine. Again, the military leader a few months ago, about two months ago now, give or take, I had called publicly for an investigation of why the invasion was allowed to begin with. Of course, mass media will not speak about that at all, because, of course, allegedly, Hebrews still don't own media or have no control over media. I argue that they're losing control of it, but obviously they have quite a command over it still. But yeah, who founded Hamas? Was it not the Israelis, the whore of Babylon, the state of Israel, the secular state of Israel? So, to me, this BRICS taking over is really these pagan societies that are, even the Russians, who many consider to be Christian. I mean, even during the czars, they did things that were quite anti-Christian as nations. So it's hard to say, if you judge them by their fruits, the nation that is. I'm not talking about the people. Certainly there's Christian people in there, just like there's Christian people in the U.S. But the people do not define the nation, unfortunately, even in a, quote, democracy. And again, the U.S., 1 minute you're democratic, the next minute you're a democratic republic. We can't even get our story straight there. And in all reality, it's a communistic capitalist country. So with major orgs, corporations setting their own standard, creating their own laws, their own regulation. Isn't that a little suspect? At any rate, yeah, I'm all over the place. But there's a lot to talk about, because there's a lot that entails the geopolitics, and that's probably why this went from one stream to a series accidentally. But I intend for this to be the last stream on it, so I'll try to cover as much as I can and then move on from there. And unfortunately, again, on it's supposed to be Saturday. On Sunday, I had a tech issue, and an hour of that will be lost. So I may be covering what I was talking about back then, in essence, I hope, today too, after the movie. But enough about that. My point is this: simply put, deviate from Christ, and you leave yourself susceptible to Satan. Of course, doy. So that is not a good state to be in. Keep your noose at all times. Remain Christ-centered, regardless of what's going on in your life, what you're being put through. Because as soon as you deviate from Christ, you are lost. Jesus Christ is already victorious. He's already warned us about these things in great detail. And he's given us a roadmap of what to do and how to address it. All we got to do is simple. He simplified for us. He said, keep the 10 Commandments, you grace alone, buffoons.
By the power of Grayskull.
Okay, egomaniacs, you're not the power. All right. So, yeah. Keep the commandments, like Jesus Christ himself in your Bibles, even Mr. Bibles said, keep the commandments. But he made it simple for us. The greatest of 2 commandments, which all the law hangs upon, didn't say ignore the law. He says this summarizes the law. It hangs upon this. And he used They use the word hang intentionally. Keep your nous, keep your relationship with God, and koinonia, something that we've deviated from in the West, your community with each other. A nation, unfortunately, is not defined by its people. Okay, we even see that in Greece. Fundamentally, I mean, these people are Christian to the bone. To the bone. You've got to live it to understand it. Yet their leadership is absolutely corrupt, westernized, communist. I mean, Tsipras was a quote unquote socialist, a commie, completely sold out. Another House of Western train, by the way. Yeah, it's we're going to hell in a handbasket. It's a mess. But regardless of what them are doing, we still got to follow Christ. We still will remain victorious if we just put his yoke upon us. And forgive me for being preachy here, but he's made it simple. And we can overcome if we have the faith. By the way, faith without works is dead. James 2:20. Faith without works is dead. You got to do your parts. And on that note, I got to again remind you, Thaddeus, he's gone for about a week now, letting people know publicly that he's been fired for putting out his content, his Christian content. The circumstances, I encourage you to watch the one he did with David Wood about a week ago now. Robert Spencer was on there for that. That was pretty detailed. He did a very thorough one last night himself on his own channel with Mary. But this is a NGO that was getting ready to elevate him to a managerial position, but instead fired him because of CARE, a Muslim organization, a terrorist organization. And they went through that on detail on the facts of whether or not they support terrorism. Why are these organizations allowed to exist? Never mind empowered, like the United Nations, who also supports Islamic terrorism. The European Union, German-run, also directed this Hijra, the 21st century Hijra in Europe, is because of the European Union, German-run. Who runs Germany? The Jews. So, what about the UK? It's a cesspool. Who runs the UK? The Jews. No, not the monarchy. The Jews. So, it's a real friggin' problem. It's a West, anti-Christian Hebrew West. Again, the state of Israel is secular. But they're Hasidic, they're rabbinic. It's all anti-Christian. I mean, it's sucking off babies when you snip them. It's sucking off their blood. That was not pre-Christ. The Star of David is also after they killed their Messiah. They murdered their Messiah, and they came up with this other identity. They went full in the world. These lovers of money. Titus 1. Shut their mouths. They will deceive you. They will destroy houses for filthy lucre's sake, especially those of the circumcision. So yeah, a lot of people in media, these fanboys and whatnots, they're celebrating that Western media, Hollywood, is falling. And I too am applauding that. But also being mindful that now there's a void being created. And the last bastion of U.S. economy, the last stronghold in this global economic war, is its media. The internet being the last one, but that too is being gobbled up. Everyone's being ushered to Discord and TikTok. I don't know what to say anymore. It's like for the longest time, for decades, I feel like I've been this is vain for me to say, I know I'm not, but it very much feels like I'm a lone voice in the wilderness. People calling me a loon. And that's vain as hell, but I'm premising that to say, hey guys, as crazy as what I'm saying sounds, I'm giving you the receipts, as they say. I'm giving you the proof, so you can judge for yourself. What do the others have? The antagonists of what I'm saying. What do they have? They have lip-hearted delivery. Conspiracy theory. Anti-Semitic. That's it. Is their argument. And yet, not even thousands, not even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, collectively millions, are buying into. It's like Beavis and Butthead MTV. Fire. Come on, people. Wake up. Wake up. For the love of God, wake up. All right, so let's get into this. We're doing a watch party for Outside the Law 1920. Universal, again. Universal is one of the most diverse, if you will, production companies of Hollywood. This movie we're watching is pre-code. What that means is they didn't really have regulation when they first started Hollywood. And of course, after non-regulated, as we see 21st century crap that they put out, a non-regulated Hollywood, a Hebrew mass media that has no censorship, has no liability. The only liability is one way, ADL. Make sure that you don't say anything real about the Jews. So without it, they were putting out stuff at the time coming off the Victorian age, mind you. So compared to today, it's really light nothing. But back then, it's like, whoa, what is this crazy stuff that they're putting on screen, that they're modeling for us to see and do habitually, relentlessly. So in the 20s, after a few years of that, well, it took about a decade for it to officially actually take hold. They finally had regulation, but about a few years, about another decade after that, it became self-regulated. And they do that regularly. Again, the Comic Books Authority also did the same thing. They were regulated at first because they were at a grassroots movement, perverting little children's minds back in the 50s. And they came with a regulatory system to say, hey, check your stop this this vileness, this sinister degradation of society. And so that lasted for years, and again, they self-regulated. The comic book industry took over their own regulation, just like every other industry in America. Dictates its own laws for its own quote-unquote regulation. We see that with the lockdown, the FDA, the CDC, right? What kind of regulation is that? And you want to argue that? How about tell me what a legal amount of carcinogen is supposed to mean? Where's the common sense anymore? Where is the integrity? Where is any accountability? When Mr. Project Warp Speed himself gets arrested and they Nuremberg 2.0 with the rest of them, well, then I'll believe in that they're being held accountable to some degree. Until then, it's all theater. So yeah, it was re-edited. This version, to be honest with you, to be frank, honestly don't know if it's the pre-code version, which I seriously doubt, or the re-edited version. I zipped through it, and I suspect it's the edited version. It's popular, and it was popular back then, but it's also popular for a shootout sequence near the end, it's a shootout sequence in Chinatown, which took weeks to film. So they were quite invested in getting things right and looking good. These days, they're just quite invested in perverting everyone and converting everyone into a pagan culture worldwide, the Baphomet culture. That's all. While they're losing money, like Cinderella, Disney, again, under a lot of scrutiny on the web, for a reason. Disney may be the last stand. But as corrupt as it is, it's still the last stand. I mean, again, when anime takes over, then let's talk about pedoism and paganism and how bad it is. When manga, anime takes over, when Bollywood takes over, the grass is certainly not greener. At any rate, they just recently had their stockholders meeting, which was a complete farce. Didn't even let the stockholders. They had a vote on whether or not they would do the DEI thing anymore, and they had a fake vote, of course, unless the stockholders are actually Muslims, which is a possibility, and then they'll be all for this anti-European propaganda, this homophobic homophilia and sodomy and pedoism. Islam is all about that. We see it in the Hadiths and in the Quran, even the life of Muhammad, in their Sharia law, Reliance of the Traveler. It's saturated with this stuff on every level. Yeah. All right. So I went over this before. Let me just quickly go over it again. Who founded Universal? It's a lot to Universal. Again, with a lot of these other production companies that become horizontal monopolies, they've got their hands all over the place. Fundamentally, it was a distribution / talent finding organization that expanded and became the superpower that it is. In fact, Disney is under siege. Universal is starting to take over the role of Disney, which is somewhat in bed with Sony and other entities, by the way, as we speak. Even their amusement park, their theme park component, Universal starting to rival Disney now worldwide. Let that sink in. That's how much Disney is losing, yet they continue to push their agenda. We'll get into that post movie watch in more detail. So yeah, we got Carl Lemle, Mark. All right, so I'm gonna butcher these names, but Bauman, Kessel, Powers, Swanson, Horsley, Cochrane, and Brulator. He's the Frenchman. He's the odd man out, so to speak. French. And it's interesting that it's either colonial powers that are supposed to somehow represent all of Europe, or the British predominantly, or the Jews in the West. West, I mean the U.S. So Lemle, a German Jew, is a bookkeeper in Chicago, married to Stern, sound familiar? Keeping it all in the family. Mark Dentenfass, his company was bought by a Bernstein, keeping it in the family. As it closed from theft, he was an embezzler. Some really cool people finding Hollywood here. Charles Bowman, that sounds Jewy as hell, born in New York, Jewy as hell. Served as first Universal Pictures president. Of course he's going to be the president when he's Jewy as hell. Adam Kessel, Jewy as hell. Helped found New York Motion Picture, Keystone Film Companies. Oy vey. Okay, here we go. Some diversity. Powers, Swanson, Horsley, and Cochrane were British founders. He, the code authority of motion picture industry, Cochrane. Okay, so the Brits, pagan, were in charge of regulation here early on, to some degree at least. Jules Brulator, a Frenchman. He was president of Kodak. Also, Kodak, by the way, was founded by a Jew. So even your pictures for the longest time were Jew proliferated spawn dominated. Even static pictures. All the media. But, they have no power. That's anti-Semitic. Fuck off. Grow up, idiot. Yeah, and then again, you're either with Christ or you're not. Jews are not with Christ. Get with the program. If you're pushing Judaism, Houston, we have a problem. And the proof is in the pudding. The evidence is overwhelming. Okay, so some of their, horizontal monopoly here. Well, you can kind of see here in a nutshell. Even NBC, the TV, the radio, music, some of that has been bought off by Sony. Again, got involved with another music thing. Sony's just all over the place. We'll briefly take a look at that too. They were investigated by the U.S. Department of Justice early 20th century for breaking antitrust laws. Their mob associations Reagan, late 20th century, or 70s, give or take. He pardoned them. He let them. He opened the floodgates. Hollywood product himself, of course, and Freemason, Bohemian Grove. My favorite president, just so happens, because he was anti-drugs. But that's the best we had in my lifetime. Quite tragic. I mean, he's the one that put the U.S. in debt, by the way, amongst other things. Iran-Contra scandal, anyone? I don't remember. Look into it. And by the way, who's holding Hillary Clinton and the Clinton Foundation accountable for anything to date? Anyone? Congress sure as hell isn't. Hey. All right, let's move on. Okay, so let's get into BRICS and its implications. Well, maybe I should show you guys before we get into that. Yeah, maybe it's a good idea. Okay, let me go ahead and show you what BRICS is. Let's go over that real quick too. We'll jump around a bit. Give me 1,000 clicks. 1 minute here. Put this on stage. Again, my computer is not great, so sometimes it drags like it is right now. Okay, add to stage. All right, so we'll take a look at BRICS again. Founded by Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. All sound like nations that they should be controlling us. What do you think? Look at these lovely people. I mean, again, does this make you want to sing Kumbaya or what? Oy vey. Yeah, again, the grass is not greener. We need a Christian leadership, and no, Trump is not it. Hell no. You got to be kidding me. You can't do better than Trump, you Trumponians. Oy vey. It's like the lazy left versus the retarded right. And the rest of us are caught in the middle. God have mercy on ourselves. Okay, so it's a major political force. Since from the gold standard to the gross national product to 2008 bailouts, when Greenspan, Jew, took a bunch of money from Congress and was given ultimate absolute power, didn't have to say what he was doing with the money. And next thing you know, all these crazy things start to happen, including, by the way, the formation of BRICS. And now all of a sudden there's this chirping about a petrodollar. Talk about dialectics. This is the right talking about a petrodollar, by the way. They're pushing that narrative. Oh, Lord. I can't wait. By the way, Monday we might have, I should say, sir, the Cross the Crescent discussion group, Eric the Kafir, should be on with us Monday. I've been looking forward to this for a while. This is going to be an interesting dynamic because we've had some interesting exchanges recently, which I encouraged him behind the scenes to not do, but he did anyway. But hopefully we'll get into that. It'll be proper. But, you know, either way, maybe blessed. But I'm looking forward to getting his insight if we get to it on things like this. And he's I believe, a history teacher, too, on top of that. So he'll have some interesting things to say. We'll probably do some back and forth on that as well. I don't know, but because I'm obviously not pro-U.S. and he's retired military. So this will be interesting. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I love the guy. I respect the guy to death, but I'm expecting potential fireworks too. I hope not. That's not what I'm about. I do love the guy, but yeah, I don't tolerate any more bullshit. You know, I'm done with that. Thank you, Phil, for that. All right, so Russia's okay, blah blah. So yeah, more dialectic politics BS here. I mean, it's the internet. Okay, let's talk about why does it matter? It's a coalition. It's saying it's not formal. I mean, if they're getting together, these leaders of these major superpowers, again, China is right up there with the U.S. Together, they pretty much account for half of the world's global economics. U.S. about 25%, China about 20%. And you're saying that this is non-formal? Again, this is the internet. They're just so full of crap. You just can't get any truth anymore. They're in opposition of the World Bank. Yes, especially China hates the fact that Jewish banks are still have some control over what they do, and they're rebelling against that. G7? Okay, maybe. Certainly not G20. UN Security Council, which is pro-Islam? Not buying that, especially since it's new inductees. Pretty much Islam. Okay. 2024 expansion comes with a range of geopolitical implications. I just mentioned Gaza Strip, more internet politics. Ukraine, they're going to mention again, of course. They're going to pound us with these talking points, mass media talking points, like communists do. Where is the list? All they're going to do is blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the original, here we are, Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Those are the original. Russia was really, yeah, so Russia really formed it if China's really taken over. And Russia is pretty much in a doghouse, as the white people, by the way, as the Christian nation, which is not. Even Tsar Nicholas, and we'll take a look at that in a second. Even then, I mean, you look at it as a nation. Again, I'm not talking about some of the people in this country. I'm talking about the nation. You judge it by its fruits. Historically, before communism, it's always been expansionist. It's always been colonial. It's always been pummeling its neighbors. This Ukraine-Russia thing is not a 2020s thing, FYI. Centuries old. Okay, so the next wave of expansion came in 2023, big summit. 6 newcomers, really 5. Argentina, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and look, they're always being mentioned, these people. Is the U.S. still bombing Yemen, by the way? Mr. Never does a war? By the way, Israel, Trump becomes president, Israel stops fighting. Why? Because now they have the Kafir brigade official. They had elite forces Kafir brigade when they retaliated against their own Hamas, which they created. And in a set of circumstances was really suspect in how they were allowed to invade Israel to begin with, as per their own military leadership wants an investigation on. And suddenly, after this, Trump is a savior. Look, he's brought peace to the Middle East. The Jews are doing a peace treaty, a ceasefire. Not a peace treaty, sorry, ceasefire. Quite a big difference. But what is the Donald, the reality TV star, say? Well, we're gonna bomb Hamas. We're going to take over Gaza. We're going to do the dirty work for Israel. Is that any news, anyone? Is that any news, anyone? Anyone who wants to be real? Is that anything new? Oh, we're going to bomb Yemen. We're going to attack Iran. I become president. We're going to attack Iran. Is this news to anyone? The U.S. is doing the dirty work for the Jews? That its citizens, its young men and now women and queers, are cannon fodder for the Jews? Is this news to anyone? Cannon fodder for the anti-Christian, quote-unquote secular state of Israel. News for anyone. Anyone going to get real? Anyone? All right, let me get back to my presentation because I'm losing my cool here. But I'm sick of all the BS, especially these circles. They call themselves a Christian apologist, which is offensive enough as it is, as vain as it is. Talk about ego-driven, egoism. But then they go on in this Christian bashing crusade to undermine their roots, the Catholics. The people, their orgs are founded upon, it is a spirit of rebellion against the Catholics, not the Orthodox. But by extension, they lay siege on the Orthodox too. What do they have left? Their own misguided bullshit?
by the power of Grayskull.
See, and that's what happens when you deviate from Christ. When you deviate from the faith, you end up with dykes in charge who make a mess of things. You end up with a bunch of online Bibles that include lines like two men will be lying together. Absolute desecration of Christianity. That's what you end up with when you deviate from the faith. Proper. Okay, so getting back to the presentation. There's some BRICS implications here. I've talked about that from the stream on Sunday. Continuing that conversation. And again, I'm glad and I'm thankful for Lily coming on and giving us a perspective that, again, the people do not define a nation. Brazil, sorry, Lily, piece of shit nation. It's absolutely pagan. And its influence, at best, what influence it does has. Again, mass media influence, like blame it on Rio, all this like glamorization, as she pointed out, of this carnival 365 days a year, right, which is not realistic. But yeah, that's like the Renaissance. That's like the Westerners blaming the Renaissance on the Greeks. It doesn't get more asinine than that. So the same thing with Brazil. That when it comes to their influence, as she pointed out, so one of the biggest things is the drugs. I mean that's bad enough. That's one of the three major causes of psychosis is drug use, legal and illegal. Legal too. The Prozac, the opioid epidemic, which became finally official after a couple of decades of it. I mean, you look at the Thames in London, which was saturated with Prozac in the 90s, decades ago. That's how much the doctors were getting paid to make everyone opium addicts in England, in the West. Is that a coincidence? And we'll get into more detail on that here. Let me make this larger. If I don't see your chat, forgive me. I need to see this writing. It's a bit small. Making my screen larger, which means I can't see your chat. I've only got one monitor. Okay, so Brazil. To date, in the 21st century, its biggest influence, starting from the 90s, the Gracie clan. Literally, that's what they're called, the Gracie clan. The BJJ, don't get that confused with the Baphomet sodomy culture, which that guy might be queer. I suspect he was. At any rate, that means Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and they call it BJJ. I think they're trying to be. That's more revelation of the method, in my opinion. And if you look at the style, it's all about putting your own legs behind your head and letting a guy get on top of you and dominate you and defending yourself. That's the goal of BJJ. It's completely queer, completely. Capoeira, what a joke. You didn't have to know martial arts to defend against. All you got to do is walk forward quickly, and you've screwed them up. You've devastated them. Now, I'm not saying that their kicks aren't lethal. You put all that swing and momentum and weight behind something, it's going to do some damage. But you could take a 2x4. You can know nothing about martial arts, take a 2x4 with that same physics and do some damage. It means nothing. Carnival, as we mentioned, that is what it's known for, which is a big pagan celebration. And it's glamorized by mass media. Again, to the point where people think it lasts all year long. And I guess you can argue that. It's also known for its slums because, these days it's all about victimhood. And of course, they're always showing the Rio statue of Christ on top of the hill, and now that statue has its back turned on its slums. That's not by accident. They're trying to blame Christianity for their pagan culture. Gideon. Natural resources. Barack Hussein Obama, with his two Muslim fathers. Again, people go on and on about how the Europeans and how Islam has taken over Europe and think, we're not like Europe. Are you shitting me? Get a clue, man. Yeah, he exploited their resources, amongst others. We know about the deforestation because of the Green Agenda. That goes on. By the New England Patriots, Kraft himself, how much deforestation has he done? Notoriously fake league, the NFL, notoriously fake league. And then the fake Tom Brady, the Freemason piece of crap who lives in Brookline, queer central of Boston, by the way. Crime and casinos. Yeah, I mean, you look at all the latest rave in the 21st century is Texas Hold'em. It's either Jews, Arabs, or Brazilians that are dominating the feature tables. What I mean is there's like maybe 200 tables, people playing in 200 tables, and they'll have like one feature table where all the cameras are at. And they're always putting those people from the start point of 2,000 players to the last 9, they're always featuring those people for some reason. Figured that one out. And we talked about even how Catholicism is influenced by Brazilian voodoo, which is, from what I understand, has African roots, by the way. Yeah, so let's move on to Russia. Everyone knows about its communism of the 20th century. Anyone, which, again, not only Karl Marx was Hebrew, but the Bolshevik Revolution was spawned by Jews. I don't care if they killed Jews. Jews in Germany and Poland also killed Jews, FYI. Their own wolves in sheep's clothing, so to speak. I'm not impressed by that. One thing to kill a people like communist China, who arrests Muslims, but yet pushes Islam relentlessly. It pushes the pagan ideology, the political system, but it'll arrest the people who are a threat. Arrest the people who are a threat, an enemy of the state. Don't get those two confused. Again, a nation is not its people, in some cases, quite unfortunately. So they're more historical warmongers, all their neighbors, east, west, south, you name it. So Rasputin, you see on the top right, let me remove this image 1 second so you guys can see. I'm covering up with my logo. Ooh, we talked about this with Lily. The eyes are the windows to the soul. And this is not AI generated. These pictures were available way before AI became popularized. And there's a number of pictures, and it always looks the same. And this pains me because, again, this is a Christian czar who had this guy as his consigliere, his main advisor. But there's a lot of controversy around him, namely that he was given into the dark elements spiritually. And if you go by the pictures, by the eyes, he's got that Muslim 1,000-mile stare, that psycho-libtard 1,000-mile stare, that psychosis, like he's demon-possessed. So whether you go by certain accounts historically or just the images of him, it's suspicious. But again, judging by the fruits, even he was a warmonger. Of course, the communism we mentioned, it's alliances. It's always back and forth. Again, 1 minute the Jews are creating communism, the next they're killing Jews. 1 minute they're attacking Muslim nations, the next they're bringing Muslims in. Not only that, but they're aligned with Muslim nations and they're fighting for their cause. So they're fighting for Allah, that angel of death. So there's no accountability. Sound familiar, by the way? No accountability. The U.S. does the same crap. The Jews do the same crap. When it comes to its Christian organization abroad, in the diaspora, as they say, They have the OCA and Roker. So one is called the KKK, the OCA. It's completely, 1 minute they're not, quote unquote, non-ethnic, and the next minute when the Russians are on, oh, we're a Russian church. But either way, they're quite evil. They're quite fascist. They are the pits. Roker, well, Russian. What else is to be said there? That's all I want to say about that. Other than this, but they created this war with the Green Bishop, again, of Turkey, still yet to be liberated. Constantinople was still yet to be liberated, so still under Turkish Islamic yoke. And they've created this back and forth with each other. They had the opportunity to commune for a modern ecumenical council, and the Russians rose a big stink and created their own BRICS, so to speak, to to dismantle this meeting and make it a political power play, which is what they do forever and ever. God have mercy on their souls. And, again, Jay Dyer might be their best representative, arguably, at least when it comes to debating and crap. That guy's a douche. Never mind that. He does nothing but Christian bash. He doesn't represent me, for the record. It never talks about Kirill. All he'll do is he'll call the Green Bishop, Turkish guy, Greek, and start undermining the Greeks. Sound familiar? The U.S. does the same. Jew-run U.S. East versus West, and Greece is in the middle. The Christians are in the middle, caught in a crossfire. No pun intended. Never talk about the KGB, the FBI, the CIA is behind everything, but the KGB. What's the Israel Secret Service called? Hamad. What it sounds Muslim. Mossad, Hamad. What kind of shit is that? What about M6? S6? Where'd you get that number from? No, everyone else is crispy clean. Only the U.S. is corrupt. And I'm not saying it's not, but I'm pretty sure early on they did some good work, just like with the regulation agencies. Early on, it was established for good reasons, did some good works, but then something went south. Well, BRICS went south. Is what BRICS, the Russia taken over. It's not just from the 60s. They had their own political party. So did the German socialists, had their own Nazi political party in the U.S. before World War II, by the way. I don't know if you knew that or not. But the communists continue to this day. Not only do they continue to exist in the U.S., but now they're the cat's meow. And how did that happen? We'll get into that. India. Oh, those Indians are nice. Sound familiar? The Muslims are nice. Listen, Nazis were nice too. Is that okay? Does that mean Nazism is a good thing? Just like Nazism, hopefully, in essence, has been outlawed. Officially, should be. The same is true about Islam. It needs to be outlawed. And if you outlaw Islam, that means there's no more Muslims, period. Homie don't play that. They all need to repent, just like the Jews. The anti-Christian Jews need to repent, just like John the Baptist said. Just like Jesus called them out for. Just like the people that wrote your epistles and gospels said, beware of the Jews. Den of serpents. Doesn't get more clear than that. Kill their Messiah. What else needs to be said, man? Their own OT prophecy, which you Westerners want to have a controversy about. Their own prophecy says they will be out of favor because they'll turn their back on God. Old Testament prophecy. You don't want to talk about that. You want to denounce that. But what about the rest? What about the obvious? You're still going to denounce that. Why? Because you're not really loyal to Christ. You'd rather align yourself with the world for love of money. Know them by the fruits. So India, Hebrew mass media also making this popular, not just Islam. And I've talked about that plenty too. Gandhi is a savior. Gandhi is our savior. Dig into Gandhi and what he was really about. But the good thing about Gandhi, just Islam, is the stuff that sounds Christian. That's the only good thing you can say about Islam. Hello.
Oh,
Did you
hello.
come? Hey,
Yeah, peace be with you. What's up? I made it for a little bit, so I figured.
okay. God bless you. I think I'm going to call it Saved by the Bell because I don't know if you caught any of what I've said so far, but I'm being pretty raw over here.
No, I did, but I agree.
Oh, great. Encouraging me. I was hoping you set me straight. All right.
No, I mean, um, yeah, I agree for most of it. Everything you said about Brazil is pretty accurate in my understanding. All the glamorization of everything that is bad, um, and that's what they want out always, just the bad things, the bad examples, the bad apples, and they become more and more, influenced. Is like a feedback loop where
Mm,
they put things, the bad things about Brazil out, and it perpetuates, not only here, but now it's also having like repercussions in other countries, and I don't want that. I don't like that. But I agree with most of what you said. They even have at Carnival. I'm pretty sure most people know.
mhm.
They even had a parade of a person dressed as the devil
Oh, no.
dragging a person like Jesus on the
Oh, no.
ground,
Oh,
dragging him.
no.
Yeah,
Oh,
it, it's awful. Like they're not even hiding it anymore,
yeah.
and it's terrible. I agree with most of what you said. Anyway, yeah.
So, well,
So
all right. I feel a better because I feel like Hitler over here. Down. I'm not. I'm not just saying down with everyone.
mm,
I'm trying to say the things that nobody else is saying for some reason. Well, I don't say
yeah,
nobody, but very few.
yeah, and those things need to be said, and need to be heard. And I don't, I know that many people would be whatever insulted, angry, whatever upset, but like I said, if you're really seeking the truth, then you shouldn't be mad at the person saying the truth. Go investigate what the person is saying and see if it's true. And that's just a basic attitude. And if my brothers and sisters here in Brazil don't do it, then, well, you know, how are you going to get rid of the plagues and the diseases if you're not willing to um, be honest about it, if you're not going to be blunt and honest? So it's yeah, I want my country to see things for what they are. And so insofar as what you said, I agree. And it needs to be said, and it needs to be heard for sure.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. That means a lot. Yeah. Again, I often wonder whether or not I'm going off the rails here myself. Like we talked about this last time. Basically, at some point you start wondering yourself, you start questioning yourself as to whether or not you're actually getting lost, you're crazy or whatnot. But yeah, I mean
No,
that's
you're not crazy.
thank you. Yeah, but that's my whole point. I mean, that's my whole goal. I'm trying to jar people to reality, like to try to get their attention so they can again investigate themselves and wean themselves off this influence. Like you mentioned, it's a downward spiral. Like it's not only bad enough it comes from the top down from governance, and this seems to be a problem worldwide. But then again, you have mass media that further conditions us mentally. So it's like, where do you turn?
Right. And they abuse the fact that when people are young, they're be rebellious, and they keep feeding the youth of, you know, uh, whatever they should rebel against, and it's never towards the people who are pushing evil um, in every way they can. And so even their youth rebelliousness, which could be a force for good if used wisely in a godly way, and they have them waste themselves into everything that is bad and evil.
Mm.
So sad. But yeah, I was enjoying you. I was enjoying hearing you. I didn't want to like come and interrupt. I was.
No,
I
I'm
just
glad you.
figured. Yeah, I just figured I'd like be here, and when you say something, and it makes me laugh, and that's
Great.
that's already something.
Yeah, thank you. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, your feedback and input is invaluable. Like no joke. So I greatly appreciate it. But I got to say, it's like the old joke. Groucho Marx made a joke. He was quoting someone else. I can't remember who, but he goes, "Oh, actually, no, it was Woody Allen quoting Groucho Marx, and he says." When it comes to women, I don't want to be a member of, yeah, when it comes to women and my relationships with women, being with women, I don't want to be a member of any group who would have me as, have someone like me as its member. I butchered that, but yeah. But yeah, so it's like that. Like yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's like you said, it's a labyrinth of mirrors.
You like that one, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, it's perfect. Like it's exactly right. And I think again, it's part of the design is to keep us lost, keep us confused. Um, but yeah, when I hear compliments from people, like I'm always expecting to get pushback, and I don't really get much of that at all. And when I think about it, it's hard for me to remember any pushback, really. And
I mean,
sorry,
yeah, it's no, it's I'll be glad to say if I find anything, and we'll talk about it. But
yes,
um yeah, I also have that mindset, I guess, because of the things we research, and I'm used to just getting pushback, and it's weird when somebody actually agrees with me. So I guess it makes two of us, I suppose.
yeah. It's like, wait a minute, why? It's like, yeah. So forgive me, but to be honest with you, it's like that. It's just like the whole Woody Allen, Groucho Marx sentiment mindset. It's like, wait a minute, why are these people agreeing with me? What's wrong with them? Like what? No, no, no. Maybe it's just true. Maybe it's just true. Um, yeah. So, all right. So I did want to ask you one thing before I forget. Now that you're here, and thank you again for
Mm,
coming up. Appreciate that.
yeah.
Um, I did want to talk about because again, I'm not too familiar with it, and you mentioned what it's called before. The African pagan influence
Mm-hmm.
that yeah the voodoo thing that's tainted some people's Catholicism, the practice of Catholicism for some people. What is that called?
Um, okay, so the ones in Brazil, there's one called Umbanda.
Umbanda. Okay.
Umbanda. Yeah, Umbanda. I think it's mostly that. I call them just black magic.
Mm,
Um, yeah, it's like that without the H at the end, Umbanda.
okay.
Um, and yes, they do. It's the person who advertises themselves as like a tarot card reader slash
Mm,
uh how do you even call them, the people who can see into the future, make predictions, they make spells for love and money, and
soothsayers, psychics,
yeah, exactly.
mediums.
Yeah, all of that. um and it's funny that like the Catholicism in Brazil, and I don't mean Christian bash, because I don't really think that that's true Catholicism, to be honest.
Right.
The
That's my point. Yeah.
yeah, they don't seem to bother with this. They don't seem to have a problem with this clear influence of uh, black magic from Africa. I guess, because at the end, um, they feel, I guess I don't know what they, people at large, I think maybe they're just superstitious, um, and naive. Um, but yeah, you have all these pictures. You have like these centers where people gather and they start beating on drums, and there are statues of Christ and of Mary, and they
Mm.
start doing all these voodoo like rituals, and it's like this one thing that is sometimes you can discern. Exactly. You see, they love the Christian things. They get statues of the saints, especially Saint George. They love Saint George.
Oh, I think I lost you.
Just give me a minute. Just 1 second.
Okay. All right. So yeah, you
Yeah,
guys can
sorry,
see.
sorry about that. Yeah, yeah, you can. Sorry. Yeah, you can show some pictures. We can see them together.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't know what I'm looking at here, but you can see they're incorporating all kinds of religions too. It seems like, and
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And Brazil is a problem. I mean, so we have been uh, kind of forced to accept people from all over the world, and they abuse the fact that people are like welcoming in Brazil, and curious about whatever it is that is different in their countries and their culture. But then you have this side where they don't know how to refrain from the bad things of other cultures. And um and that's a problem because that's Brazilians for a long time, and I dare to say until this day, they don't know what their identity is.
wow,
um, Everything is just um, pushed onto us, and like I said, it's not like we're just victims because people adhere to those things, so they accept it. um, and yet, like, they perform all sorts of rituals, and the foreigners, they love it for some reason.
yes,
They come and they love it. They find it, oh my goodness, it's so diverse. It's like
right,
diverse is a god, and diverseness is a religion, and it's terrible. It's okay to integrate, but not like this. If the primary identity is that you're a Christian, then how can you accept those things? What are those things even? Um, can't you tell just by looking at it that it's demonic?
yeah.
I I don't think it's very difficult to see. Yeah, that's Umbanda.
Sorry. Oh, I think I lost you
Um,
again. You're breaking up. Good.
there's a lot of I have some
Oh, I lost you. Okay, yeah, and this reminds me too of even the Buddhist thing of putting food out for the dead. Um, yeah, Cinco de Mayo, by the way, Aztecs Day of the Dead. Um, I don't know, man. It's just crazy. And also, if you, I don't know if you know.
witchcraft.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. No,
Oh,
go ahead. Go ahead.
you went out for a little bit there for about half a minute.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so we didn't catch the last about half minute of what you said, unfortunately.
Oh, no, I said, what was I saying? That it's fairly easy to see that there's black magic involved, and some people may think that it's silly or that it's like just a superstition. But Christ warns us, and the Bible warns us to stay away from witchcraft and dark magic and those things, clairvoyance and whatnot, because those things are real. Um,
Mm.
not because they're not real. And yeah, I know a YouTube channel I can tell you some other time because I don't want to be
No,
promoting
no, no. Don't
anything.
censor, please. If
Yeah.
if if we get banned on YouTube, we're still going on Rumble, so YouTube can kiss my
No.
grits.
No, it's just that I have started translating a couple of the videos they make. It's just this channel. I'll send you the link and you can put it in the description later. But
Thank you.
they even joke saying, "Always presume black magic," because yeah, sadly it's a thing in Brazil.
Yeah, and I noticed too. Again, here we have someone doing like completely flat on the ground. Let me just say, I've also noticed like so many things are around a circle, which is completely demonic. I mean, of course, the pentagram and all that. Even Islam in his Mohammad's Night of the Jinn, where he told his partner, the person who was with him, I can't remember who it was, but there was someone with him witnessing this thing, someone very vetted in an Islamic chain of narration, and he's telling his account of what he witnessed. And Muhammad told him to go into the circle that Muhammad drew for protection against the jinn. Meanwhile, Muhammad stood out of the circle so the jinn can have their way with him all night. So,
Yeah,
I mean,
bro, I know about that. And even the circle that they make around the Kaaba and the circumambulance that they do,
mm,
walking in circles around the Kaaba. I mean, that's telling. And
yeah,
it's this kumbaya type of thing that foreigners love. Yeah, it's this um I call it like it's a type of spiritual crack, you know. They
spiritual crack. All
It's
right.
spiritual crack. It gets you insane. It gives you just enough um whatever touch with the transcendent, but they fail to know that, I mean, our
Mm,
demons are also transcendent, you know. And oh, I see a picture of a native, also the natives, native Brazilians. They also have all sorts of black magic type of spells and rituals as well. So I mean, it's tough. And it the oh yeah, you have the picture of that black man with the white suit is how do they call him? Um Black old man, I think it would be the
okay.
literal translation. And I mean, his he's people pour drinks to him, they make offerings. um Sometimes if you're walking in some places in Brazil, you can see like food offerings with like animals on the street. Sometimes the offering has money in it. Sometimes and people take the money, and some people even take the food, which is insane. And yeah, they do all that. Yeah. And you see so yeah, the question saying there, quem são os baianos na Umbanda? So it's talking about the fact that this culture is most spread in the northeast part of Brazil, um, which also is the most communist voting part of
Mm,
Brazil. It's also a very beautiful place, so a lot of tourism, a lot of black magic, a lot of bad things in our history um, in the Northeast, and also sadly, the most afflicted with poverty. There are regions there who are desert, where a desert, and they you have we have even literature about how difficult life is there. and yet there's all these uh, coincidences, right? As if all these things like it's a confluence of so many bad things. Um, that is really sad.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, thank you for sharing all that. I wasn't familiar with some food here.
Mm.
I guess we can go on. Um, was there something else that we wanted to say about this before we go on?
Um, no, I don't think so. The word when they make any type of ritual for or against a person, it's called macumba. It's
Okay.
MAC macumba. Um, and yeah, always presume black magic involved with Catholicism somehow in Brazil. So yeah, you can go on. I'll interject if I have something to say.
Okay. And I'm looking at my Kumba now. Thank you for put that in chat too. Um, yeah. So basically, you mentioned. Well, let me just say, as far as what we just talked about, the Ambanda. Um, that was also glamorized and by again recently by Disney Marvel, and one of my favorite childhood characters, Luke Cage. And I'm sounding nerdy now, but let me just show you the characters so you guys.
Really?
Yeah, it was. They've pretty much they focused on this a lot, and it was empowering the village. I'm sorry, the villains of it, the main character, but also some female voodoo characters and all that. They're all getting these superpowers to be able to fight
Mm.
Luke Cage. So what you see
Wow.
in the yeah. Yeah, so basically they made this character who in the comics wasn't exactly like this, but they made him invincible. He was like the main threat to Luke Cage, who was also invincible. And again, this is a completely liberal story, even in my version of it. But my version of it, or I say my version, but the older version, the '70s version, um, it was it was at least hip. It was at least cool and entertaining, even though there was politics in it and all that. It wasn't just obnoxious and in your face, overwhelming.
Mm. Mm.
Uh, but here, they put him in a gray hoodie, the main character, the good guy, for to represent Trayvon Martin, and he goes towards a church, and then people in church start shooting at him while he's wearing the gray hoodie and things like this. It was just really bad all around. So I just wanted to mention that. But again, that's not the only thing. We Angel Heart also was about that, with Mickey Rourke and the oldest daughter from the Cosby Show, and that was back in the '80s, I believe, late '80s. Um, but anyway, but yeah, it's all over the place. But you mentioned another form. There's two things. You said Ambada and something else, or was that it? Was it the
Yeah, yeah. I hadn't said. Oh, so I said macumba is like the word for when they do some type of ritual for or against somebody. But there's also, you reminded me, there's another thing called candomblé.
oh boy?
It's yeah, it's Candomble, candomblé, which is also from Africa. Some dark, yeah, exactly. Um, imported from Africa. Um,
Oh,
just
okay.
straight black magic. Yeah, I don't even, to be honest, I don't even know the difference. Like when if I see Umbanda, Candomblé, for me it's just black magic.
All
Um,
right.
and yeah, it's maybe oh, okay. We have a African diasporic religion that developed in Brazil during the 9th century. Mm. Yeah, beautiful. Especially those of Yoruba, Bantu. I don't even know this is coupled with influences from Roman Catholicism. So you see,
It is Wikipedia after all, so they got it
yeah,
backwards actually.
yeah, but that I mean, I don't trust Wikipedia blindly, but that it's true that it's mingled with Catholicism.
Yeah, but they worded it, they framed it in a way that suggests that Catholicism is the
The problem,
perpetrator,
or
right?
yeah, yeah,
Influences from,
yeah, yeah. They how they phrase it, yeah. And
yeah,
like I said, I'm not bashing Catholicism at all. I'm not. I'm never bashing Christianity. It's just well, maybe sometimes I bash a little bit,
yeah. I
but
mean, it's not like they're
but
perfect by any means, but
yeah, yeah. But yeah, it's not if you go to a Catholic church, you don't see those things.
exactly,
It's the people doing the black magic that take things from Christianity. If you go to a Catholic church, you will not see any of this. So that much is
right.
fair.
Thank you. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to illustrate to point out as well. Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So let's get back to it. The presentation. My little angry rant here again. I'm going to go to big screen so I can see the writing here. All right. So I was in India, popularized paganism again. Again, even the communist Chinese, which I've been working with for years, also promote Islam. They also promote Hinduism, which they're at war with. And they think very little of the Indians, by the way, the Chinese. The Chinese really will also, I'll demonstrate that after the movie, but they're very racist all around. They really are. And I'm not talking about now top down. I'm talking about the people, unfortunately, in general. And this is not exclusive to the Chinese by any means. Even Greeks are racist. This is just a human flaw. But the difference in some cases is that sometimes this is top down. A good example that I think everyone would agree with here would be Islam, where it's literally written in their ideology, their political system, and so on. The same thing is true with China. With China, it is top down. It is their communist leaders, or even before then, their imperial leaders that were upset with colonialism and the influence of the well publicized opium trade, the opium wars, as well. Some sources put it. Um, and so, top down, they're saying that we need to have not only get rid of, which they did close their borders, by the way. China, I mean, China, one of the greatest. When you think of China and tourism, what comes to mind, Lily? If you don't mind my putting you on the spot.
I mean, tourists. When I think about
Yeah.
Chinese, I think about tourists, uh, Chinese tourists going everywhere, but then
Mhm.
they're hypocritical when it comes to
Mm. We'll,
accepting tourists.
we'll get
What
into
else
that.
did you have in mind?
Well, okay. So what I mean to say is, when it comes to tourist sites, why do people travel to China? What do they go see? Any ideas?
But the festivals, the dragon
Hmm.
thing.
What
Maybe
about
I'm just
historical
not a good.
sites? I'll
Oh,
put you on the
the
spot.
yeah. No, it's okay. The Great Wall of
Well,
China.
number one, the Great Wall of China. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the Forbidden City, the Imperial
Right,
Forbidden City,
right.
right?
Yeah, yeah.
Which the name in itself tells you everything you need to know about imperialism in China. But also the Great Wall. Again, the Great Wall was built to keep out the Mongols and the Russians and whatnots. But um, yeah, but also when it came to the colonial West, the Europeans, the Portuguese, the British, so on, the Americans, they did close the borders officially, where the Americans had to force their way or sneak. They basically became smugglers of opium into China via Japan, and that's where the relationship with Japan came in with the U.S. And this comes
Mm.
from. I'm getting off on tangents, but since I'm talking about it, this goes way back with the Roosevelts. Theodore Roosevelt was involved in the American opium trade, and where did they get the opium from? Not the same as the East Indies Company, where they got their opium from India, where there's little cannonballs, huge, massive. I mean, we're talking about tons of opium being sent to China for trade, but out of India. But the U.S. was getting their opium from Turkey. So for a couple of centuries now, the opium trade and the relationship between Turkey and the U.S. has been 1-on-1, and where China closes borders and they still continue, the U.S. still continued their opium trade. The tides have turned. Where now the U.S., the Americans, have now started selling opium to its own citizens and have done to themselves what they've done to the Chinese, arguably. Again, the Chinese, all they had to do is what they did, or just not take the opium and not say, oh, we love this opium. So all the blame goes on the dealers of opium, but none of the integrity, none of the responsibility is taken by the Chinese for their becoming opium addicts. And it does sound one-sided, but, and I kind of regret saying that now, but I mean, it's just very one-sided when it comes to the blame. Is my point. It's always 100%. It's the Europeans or the Americans, and it's never. Well, again, China's also been
Yeah.
warmongers throughout their history. The
Yeah.
imperial leadership was completely oppressive of its feudal caste system, extremely oppressive. So nobody wants to talk about that.
Yeah. Oh, on not even just China, but if I have to say just a little bit about India, the caste system, I saw it with my own eyes in the
Mm,
U.S. There was this house with three people from India, and the Brahmins, which are the priests type of caste, the high caste, let's say, which also happen to be uh, lighter skinned, by the way. When they talk about, they're very racist. I have to say that. And the Brahmins, the light skinned Indians, would make the dark skinned lower caste Indian take out the trash, do the dishes, stuff like that. And he wouldn't even, like, it would, I would look and say, how come, like, what's going on? And the explanation is that, if you were born in this extract of society, that means that you were a bad person in a previous life, and so now you deserve everything that is bad. Um, so that's terrible. About the Chinese, I guess I don't think Brazilian people have that illusion about the Chinese, that they're nice and kind, and they have a certain body posture. They're not uh, they don't look outwardly like they're violent and hecklers these days. You see them, they're always like bowing down and whatnot. But I mean, I don't have that illusion. They're pretty cruel as well. Um, so it's not just for me. I'm aware of the bad things that Americans did, and they got a name for the things that they did. But I also always look to the other side, and it's not like you said. It's not a one-sided thing.
right.
Um, yeah.
I mean, that's my point here. I'm not. I mean, I'm not. There was a remake of a old '70s puppet show. I forget what it's called, unfortunately. Go USA or something like that. And one of the theme songs was "F yeah, go you America" or something like that. I can't remember. I'm not like that at all. But in the same breath, I'm really burnt out on all the America bashing. Even though I do some of it myself, it's not for the sake of America bashing, but to keep
No,
things
I
real. To point.
agree. I
Mm,
agree. So it's not just you. I mean, yeah, people can say they are biased, but I'm not. So I agree. I'm tired. I'm really tired of the straight white male bashing. I'm tired of the American bashing. I'm tired about that. Which means that it has been pushed, and So that makes me suspicious. It's not
Right.
like I'm gonna go ahead and try to claim anybody's innocent, because I wouldn't do that about myself or anybody for that matter.
Amen.
Um, but we have to see things for what they are, and it's I, as a foreigner, the time I live in the U.S., I didn't see any of the things that America has been bashed for. To be honest,
Yeah. I know,
nothing.
right? Yeah.
So yeah, it was a great place.
Yeah. And that's, I think, why we all could relate to the original Matrix movie, which is to the message of a virtual reality not being realistic and to unplug being the solution. Because yeah, which we see on media on the internet all over the place is a night and day difference between our actual interactions with the people around us.
hmm Which is why I know that whatever gets uh, to the world about Brazil is just the bad things, and you start, like I said, you start seeing a pattern, and then once you see the pattern, then you can't unsee it, and so that's why when people can't see the same, they will start name calling. But it's just because it's scary to imagine that. So every country has their hands dirty. How does that happen? Like, how is that possible? But we should be sober minded as Christians and see that um yes, it's possible. Like, did you really expect um for it not to be the case? You know,
Yeah.
if you let yourself uh, get led like that, um, then you fall into all sorts of traps. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah. You put it so eloquently. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm exactly like like all piss and vinegar, as we say in the US. Excuse my English. Um, yeah, so we do have someone also backstage. He's
Ah.
abbreviated Jesus Christos Nika. He put something in private chat. He is asking about how Greeks are recreating pagan Greek worship and erecting pagan temples these days. You know, yeah, this surprised me. Again, we hear reports of Scandinavians worshiping Thor. The U.S., I mean, just worshiping anything and everything they can, especially nature. Um, it's
Mhm.
just, it's as you mentioned earlier, Lily, and that's exactly what I touched upon. And that's just, by the way, Jesus Christos Nika, translated means Jesus Christ is victorious. The greatest thing you can say in the bottom line. But
Amen. Amen.
yeah, man, yeah. But the thing here is that, yeah, I mean, it has gone from Christian bashing of the 20th century to full out um, overt pagan worship or Satanism, really, in essence. Uh,
Mhm.
yeah, and so that's the
Yeah,
difference. Go
it's
ahead.
like the. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I interrupt all the time, and
No,
you're always the one saying sorry. I'm sorry.
jump in.
Um, it's the return of the feminism, occult things like the druids and witchcraft and
Mm,
all that.
look, yeah,
And yeah, and I mean, it's sad that it's gonna be pushed everywhere. Just anything goes for these people. Worship, worship anything. Everything's cool, and it's sad. Like Christians bad, everything else good.
right.
That's it. It's the
And
basic
this,
message.
yeah, and this is all biblical, literally verbatim. Scriptures, the fathers, they warn us about exactly this, about up being down and good being bad. And
Mhm,
so,
mhm, mhm. Literally Baphomet type
mm,
of thing, where up is down, down is up, man is woman, a child is adult, um, good is bad. It's
yeah.
just, yeah.
All right. I wish Hayden would come up. He probably can't. Now he's getting into politics that I'm not familiar. I hate to say that I do not get into Greek politics at all. Like I really don't get into politics at all, even though it doesn't sound like it. Really, what I'm covering today is from a mass media perspective and how BRICS is not only taken over, as we're saying in general, but how much influence it has in mass media, which has the greatest influence on people worldwide. So that's really my focus underneath everything that I'm saying today. I'm just premising it with everything else. But Hayden's asking, and by the way, Hayden, since you're here, man, if you can, I know you'll be traveling this weekend, I know, but if you can somehow make it this Saturday, I know you'll be traveling from Thursday on, so I would have done it for Friday. Doing it tomorrow would be a little too much short notice and too far away from my goal. My goal is to kind of set up St. John Climacus celebration. But yeah, Saturday is just that. I'll be doing another watch party. Okay, great. Yeah, man. Just email me the time that you'll be available. I'll set it for that time. I'll change the time. I'm doing a watch party for the Black Robe and doing a discussion on asceticism and all that. So it'd be awesome to have you here. But did I see the Greek Independence Day celebration at the White House? I did not. And I'm glad that Trump had them over to do that. And that's alluding to the independence from the Turks, which again, Constantinople is still under their control. So, I mean, whatever. So the nation, fine, but the Strait still given to the Turks. So geopolitical power there given to the Turks, and the Christian Church still under Ottoman Islamic control, yoke. Thank you, America. Meanwhile, you got Barack Hussein Obama pushing for shale fracking in Greece. Oy vey. But yeah, so the Archbishop, which I'm getting at, he was down my list. So had he not become Archbishop of America of the GOA, Greek Orthodox Archdiocese in America, the diaspora, this guy would have. His name is like Lighten. He's named after a church saint who, if I'm not mistaken, who is known for when he was a child carrying Christ across the river. That's the tradition behind that saint and that name. But it also kind of sort of means the lightened one or something to that effect. At any rate, I met the guy. He's quite angelic, if I may. Thank you, Hayden. You rock, man. See, this is why I need you up here. You're much better at the Orthodox stuff than I am, even though you're gonna give yourself credit. Yeah, El Pide Fathers. It's like the hope of carrying or giving. So I guess that's actually more. Yeah, actually, it's not really have nothing to do with light. My apologies. It has more to do with the tradition of him carrying Christ than anything else. My bad. Thank you for the correction, Hayden. So, but yeah, I forgot where I was going. Oh yeah, the question. Let me put it back up here. So Constantine the Great. Again, this is the church father who is known, Constantine and Helen, who is known for now stopping the persecution of Christians. He didn't officially make Christianity official, like a part of the state religion or the second Rome religion. That was actually Theodore or Theodosius. A little later, but still, I mean, he's known. Helen, his mother, is known for finding the Holy Cross, which we just celebrated, and these kinds of things. So it's cool that they did this thing, but Trump, being Constantine the Great, the Archbishop. I mean, what else needs to be said here? I'm sorry, I'm doing my best to not get nauseous. God forgive me.
I mean, that's lowering the bar. That's what I
Thank
would
you.
say.
See, no offense at all taken. At all taken. And Hayden is not offended either. Glory be. All right. So yeah, just keeping it real. I mean, there's the really bad things being set up and undertaken here, and that is the undermining of Christianity at all levels. And it comes from the top down, and it's been set up as nothing new. It's not a 21st century innovation. This is something that's been in the works gradually.
Oh, you said gradually, immediately the thing about how to kill okay, that sounds grim. There's this thing about a frog where if you put him in the hot water, he's gonna jump out. But if you put him in the room temperature water and then slowly increase the temperature,
Oh
then
Lord.
he'll die and he won't jump out. Yeah.
Oh well, I think I heard this before. Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds cruel.
Yeah, and it's a way of saying that um, if we don't react, we get used to things, and what is what was meant to be something good about humans that we adapt is also used against us. Newsflash, and people get used to things, and we need to return. We need to look. Everybody's so busy wondering about the future, they forget to look about Christ and um, the saints and the things of the past. So much wisdom, and now they have their modern day online gurus everywhere, and yeah, we need to take some steps back and look at the past, study the ancient Christian saints, and
Yeah,
certainly scriptures. Yeah.
absolutely. Excuse me. Okay. All right. So this will get interesting. I'm not familiar with our new guest that I heard a beep. So welcome. Should I call you Jesus Christos Nikar or what do you go by?
You can just call me Hayden.
Oh, hey, that's you.
Yeah, that's me.
Okay, good one. All right. Thanks for coming up, man.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, and thanks for the correction. I thought it was the enlightened one. I'm glad you came up. That reminds me. I wanted to say, yeah. I mean, the point of my saying that was actually, yeah. If you meet the guy in person, I mean, it's different to see someone on TV and all that, and to meet in person. He's quite, I want to say, luminescent. He's warm. He's a warming kind of figure. He's alluring. He kind of draws you in. He's got a great personality and all that, but he's got this glow about him. No joke. And
I noticed that too, now that you mention it.
have
He's very
are you?
charismatic.
Yeah, he's absolutely charismatic, but it's even beyond that, man. I'm telling you, like a literal glow. It's creepy. It's creepy now that in perspective. When you first meet him, you think nothing of it. Oh, this guy's cool. I want to get to know him. But judging him by his fruits, I mean, from the onset, he was like DEI, CRT, Baphomet to the core, popish. As you know, they tag the popish for being this way too. And doing the photo ops with the Muslims and the
Yeah,
gays and all that. Yeah, it's like, oh boy.
he
Oh
baptized.
boy.
There was a big backlash because he baptized homosexual couples'
Uh,
children.
Oh
uh,
So
goodness
yeah,
gracious. Here we
uh,
but then
go.
again, it's like, if is it wrong to have the kids baptized if the
yes,
parents are? I mean, it seems wrong, but
Yes.
I
for
hear
the
what
kids, you know what I mean?
I hear what you're saying. You got to have good to me. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brazil. What do you think about that?
Me?
Yeah. Sorry, I called
I
you Brazil. Give me Lily. Go ahead.
no, it's okay. It's just I couldn't hear you properly. So, just Hayden, if you can just repeat the question just to make sure that I understood it.
Oh, do you think that if there's a homosexual couple and they want to get their kids baptized, should the kids be baptized?
Um, if uh, if they give the child away from them, to be honest, I I don't feel like it's right because even though okay, first I know how it went, right? First it was no, we're not going to bless the union of the homosexuals, we're just blessing them individually. All right, now it's blessing the union. Now it's blessing the children raised by that ungodly union. Now, okay, they're going to pin as if oh, but think about the children. Yes, I am thinking about the children, which is why if you want to receive a valid sacrament for your child, then it must follow that you're an example yourself. So how can you have two homosexuals living in declared to four winds sin, and then they want the child to be baptized? Like, hello, am I
That's a
missing
really
something?
good point because, like, when I think about it, baptizing a child, it's supposed to be the either the sponsors or the parents are promising to raise that child in the Christian faith. Like they're kind of proclaiming the faith on behalf of the child who doesn't know anything, because
Right.
there's the Baptists that argue, oh, well, you got to have faith to be baptized. So I'm
Yeah,
with
but
you there.
yeah, and imagine that child later goes and, yeah, but they baptized me, they blessed me, and and now they're telling me that my parents uh are wrong. You know what I mean? It's just there there must be a limit where um okay, you want the child to be blessed, then and baptized, then be a good a homosexual couple and give that child away. If you really care about this child enough to have them baptized, then proclaim first with your life that you um, shun sin, your own sin, and and you know receive a valid sacrament by marrying a woman like God intended, and then you can have your children baptized. It's really how it should be.
Yeah, I agree. And yeah, so again, this is off the top of my head. I could be wrong about this, but I was wrong about the lighted one. But yeah, El Pido Foros is the carrier of hope. Again, with the legend and all that. And I always, even back then, I got challenged by an instigator when I was again pursuing him, but as a potential advisor for my doctorate's research on the American movie industry and how it represents our Christianity, Christian terms and symbols. It just happens. He was in the bottom of my list because his research focus was the furthest away from that. But at any rate, I was getting challenged, and this guy was like, kind of like, giving me the business about it and all that. There's a long, boring story that's personal behind that. Anyways, yeah, I just talking about him and thinking about it is just like that guy. The name was just so vain, and I understand it's the name of a saint, but this is a name that he chose or was given to him. The carrier of hope. I mean, I can't see someone who has extreme humility wanting to don this name. It's like naming yourself Jesus, right? Jesus, or whatever. It's not really
Y-
something that you really
Yeah,
want to
I,
do.
I
Yeah.
I did I didn't even know the story, to be honest, but just from hearing it now, I mean, if the person got that name because he carried Christ, and that's a beautiful story,
Yeah, it is.
across a body of water, then the focus of the name for that person was the person he was carrying, not himself.
Right.
Whereas if a person name themselves also already, the person is taking that name and calling himself the carrier of hope. I don't even know who that person is, what's in their heart, but I mean,
Well, that's the
I
bishop we're talking
oh,
about, the archbishop, the GO archbishop that's doing all these political libtarded things.
oh Lord have mercy, who am I? But I mean, I agree. It's a little, cr- I wouldn't say creepy, eerie. I don't know. It's a bit odd. It's a bit odd.
Yeah. And again, let me go off on this disclaimer. Humor me for a minute. I just want to make it clear to my audience because they might have missed it in my one of many 4 hour long streams. But yeah, so as people can understand, again, Constantinople is still under Ottoman Turkish Islamic yoke. It was not liberated during World War II. Instead, they established the secular state of Israel. To date, it's still under Turkish yoke and management. The Turks dictate what happens in Constantinople, in the Phanar. And the Greeks consider the patriarch as a Turk, not a Greek. Greece is very divided when it comes to their loyalty with the Constantinople. Yet everywhere else, he's called the Greek bishop. There's a problem here. And this goes, again, now this Elpidophoros came into power just recently during the lockdown. He took over the GOA when it was already having some issues over, they had this building, the 9/11 attacks. Again, this goes right into our discussion of whether BRICS is taking over. 9/11, never forget. St. Nicholas was a church that was been there, I don't know how long, let's say decades, if not a century, very long time. When the towers came down, it got demolished. The Greeks were not allowed to rebuild their church in ground zero. And the former archbishop, I met him during his name day. I went to name day celebration in New York. The former archbishop, Greek archbishop of America, the GOA, and was actually giving him the business. Right after, soon after, maybe a few months after, I gave the patriarch himself, the Green Bishop of Constantinople, I gave him the business and was telling him, hey man, why are you coming over here being political? Why don't you be more Christian and even, give your coat and your underwear? I even told the guy, hey man, you should be giving your underwear to the Turks. Completely westernized, arrogant. I'm going off all kinds of tangents, but yeah. So anyway, so I'm telling this previous bishop, hey, well, the church St. Nicholas was destroyed. Why are you not rebuilding it? What are you doing? And his response to me was, well, we're doing a little memorial inside one of the trade towers. I said, memorial? People are going to go worship at it. We're talking about a church. Why don't you do a church? And I got mad at him.
Well, that was a good question.
Yeah.
Why not a church? Why a memorial?
Right.
Let's remember Christ
Amen.
and the Holy Theotokos. Let's build a church.
Yeah. And to me, that was Greek leadership bending knee to the secular West. They wanted to rebuild the trade towers and everything else, but not allow the Greeks to build the Christian church. And there's more to this than that. I won't go off on tangents about how the Protestants view this, but
I think it has to do with the Jews a lot.
Yeah, I mean, for sure.
They didn't want that. They're fine with Islam, but they definitely hate Christianity.
Yep. Thank you for saying that. And that premise is what I want to say next. And so a few years later, they finally, guess who's going to build a mosque, which never was there before, a brand new mosque at ground zero. 4-minaret mosque, the pinnacle of their mosque, a declaration of dominance, that they've won, they defeated their enemies.
That's such a slap in the face.
Yeah. And so guess who intervened to stop that? The Greeks. And thankfully, because of that, consequently, eventually years later, the Greeks were allowed to rebuild their church finally. Now it's rebuilt, but that too was a process. They were allowed to rebuild it, but they were not allowed to rebuild it as an Orthodox church. They weren't allowed to even put a cross outside at first. A lot of fighting, and then they allowed to put the cross, and a lot of fighting. And I don't even know if they have a cross. I might be making things up there, but the iconography was not allowed. It had to be a white building. There's still nothing but a white building. It looks almost like it's Mormon or something, like some kind of space pagan thing. But the icons weren't allowed up until the very last minute. They finally allowed some icons in there. So, but if you see video online, it's also all DEI. They've got all the representation in there and all that. It's just a cesspool. But at least it's better than nothing. But it's been a process, and that's just one of many examples. And I went off on a tangent for a reason. We're talking about Elpidophoros. So this now that you got a background here leading up to, so during the building of all that, there were people embezzling in the organization. And of course, the church now gets the blame because of the embezzlers. The deviants define the rule. How common is that? And so they get rid of the old guy. They blame it, of course, on the bishop, and they usher in this Elpidiforos guy through Constantinople. But instead of using the proper process of a synod to choose who it is, he gets appointed by the Turk, the Green Bishop, no less. And he's called the Green Bishop by the West because he's part of the Green Agenda. And this Green Bishop, by the way, during lockdown, said an official statement, a top down. Oh, we just lost everyone. What am I getting booted off the U-boob? And so so basically the Green Bishop, the Patriarch of Constantinople under Turkish rule, is pushing these lockdown dictates top down. The opportunity for them to fight back, but instead they bend knee to these tyrannical dictates. It's problematic all around. And what I'm saying is that by a lot of external influence, the GOA has been undermined, and now from the top down official. Uh-oh. I may have lost you. Let me know when you're ready to come up, Lily. Like, give me some kind of sign. I don't want to put you in jeopardy there if you got your camera or something going on. Okay, let me get back what we're doing now, waiting for them. Just let me know in private chat when you're ready to come up. And oh, here we go. Private chat. I got logged out. I'm here. I got dropped. All right, let me put you back on. All right, can you hear me, Hayden?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, good. All right, Lily, let me know also in private chat when you want to come up. Is there something you wanted to add to that? Whatever you heard of that?
One thing I just wanted to add to something that just some clarification when I said about the Jews, I mean the Zionists, because I think it's good to differentiate.
Yeah, well said. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Yeah, and that's my point. I mean, that's the whole thing. I'm not talking about, let's say, pre-Messiah, if that's an actual thing. Jews, for the record, and I know the West wants to put their roots in the pre-Christian Hebrews and not their Christian roots, which is frustrating. But anyways. But yeah, since then, the Jews have fabricated a Star of David, a whole rhetoric, culturals, their own scriptures that they say, just like the Muslims, chain of narration. They say, the oral tradition, and they got created. Okay, no worries. They got yeah, they just basically deviated. Judge them by the fruits. Long story short, and so again, going back to this BRICS thing, it's to me a Hebrew-dominated West versus a pagan East, and the Christians are caught in a crossfire. All right, so let me take this comment off so we can see things, and I'm going to go ahead and get back to the presentation. Unless anybody else wants to add anything to that or correct me on something.
No. I think the distinction we made is important because it's almost a second nature now for us to feel bad about saying things like we're talking about. We name groups, but we're not talking about the individuals. So just to reinforce before somebody starts name calling as usual.
I love you, Lily. Yeah, and you're right. You're absolutely right. But let me just say, you're right. And generally speaking, I'm not going to reject what you just said. I think it's a very good thing to say. But I personally am calling for all Jews to repent. All of them. 1,000, not 100%, 1,000% to repent. All of them. All of them should beg Christ for mercy. All of them. There should be no more Jews.
Yeah.
I feel the same thing about Islam, about Muslims. Islam should be outlawed, and therefore there should be no more Muslims. All of them, 1,000%, should repent. Buddhism and so on, the list goes on. But those two especially. All right. off of my piss and vinegar rants and back to the presentation. Let me remove that too here. What am I doing? Oh, no, wrong one. Sorry, too many toys. Okay. All right, so we were on India. So again, India, mass media influence here. This is another one that's quite prominent. Everyone's relatively familiar with Bollywood. I'm a fan of Bollywood movies myself, at least the dancing parts. It looks cool.
Are you guys still here?
I'm sorry? Say again, Hayden? Oh, all right.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. I heard him for a bit, but I couldn't make what he was saying either.
All right. Maybe it's a tech issue. This is why we don't jam microchips in our brains. Yeah. All right. So yeah, but the karma thing, everyone invokes it. I've been guilty of doing it. It's a mass media indoctrinated thing. So why are we invoking karma? Are we all suddenly Hindu via mass media? To some extent, we are. We're not even talking about the actual karma, but still, we're using it as a thing of revenge, which is also pushed by mass media and so on and so forth. You must be very mindful of these things about our compulsion to knock on wood for good luck and things like that. Please refrain. Remain centered on Christ.
Mm-hmm.
Yoga. Everyone's doing it, even the grandmas. They're all doing yoga. Yeah. Even the Chinese, by the way. Kama Sutra, not as popular, but underneath it all, when you do the yoga, it's almost it's intertwined. No pun intended.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole fad about yoga, and I was never interested because I literally have zero contact with yoga, but I could tell that the person would start saying some nonsense at some point because it's people think it's just a physical practice. It's not. It's not.
Right.
There's always ideology behind, and so it's nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah, and even little spiritual warfare, as you mentioned or alluded to earlier, and that's exactly how I came back to the faith as someone who was born into the faith, being a mass media Mooney myself and deviating and not believing in anything spiritual anymore in my 20s. I left myself susceptible, messing with the martial arts and all that. Left myself susceptible to the influence of evil principalities, and through Tai Chi, got jolted. I got a dose of reality when it came to the spiritual realm, and so that scared me back into the faith. And then from there, slowly, gradually, it took about a decade, give or take, to get back to it. But yeah, and that's quite I found out since that's quite a common story. I've often second guessed that. There's all kinds of things. I've talked about that in my testimonials on other channels, if you're interested in that. But it's very real. The spiritual warfare is palpable, and that's why we need to be prayerful at all times. Pray unceasingly. All right, let's get into China. I'm not an expert in China, but yeah, I feel like I know some things about China. I've studied in the past. I wanted to be a history teacher for a minute. And so I did some studying of the history of the Far East. Really undergrad, entry-level stuff, but still have some general idea about its history and its culture and so on, its influences. But also working for them for years in a crucial moment, especially during a lockdown, before and since. And I've seen some things. I've learned a lot, and I'm grateful for it. And that's what actually sustains me this day. It's quite ironic that I count on Chinese economy to keep me alive. Lord have mercy. But I see it as an opportunity to reach the youth of communist China. It's been a blessing all around. So, yeah, but they, again, as I mentioned, they sectionalize paganism. Everything's allowed. African mythologies, even we saw in Brazil, but in communist China too, that allegedly doesn't allow religion. They relentlessly promote pagan African mythologies. The same thing with Native American mythologies. They promote those as well, like there's no tomorrow. Again, even Hinduism. Of course, their own paganism, their own even Confucius practices, traditional customs, but also, of course, Buddhism. So, though the one thing that's not allowed is Christianity. You might have guessed Christianity. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's treated with extreme prejudice. So yeah, what about the kung fu craze? From the '70s. Bruce Lee. Put it on the map. Chuck Norris, to some degree, he's the one who ushered in the ninja age of the '80s. But yeah, ever since Bruce Lee, I mean, when Bruce Lee was murdered, possibly by the mafia, there's his son Brandon Lee was murdered where I did my my studies and film production, by the way, which at the time had the biggest sound studio on the East Coast. I've witnessed and to some degree been part of productions myself, from TV shows to major Hollywood Marvel productions like Iron Man 3 and things like that. So he was killed making a movie that was very popular, The Crow, and they've since rebooted that. They made comics about it. This creepy thing, but it's completely pagan, demonic. Are you familiar with The Crow, the series?
Yeah, not the series, but I remember watching a bit of the movie and then going like, "This is demonic."
Mm,
It's funny how I know things by name, but I never really paid a lot of mind because it's too obvious that it's demonic, and I always found ironical that these people think that nobody's that they look but they don't see. Well, it may be the case for many people, but not everybody. And so for me, I mean, it's like Edward Scissorhands. Like it's demonic. Everything,
mhm,
um, most of what Hollywood, it's a type of Frankenstein type of thing, a Jekyll and Hyde. And they always make sure to put demonic things. That's why I always looked at Hollywood at a distance. I know I know the basics. I know the main things, but not detailed because I thought it was better to not even waste time on those things. Yeah.
mm, perfect. Yeah, and so let me just before we get into what you just said, which was again very deep, and I want to talk about that a little bit since you brought it up. But yeah, so basically, what happened there was Brandon Lee was filming The Crow, and he was murdered in fashion, very much just like right now, a movie, The Rust, with Alec Baldwin, the alleged Christian of Hollywood. Um, he murdered someone, and he completely gets away with it, and he's completely apathetic about it, and now he's releasing the movie in very much a very similar fashion as this. So on the set of The Crow, um, Brandon Lee, the son of Bruce Lee, gets murdered in the same way that a movie that his father did when he gets married. Let me spell that out because I don't know if I said that correctly. So essentially, he gets shot allegedly by a blank, and the blank allegedly kills him. Sound familiar? Again,
Mm-hmm.
Alec Baldwin.
Yeah.
I was supposed to be a blank, but it was a real bullet, and it's not my fault. And you're just a bunch of haters.
Somehow.
Right. So, but when Bruce Lee was murdered, and this was a big thing, I mean, pretty much the guy at his funeral, there's tons of people, I showing up to idolize the guy, and decades after idolizing him like some kind of far east saint. And he, to some degree, he changed the culture worldwide. Still has to this day. Jeet of Taekwondo. Jeet of
Taekwondo.
sorry. Sorry. No, it's the Tao of Jeet Kune Do. The Tao of Jeet Kune Do
Oh.
is something. Yeah, it's a book that he wrote that those who are in martial arts are very familiar with, but nobody's ever heard of the Tao of Christ. They've heard of the Tao of Jeet Kune Do. Nobody's heard of the Tao of Christ. Also in China, written by a Chinese Christian saint, Orthodox saint, but nobody's heard of that one. So, yeah. So where am I going with this? So basically, the movie that he did, he's known for Enter the Dragon being the last movie, but in all reality, he was already, while that was being released, he was already working on his next movie, Game of Death. Oh, interesting title for that. And they were already shot the action sequences with Bruce Lee. Huh. That's interesting. So you shoot the most dangerous scenes with your star, not the easy stuff, and save the dangerous stuff for last in case he gets injured, like Jackie Chan does. Or usually that's the industry standard. These were, except for Enter the Dragon, I believe that was a U.S. production. The rest were Chinese productions, so who knows. But in that movie, basically, Game of Death, Bruce Lee's character is a Hollywood star, and he's getting pushed around by the mob, and he's not bending knee to the mob, and so they kill him. How? By on set putting in a real bullet instead of a blank and killing him. And he comes back from the death and to get revenge on his murderers, so to speak. He doesn't. Yeah, he somehow survives the bullet. And so his son dies a questionable manner, and now we've got Alec Baldwin and all this weird coincidences, and it's creepy to me. I went off on a bit of a boring tangent. I'm being a bit of a nerd over here. My bad. But yeah, I just my point was that the influence that Bruce Lee had after his death. That was my point. Was that suddenly everyone is named Bruce Lee. We had Bruce Lee with one E. We had Bruce Lee with EI. We had Bruce Lee. We had 2 or 3 black Bruce Lees. Everyone's Bruce Lee. But yeah, again, in the 80s, we had Chuck Norris, Jackie Chan, the Kung Fu movies. We had the Kung Fu movie craze, the dumb movies that became a thing. And so
I actually liked Jackie Chan.
Yeah.
I actually liked that his movies at least didn't have like pornography and things like that. But then, I remember being disappointed. So that means that he probably started showing off women half naked or whatever, which didn't happen in the movies. I remember they were more family friendly.
Mm.
But yeah, certainly there was a kung fu push. I remember even thinking, oh, that's sort of cool. Like, look at how they fight. And um that well, I'm also going on a tangent, but yeah, that movie, The Drunken Master.
Oh yeah, there you go.
I actually thought that was funny. I actually liked that movie, but yeah, I
Yeah.
can see that they were pushing at that time Chinese things with Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan. Yeah.
Including drunkenness and
Hmm.
evolution, the drunken monkey style. Ooh, here's the.
Yeah, that's true.
So it just so happens, just recently, a few years ago, he went public that he supports the CCP, and they made him his poster boy. Thank you, America.
Of
All right.
course.
So yeah, he's sorry.
No, I just said of course.
Yeah. So yeah, he's another one, just like Bruce Lee started with China, but Jackie Chan really made his prominence with the American movie industry, and then went back to China and put a thumb in US's eye. So yeah, I mean, there you go. As a wise man once put it.
Am I right or am I right or am I right? Right.
There you go. There you go.
All right. All right. So let's go on to, let's see, CCP. We talked about the imperial oppression. Chiang Kai-shek, who got chased off. He was I guess McCarthy is the enemy according to mass media. He built up Japan. Japan needs to be thankful to him. Helped build up China to some degree, but they got just him and his Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek, easy for me to say. They got chased off. He got expelled to Taiwan, and they say he became a communist dictator in Taiwan after that. So who knows? Maybe the Chinese were right. But like many nations, they chased off colonialism by welcoming in communist Russia and communism. So we see that coming. And then again, a lot of the libtards today are going, "Oh, we got the new communism." Every nation had the new communism. Albania, I mean, the list goes on and on and on. All of them had the new communism. We know how that turned out. Let's see, imperial person, we know that China is dominating right now. Everything is made in China. Oh, by the way, Lily, I didn't. That reminds me. I didn't change the closing. Apologies ahead of time. That little toy, yeah, it's got written on it, made in China. It's actually an ancient Chinese toy, just so people know. I've talked about that in one of my streams before, and to premise what I'm going to be using. But yeah, I mean, just basically their deviation, their pagan roots, their deviation from God is overwhelmingly evident through the centuries. And I say that with the assumption that we're all from Adam and Eve, going to those biblical stories. I take those literally personally. So I feel like those people are descendants of Cain. I could be wrong. Maybe that's, I don't know, wrong. I don't know. But I find it interesting that they tend to worship nature and have deviated from God's law, at least in my mind. Yeah, so their advancements in China, we'll get into that after the show. I've got a few clips, about a half dozen things I'll share with you guys after the movie, which we're going over 2 hours already, but I'll still do the movie. But we'll talk about, the China's advancements, their influence in media, even in Sony. Sony's huge in media right now. It's trying to buy up everything. Chinese have bought up everything. The English abroad companies, like the teaching foreign English as a foreign language, those companies have all been bought up by China. So it's just they're dominating in every field. They're just dominating. China is taking over. Yeah, and they're very public about their wanting to get revenge. And I talked about the opium trade and how that's been pushed back. Maybe BRICS is behind it. Maybe China's behind it. Maybe not. But it's quite suspicious. And when you look at the jabs of the 2020 lockdown, the lethal serums, isn't it interesting that the Muslims were given a pass on everything?
Yeah. Well, I remember in Pakistan there was like some bridge that had like a picture of somebody important in Pakistan and some Chinese person, which I thought was super weird. Like,
Mm,
what is this? A Chinese man and and a Muslim man painted
yeah.
together on a bridge. Like, what is this?
Mm. Yeah, I mean, again, and during that phase, by the way, not only does Russia and China both have their own separate socialist media, they don't allow Facebook and all these other things. They have their own, and they push their own, especially China. Especially China is trying to push everything. But the serums, they also had their own serums individually, which is intriguing. By the way, the Israelis might have been the first to push the lethal serums as a dictate, but the Chinese were the first to push it on children, or their version of it.
Or you're talking about the disgusting.
Yeah,
Um,
what we call the jabs. I call them lethal
uh,
serums.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a whole shenanigans in the medical field in 2020 for me. I could see that it was a manufactured thing. Um, everything about it was weird. Um, the first, the physician trying to um, whistle uh, disappears. Then the place where an outbreak of a contagious disease somehow doesn't suffer from it, and then how much they profited from uh,
Mm,
tests and vaccines and gloves and masks, and then
mm,
um, vaccine companies demanding 75-year-old secrecy of the adverse effects of the vaccine, which, by the way, was uh, done in 5 years. Like, never a vaccine was tested and produced that fast. So everything about it was weird. Um, I had friends, microbiologist friends, sending me videos of um, like Chinese people with their bare hands just putting the cotton thing that was used for the test. Um, so it was not sterile, everything contaminated. And I had even a friend who opened one of those test packs under a microscope, and it was sealed. He opened it, put under the microscope, and showed that the test that was used in people had the virus in it. Genius.
mm. Yeah, I mean,
Very
you know,
smart.
it's interesting you said that, and thankfully, I my father wanted me to be a doctor. No big surprise to people because a lot of people out there have parents like that they want you to be a lawyer, doctor, something ambitious. And that was up my alley because I like to help people, and so I'm like, cool. And I invested myself in that as an adolescent, as a teenager. I went to volunteer at the hospital. We've talked about this in our last stream, I believe. But from that experience, I learned some things about medical procedures, including masks and how those should be handled. And so, as soon as they started doing you need to put a mask on protection.
Makes no sense.
Yeah.
Absolutely no sense. Yeah, people using fancy, pretty masks that, like, that you touch, it's over. You touch on it, it's over. And even what was his name? The poster guy in the U.S.
Fauci.
Yeah,
Fauci.
even Fauci. There's this audio of him saying that the masks don't work, literally.
Oh, I thought I had an image of him. Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, there's the popular viral image of him being at a baseball game, but him and his companion is not wearing a mask, just letting him hang, just putting him on for photo ops. We saw that throughout, all of them doing that. But yeah, one of my favorite memes of that time was some famous actor who played Spider-Man. He's doing his goofy smile that he does, and under it says, "So the masks protect you from a micro something the other." I can't remember exactly what it says. In the bottom, it says, "If I fart in Walmart, can you still smell it?" Sorry, that's a bit crude, but yeah. So basically, yeah, the masks, as you know, Lily, they're not. There's something they're supposed to be for temporary use for people, for surgeons while they have an open wound to protect the person from some things. And then again, that's only. I mean, they go through that area alone is already supposed to be germ free. They go through all this pressure air thing and all this stuff just to be a sanitary area to begin with. So that's just extra caution. So let's say, forgive me, a booger doesn't fall out or something to that effect. It's not really still protecting the open wound, but it's just a little extra layer. And after that, you're supposed to take it and toss it. At
Hmm.
least we did that back in the day.
Yeah.
So even then, it's a temporary use and so on and so forth. And yet they went from that to muzzling everyone, and then doing, as someone as looking at the patterns of mass media, this whole number 6. I know the gematria people are like, oh, yeah, you gematria person. it's interesting. I find this rhetoric on the internet. These people pushing, oh, well, you shouldn't believe in gematria, and their argument is basically, and just like they're talking about with their Zionism. That's their argument for anyone who speaks about the Jews. And that's it. That's all they got. They got this liberal, what's the word I'm looking for? This offensive, belligerent behavior is their full argument against these things. So please do not write off gematria completely because of those people. Please stop. Just please stop buying into what the internet is peddling. But my point is this. Why 6 feet apart? Where did that magic number come from? Is it like Sigma 6 Motorola? Look into Sigma 6 Motorola. Sigma 6 Motorola was the company. They are the proliferators of cell phones, of the mobile gulags. And they became a consultant firm. They sold their assets, became a consultant firm, telling other mobile companies how to do things. And their standard of maximum efficiency was called Sigma 6. They blame the Greeks for it, of course. Sigma 6. What is that? That is maximum efficiency of 96.66%. Look it up for yourself. How did they come up with these numbers? How did they come up with 6 feet apart? How is that measured? How is that scientific? And then they called it social distancing, dialectics. Social distancing?
Distancing, yeah. It's that's like gathering distance.
Right.
It makes no sense.
Right. And then came the jabs. Around October, and I know this because I was watching an NFL football game. Back then, I was still somewhat a fan of Aaron Rodgers because he quoted St. Francis of Assisi, a Catholic saint, who said, preach the gospel always, use words if you have to. And that was in about almost 2 decades now, an interview that he did. At any rate, so I was watching a football game. I was on Facebook on this important game. I can't remember what. And during commercials or whatever, I was getting back on Facebook. And at that time, I could see the censorship coming. Of those of us who had a Facebook group, we're called to have this big meeting by Facebook. How things are now going to change. And this was during the lockdown, 2020, October, a late lockdown. And so I was like, man, I need to start putting this stuff out there. The stuff that I've been holding off because I don't want to get completely banned. It's time to start doing. And during that, I also put the message out to my family members on Messenger, also, or Facebook. And again, I worked for Pfizer in the past, and I could see this lethal serum thing coming. I heard something from somewhere online. I don't know, can't remember what. I'd actually, in 2019, by the way, 2019, before the lockdown, I started writing both a movie script from 2005, where back then I was forced health insurance was the premise or the background of that script, and I'd put it on the shelf because I thought that was absurd, that people wouldn't buy it, and so I waited for some better idea, and 5 years later, Barack Hussein Obama was talking about Obamacare. But anyway, so 2019, I took that same script and was like, oh, they're going to start forcing vaxes. And so I made that as the background for that script, as well as coming up with an idea for a children's book in 2019. And I know that because I forgot all about it, but I found the documents later. So mass media was already priming us, getting us ready for this massive lockdown subliminally. So yeah, watching this October 20 NFL game, having worked for Pfizer and seeing how they, preach the Japanese Sun Tzu art of war in their business meetings. Pfizer, I was working for a Pfizer subsidiary making hospital beds, and that's what they were doing in their business meetings. And I had enough of that in their press practices. So I put it all together. I was like, you know what? It's soon Pfizer, again, this is lockdown. Pfizer is going to be forcing people to take a serum, and it's not going to be good for you. And so I got onto Messenger in my family group, and I told my family members, I try to make it as vague as I can, because as a Christian, many of them are calling me a lunatic. And so I'm trying to make it as vague as I can, and I basically told them, invest in Pfizer stock, and when you realize it's blood money, dump it. That's all I put. And so then I go back to watching the football game, and then another commercial, and I come back on. I see a friend of mine, a priest's wife. She mentioned something about somebody doing some kind of pedophilia thing, and so I saw someone else on the feed posting something about one of the politicians being, allegedly involved in Stein. Before that came out, Stein, the pedophilia thing, and an image of him kissing a little black girl. And I shared what they posted with a person agreeing what they were saying, and within a minute, Facebook kicked me out. And and they wouldn't even let me get back on. They made me do a face recognition and still wouldn't let me get back on. And to this day, I can't even look at anything related to Facebook. They've completely locked me out. So,
If
and
I'm
then,
not, if I'm sorry,
let me
but
just,
yeah,
hold your
no,
thought.
go
Let me
on.
just, so I don't
Yeah,
forget,
go
but
on.
please hold your thought. Like, I want to hear what you have to say, but so don't forget about that message I sent to my family members. I've asked everyone I can. None of them received that message.
Hmm. Yeah,
So
that's
was
interesting. Now, I
Yeah,
was going to say that if I remember correctly, Pfizer was one that asked for a 75-year um, secrecy of the adverse effects of the vaccine. But I mean, it's obvious that biological warfare is a thing, and certainly they're working. Um, they don't want viruses. I think they're going for bacteria, and so that they can sell antibiotics. And if I had to guess, they're probably going for rabies. If I had to take a guess, um, that's probably what they're trying to get at. And Lord have mercy, because
yeah.
they will stop at nothing, because it's like, imagine if somebody is managing the Colosseum, right? And then they sell the gladiators, and they also sell the people, the martyrs. They profit both ways. They profit from the
Mm,
one winning and from the one losing. It doesn't matter. And so, yeah, uh, I would guess for sure that COVID was just an experiment, just to see a little bit. And
right.
now um, they're not gonna keep working on viruses, because our body can get rid of viruses, but bacteria, harder, much harder. And then certainly they're gonna go for viruses for diseases that are lethal. Uh,
Mm.
the
Yeah. And,
most lethal, the better, because then you need their whatever they're giving you, or
mhm,
die.
yeah.
And so, yeah, people need to be prepared.
Yeah. And we're going all over the place, but that's okay. This is an important topic because we're still living in it. To date, just recently, my mother's in a nursing home. Not happy about that, but not much I can do about it. But I had my sister and her new medical care person, who seemed like a packy, but seemed like a liberal packy from what she was wearing. Some article of clothing. Again, I'm judging by a book, but give me some leeway here. Um, and so while I was there on the phone with my mother, she was unaware that I was there or whatever. She started pushing these new versions of the lethal serums in a pill form on my mother in a nursing home. They also put them in lockdown still. They also put muzzles on them and put them in isolation to date. They do this with children in schools in America. And so while I was there, I'm like, what? And I let her have it. I was like, blah, 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 blah. You dare give this to my mother, I'm suing your ass. And not only your organization, but you specifically. And she got scared, but right before that, she was like, well, yeah, I think I heard something about that, like talking about what we're discussing, how they're not only not 100% safe and effective, but they're doing all this damage. Oh, I think I heard something about that. Wait a minute, you're a medical profession, and you think you heard something about that? What, are you kidding me? So these Packies, forgive me, give or take, liberals are killing the elderly. and doing their tequila,
Yeah.
yeah.
And you want to know what? Yeah, you want to know what was worse? I um I spent the entire COVID working only for COVID. So I mean, I'm somewhat experienced, and the patients were fine. Um, but the people who got bad were people with multiple comorbidities. They had heart failure, high blood pressure,
Mhm.
diabetes,
Yeah.
nothing controlled, lung disease. Um, fair enough. So they're sick, but the other people were just panicking for no reason, and
Mass media influence,
and
in addition to.
yeah, and my job was more psychological than
Yeah.
actually medical, and telling people that there were people taking, and the medical professionals bought that too, which is worse. Um, Giving antibiotics for what? It's a virus, isn't it? Why are you giving antibiotics for? Just to increase resistance and harm even more? And they frowned upon me a little bit, but my patients saw that it was fine. I didn't let my parents take a bunch of jabs, and me neither. And I wasn't sick. I wasn't sick at all. If I had
Yeah.
it, I don't even know. And now, when a patient comes to me and he has some weird thing not expected on a healthy individual, all of a sudden then I ask, how many doses have you
It's,
taken? And then they say 4, 5, and
yeah.
you start seeing those things. A completely abnormal deep vein thrombosis on young, healthy people,
Oh, Lord
heart
have mercy.
attacks. Yeah, heart attacks on young people for no reason. And yeah, it's terrible. W- uh, if I had children, I would personally remove them from school if the school wouldn't accept the child without the vaccine.
Yeah. The new
Yep.
norm. And again, the lockdown was the great reset.
Yeah.
Everyone keeps talking about 2030, but and then there's this 2025 agenda. And it's all the 2020 was the lockdown. Worldwide, we all did the same thing. We're all under the same punishment,
Hmm.
just for existing, give
Yeah.
or take.
Closing churches. Closing churches.
Right. And that's why I'm irate with the church right now. I need to. I still struggle with bearing the hatchet, but I need to see leadership get held accountable. Uh, those leaders
Yeah,
that did
because
that
they
must be defrocked.
accepted. Yeah. People who accepted the lockdown, they should be, receive some stern words and not fall for this again.
Mhm. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the reason why I say they should be defrocked. Not so much out of revenge, but this evil needs to stop because the next thing on the plate is the green agenda. Oh, by the way, what is the nickname for decades now of the patriarch in Constantinople? The Green Bishop. Sure as I'm sitting here, he's going to be pushing the green agenda if he isn't already. All right. So yeah, and then let me do a couple things here to kind of transition to a couple things I want to touch upon on the back of this discussion. What you mentioned earlier, look but don't see. That's you're hear but not listen. Okay, so you've said that on the thing about watching television or movies, or and doing it in a way that we're not really acknowledging what we're seeing, what we're witnessing. Let me just say, your kind of question, is it just me? What's going on here? As an instructional designer, and I'm going to pat myself on the back and saying I'm really good. Booz Allen Hamilton, head consultant, was praising me for my understanding of the whole methodology. And I'm saying that to validate what I'm going to say. It's the same after, but for those who are listening, I'm telling you what I'm saying is not just conspiracy theory and pulling it on my wahoo. I know what I'm talking about here. This is one of the most, if not the most, passive activities you can do. Passive activity. Watching movies, watching television. What do I mean by that? I mean that you are passively just sitting there and doing nothing but taking in information. Literally doing nothing but taking in information. You're passively being indoctrinated. That is by design. Now, I don't know if that was their intent. I'm not saying that. I'm just giving you the fruits. I'm just giving you the facts. All you have to do, and back then the TV was the big thing, but now it's the cell phones. Cell phones is just as bad, if not worse. But back then, I would say all you have to do is walk into a room where people are watching television, and you can see their mouths agape. Let me put a
Mesmerized.
Mesmerized, yeah. It completely like in a hypnotic state. And whether that's whether that was intentional or not doesn't matter. We're talking about the implications here, the fruits. Let me take all this stuff down so people can see. And this is actually from a really bad Batman sequel, but it's spot on. And so, yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of examples for this, but yeah, the mouth agape like this actor is what you see. Now, I've been guilty of it. I do it myself. I've seen it all my life in people, and it's quite fascinating to watch other people. But you see that with cell phones now. People are just completely one with their cell phones. Cyborg zombie goats, and the parrot. And
I'm sorry. Every time you put that goat on, I laugh. I'm sorry. It's funny.
Yeah. Well, that was the intention. Thank you. That's actually common. That was the intention. I was trying. I mean, I do want to, be entertaining and be funny. That's my nature. To make light of things, even as tragic as it is. But maybe I should put this on. Let me change the background to this.
Did you make that goat head?
It's so good.
Thank you.
It's really
Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Let me remove it. I lost where it's at now. Oh, there it is. Okay. So get you guys back up here. All right. So yeah. But yeah, my point is this: that the conditioning is real. It's not just theoretical and all that. And I'm telling you again, as an instructional designer, very good at my craft, very, very good. It's doing some serious damage. And you look at the nun study from the 80s, David Snowden, not to be confused with the whistleblower, David Snowden. You see, he did a nun study, nuns of Notre Dame, who actually gave their brains to science. From that study, it was a longitudinal study. It was a life study of the nuns. You could see that they were living healthy lifestyles physically, but they were also using their brains. The brain, you can think of it as a muscle. If you don't use it, you lose it. And that's what's happening. And I'm also been, let's say, victimized by it. The biggest offender, the biggest suckers of it, of always using Googling it. Use search engine, I don't use Google. At any rate, same difference. Instead of using this synapses, the natural processes of my brain, and trying to recollect something and forming the ideas in my head and then expressing those, I instantly want to press the button and go to internet. And now they're literally micro devices into our brains where that does that. We're now connected to the internet, and that's exactly. I knew what the jamming of the devices in the brain was about. Us warning people. That's why I go around all the time reminding people www equals 666 in Hebrew. They're putting the 666 in our brains literally. We're constantly on wiki. We become Wikians. This is not okay. You need to, if it costs you your life, it's got to be better. It's got to be better than existing, being the living dead.
Haven't you noticed that even with the short amount of time that AI technology has been out, it's caused such a drastic
Yeah.
effect on the population? Like even kids in school, they're just relying on AI to write their reports, and
Oh Lord, have
like
mercy. I should have.
the path that we're going on, it's gonna be like the Wall-E movie. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
if you think about it, it's coming to that because even Elon Musk is trying to create civilization on Mars, and
Yeah.
it's crazy,
And
man.
even in our circles, the Christian apologists, the Trumponians, all excited about Doge. Doge is going to save us. Doge, Doge. They're ushering in the Antichrist. They're ushering in the Antichrist. These are, whether or not they realize it or not, they're being the wolves in sheep's clothing. They need to stop. Just put their faith back in Christ and do what He commanded. Love God with all your being and take care of each other. Love yourself. Don't. If you love yourself, would you dare put this crazy device into your brain so you could be on the internet all the time?
I think
Well,
that your connection.
sorry, come again? I didn't get the
Yeah,
last part here.
yeah, I couldn't hear either.
Okay, so you can still hear me? All right, so let me just say, I'm glad Hayden brought that up. So that's part of the things I wanted to cover after the movie, but since we're talking about it, even Quentin Tarantino recently is also promoting. Everyone in our circles has been promoting AI, and I hate it. ChatGPT was the first thing. They're the ones that made it popular in our own circles. For the love of God, you people, what are you doing? I got an a tiff backstage with one of the poster boys, like bringing this AI music. Which again, if you lower your bar, then you could say, okay, it's good by those standards. I mean, you got to be floor level. But it's kind of like forgive me, a mentally challenged child, and it's saying, "Oh, look, the mentally challenged child can speak. Isn't that awesome?" But they're going on like, "Whoa, check this out, the AI music. Isn't this awesome?" No. At
Yeah,
best, it's
not.
elevator music. At best. Sorry, go ahead.
No, yeah, it's the so yeah, they people I have seen this, and it's what young people are doing, using AI to learn everything, including about Christianity. Lord have mercy. Um, and they always grab the people who are more skeptical. They still grab us, I'd say, by why it's a useful tool. Sure, if you're getting some type of confirmation of something that you already know, not something to teach you. And there is even when I use AI to just to let's say I get a video, then I get the translation, not the translation, the transliteration of the dialogue, and then I simply use AI to correct the punctuation and orthography, basically, which is, I mean, everybody would say, well, that's fine. But you know what's funny? ChatGPT already puts stuff like after the name of Muhammad, it puts by itself, peace be upon him, after. Like that wasn't there. So what's up with this? Like it's adding now. So It's possible for AI to have a bias. Yes, guys. Yes.
Hmm.
Technology is used by people, and people have biases. And it's really dangerous for people to see AI as this unbiased thing because it's a robot. No, no, it's not. And it's just it's just sad. I have been seeing I have been opposed to children having cell phones ever since cell phones existed.
Yeah.
And I was a kid, and I saw it, and I was like, no, but that's not like we should be playing. We should be doing other things. Um, and I don't know how I was aware of that at that age, but I was, and I could see that it would progress to a point where we are now, where uh, Coco Melon is the one that is something that you put for your children to watch, so you don't have to take care of them. Lord have mercy.
Yep.
And um giving devices to children, to toddlers, like how can a 2-year-old know where to press to open YouTube?
Hmm.
My goodness. And
Yeah.
You,
youtube kids YouTube kids should not be trusted, which is funny because they censor all sorts of good things on adults YouTube, but YouTube kids, I have seen disgusting things there.
hmm
It's you can't be a parent and want to be exempt of the work and the trouble and the responsibility of parenting. What are you having kids for? They're not pets. Like you have some responsibility. Like be a parent, go play with your child. um I'm sorry, I get worked
No, that's
up
great.
about this because
Get it. Preach it. Preach it.
um adults have
it's
been wronging
true.
children for yeah, I shouldn't be, but uh, parents have been neglecting their children for so long that now these children are teenagers, and it's only going to get worse if we don't, go back. Let's learn how to cook. Let's learn how to preserve food at times of war. Let's learn how to depend the least amount of possible on technology. um, Men, let's learn how to build a cabin in the woods. Let's learn how to work a field. Let's learn how to get back to living uh, off grid, because um, yes, it's convenient. Yes, it's a bit hypocritical because I'm using technology right now to speak, but at some point, I fear that we'll need to sort of go rogue and
Mm.
just get off any type of um,
Get off the
social
grid.
media. Yeah, get off grid. And in order to survive, in order to have a family with actual human beings,
Right.
I actually fear that that's like a real thing. I'm
Well, it's
preparing
yeah,
for it. I'm still
yeah,
using YouTube to learn those things, and I'm
good, good,
learning
good.
them, and I'm actually writing them down on a notebook so that
Good.
if I go offline, I still have access to those things. And I think it's something important I wanted to say. But
Yeah.
yeah,
No, that's great. Thank you for saying all that. Hayden, did you have something you want to add to that?
I was just gonna say I've witnessed kids. What? Forgive me. What is your name, by the way?
Lily.
Lily. Okay. What Lily said about kids, they don't even. They're so young and they're on YouTube, and how do they know what to press? I had an ex-girlfriend and her nieces were like probably 2 years old, maybe even younger. They nonverbal, but they knew how to play these games and like respond, and it was just unbelievable, you know, like they can't even speak, but yet they can comprehend this kind of technology. It's kind of a scary thing, you know.
Hmm. Yeah, that's
Yeah, and
great.
that
Yeah.
happens again. That happens. You uh, that happens because uh, these things being pushed. The reason one of the reasons why they work is because they work in synergy. Ironically, as that is, they work in synergy with our nature. We were made so our brains are made to apprehend meaning, and meaning is not verbal. People seem to think that it's only through spoken language, but it's not. In linguistics, we have something called natural language. So you look at the sky and it's cloudy, you receive information that it might rain, so you get an umbrella. You actually change your behavior based on that information. And so um, we are our brains are machines to apprehend meaning in every through all the senses, and so they use that against us. They use the fact that we can uh, comprehend things even before we're told anything, and they use against our children. They use the fact that we adapt and use it against us to push things slowly so
Yes.
that we accept them.
Yes.
And and it's just, I know it's a sort of like a paranoid way of living, but at this point I think it's necessary. I think
Well,
you need to see the 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 danger of every single thing and consider it like
right.
deeply,
Yeah. So
because
just let me jump in
if you
here. Just
project things into the future, then when I saw Terminator, I actually understood that that was a thing. It was going to be a thing,
right.
you know. Um, and it's just there's a saying in a song that it says, these people, if Jesus wouldn't come back, they'd create a clone.
Well,
Some
that
people will
that
not
may be coming.
stop,
Right.
and
Yeah,
we
that may be
need
coming.
to be aware of that.
Yeah.
They they've they've got no. They need to repent.
Right.
Uh,
Absolutely. I
that
mean, but
that's
they're
that.
completely invested in the world and saying they don't care about repentance. And yeah, that may be
Yeah.
coming. I mean, this whole Musk thing and all that. Um, yeah, I mean that's been that was part of my prediction of their revelations. I'm not an expert in all this, but and I'm not going to repeat it. But basically, there's some suspicions that someone is going to get murdered, and they will be brought back in tech fashion, some kind of abomination to God that is a manifestation of this kind of thing. And so, yeah, and people will be like, "Oh, wow, look at the science; it has powers," and they'll be led to the Antichrist
Yep.
that way.
Yep.
So let me just say a couple things there. First, let me address the thing that used the word paranoid. I would say that that would be unfair, in that paranoia, kind of like phobia, like the word phobia is being used, paranoia. We shouldn't be scared that we're being paranoid when the evidence around us is overwhelming. I don't
Yep.
think that that can be considered, in all fairness, paranoia.
Yeah. It's not in the strict sense. Yeah, I used it loosely,
Yeah, yeah.
but
I mean, I just want to point that out for you.
thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, for the audience especially. Yeah, I mean, I fall in that trap myself. Am I like we talked about this? Am I just taking things too far? Am I wrong? But we just got to be honest with ourselves, and that's what you mentioned earlier. And I want to get back to that. Look, but don't see is what you said, and this is how we got onto this conversation. But then hear, but not listen. That's actually a movie line from a very popular movie from the '90s.
Hmm.
White men can't jump. And that was
Hmm.
Wesley Snipes, extremely racist. Woody Harrelson, absolute libtard. and they were doing a movie where they had this big dialogue, let's say this monologue, really this rhetoric with this actress. I forgot her name now. I had a crush on her back then too. I forgot her name. Her character, her nickname was Chiquita Banana, so it's something Hispanic. But I can't remember where she's from or who she was. Oh, Rosie Perez. Rosie Perez. There we go. But at any rate, so Wesley Snipes' character is actually no, I'm sorry. Yeah, Woody Harrelson's character is dating Rosie Perez, and so Wesley Snipes is giving them relationship advice, and they're listening. They're riding in his car or something to that effect, listening to music, and he's like, you don't. He's giving advice. You don't listen to your woman. He's going. It's like this music. It's like Jimi Hendrix, and now we're pushing the Jimi Hendrix communist idol there. You don't hear Jimi Hendrix. You only listen. I'm sorry, no, you don't listen to Jimi Hendrix. You only hear it or something to that effect. I might be getting it backwards, but yeah, hear but don't listen, or listen but don't hear. But I think it's hear but don't listen. You hear the music, but you're not listening to the music. You're not listening to what Jimi Hendrix is selling. You're not listening to what he's saying, right? Pushing that ideology. But also pushing the whole feminist thing that the men need to completely subjugate themselves voluntarily to a woman and every whim that a woman has. We need to listen. What was going on there? Yeah, where am I going with all this? Basically, what we're talking about here, just basically being honest with ourselves. I think that's an important thing. That comes actually from the new bishop, by the way, of Albania. We had, as a group, a sit down with them, and I was blessed to have that in exchange with him. That guy, and I could be wrong, but he may be a saint, or I don't know, maybe not. I don't know, but he's powerful one way or another.
I've heard things about him too. I think he was originally from Mount Athos.
Oh, no kidding! I don't know that. Interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's quite profound. He's quite something. I had quite another spiritual awakening, and he played a role in that too, to some degree. But he had this talk with us about, when it comes to sin, listen in, grace alone, people. When it comes to sin, you have to be honest with yourself, not just with the public, but with yourself. That's the hardest thing. And what we're talking about here is giving into the world and not being honest with ourselves about what we're seeing. So, to that end, Hayden, can I put you on the spot for a reading? I hate when people do this to other people on other channels, but since you're here, yeah, would you mind reading this Bible quote?
Let me read it here.
It's on screen.
Zoom in on my screen.
Okay.
I tell you, in that night there shall be two men in one bed. The one shall be taken, and the other shall be left. Two women shall be grinding together. The one shall be taken, and the other left.
Okay. So let me ask you, what is the root of all evil?
I mean, the Bible says money.
Yes.
The love of
Thank
money.
you for saying that. Thank you.
The love of money. Yeah.
Thank you, Lily. Thank
we
you,
should
Hayden. God bless both of you. Perfect. And I actually did a short on this. And I too was a victim of this. I too, for the longest time, pretty much all my life, walked around saying money is the root of all evil. And only to this today, part of the reason I'm impoverished, extremely impoverished, is because I bought into that. You shall own nothing and be happy. God didn't say you should be poor. I mean, he said, follow me, leave your sandals. Sure. Be willing to give everything if you're rich and all that. But it's not about, well, you have to be poor to be Christian. That's wrong.
It's not a literal necessarily.
Yeah, I'll tell what I think about that. It's
All right, go ahead.
it's
But let's
the same thing about being pushed to Christians that. Oh, I'm sorry.
no, go ahead. It's fine. It's fine. Go for it.
So it's the same thing about pushing that Christians should be meek and give the other cheek. All right, fair.
Right.
I'll be meek, and I have two cheeks. Right? I run
right.
out. Eventually, you run out, and now like, how can you be as a man have power. How, you know, it's this. I understand the idea that I find it more as a calling for balance. And the way it's being pushed is unbalanced, like having money is necessarily bad. No, it's not. If you, Solomon was extremely wealthy. Um, Job was blessed with possessions as well, and they were, yes, Solomon had its his flaws, and Job as well, and David, but these men had power and they had resources. So the problem becomes when you put your trust in your resources rather than Christ, when you put your trust in your possessions rather than Christ.
Yeah.
And there's when you have an excess of wealth, I do believe that you should get rid of it and
Yeah.
give it to Christ in
Right.
whatever way you find that. Like, get rid of that excess. Nobody should be sitting on idle a fortune. But you also don't want to be in the position. Why would you be that if somebody asks for something, you're not able to give?
Exactly.
Why
Well
would
said.
you put yourself in a, yeah, why would you put in a, isn't it more blessed to
Right.
give than to have? Then by all
Amen.
means, God, give me and bless me with the blessing of having, just so I can give.
All right.
And that's fine, that's okay. Um and the same with power, and even
Mm.
physical power. If you want to protect a child from a beast, then don't you want to be strong?
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
Defend. Exactly.
sometimes, yeah, sometimes it's necessary to be strong and to be powerful and to be wealthy. The problem is just that when your heart turns from Christ and his kingdom and turn to the thing it's,
Yeah. Oh, it looks like sounds like we lost you for a minute. But
oh,
on
yeah,
that opportunity, I'll just jump in with this.
but not the money itself.
I'd buy that for $1.
All right. RoboCop. Kind of along the lines of what we're talking about here. But yeah, it nailed it. And exactly, and it's funny that you mentioned, money, the ability to give. It's funny, decades ago, my first spiritual father, who wasn't, in all reality, he was my spiritual father, but I didn't even know what a spiritual father was back then. But before I went to the seminary for the first time, um, he gave this speech to me. Basically, he let me know. He's the one that taught me that, again, like mass media tries, or not tries, has conditioned us to think that people with money are evil, by nature. He let me know that not everyone is who has money is evil. He says, yeah, it's difficult to be Christ-like when you have all these distractions. It becomes more difficult. But he says, Nico, you'll be surprised how many people are, how many of these rich people are giving, just like you said, are giving to their community. And that always stuck with me. And I saw that and understood that. At the time, I was upset again with the church for a different reason. Well, again, as mass media conditioned us, I was mad at them for always asking for money. Well, that's a God given thing, because as that man taught me, as I went with ride alongs with them, clergy are quite busy. They're quite responsible for a lot of families, if not thousands, which is usually the case, hundreds. You dedicate yourself to even a fraction of that, tens of people, fives and tens of people a week. Fives and tens of people, you dedicate take the responsibility of their well-being. How busy is that going to keep you? Now, these men are responsible for hundreds, if not thousands. They're always out there doing something. Yet the slander is to say that they're lazy, they do nothing, they get money for doing nothing. It's quite the opposite. Not only that, but on Sundays they didn't even get a day off. Sunday is the busiest day. Holidays, busiest days. So what's interesting is that my attitude, this as you and me, many of us have fallen victim to this mass media conditioning that money is evil, and that the church is usurers that take advantage of people. I'm not saying that. Unfortunately, there are some that do that. Unfortunately, especially where, but. And that's exploited. That's used. Anyways, I'm getting off on tangents. The point is that, look, I mean, I was mad at the church for that. I ended up benefiting from the church for that. To this day, I've got financial issues because of some exploitation to some degree. On the other hand, I'm also a victim of my own ego, where I, again, as I discussed earlier in this stream, how I took on the patriarch, how I took on the archbishop. I take on clergy. I have no shame and no humility when it comes to my approach. No inhibition, no filter. That's ego-driven, if I'm going to be honest with myself and with others. That's the ego-driven. That's the problem. So I too struggle with not being this person.
By the power of Grayskull.
Yeah.
Who was that lady in the video?
That was someone who was given the biggest stage in recent world history. I can't remember which denomination she's from, but she's a female bishop and one of those.
He looks
deviant.
Episcopalian.
Okay, yep, that sounds right. Yeah, I forgot her name, but basically she went on there and they did this theater about her attacking Trump and all this stupid stuff. Yeah, so, but again, these are deviations. I'm attacking the church and now I'm suffering. Here I am on the very thing that I hate, the internet, begging strangers for assistance, financial assistance. Me, who hated the church because they asked a God-given thing, read the Pentateuch. That is how the church functions, through donations. Because they're too busy doing things. They need that. They can't have Sorry, go ahead.
I was gonna just interject. Recently, I talked with an atheist and had a discussion, and he's very vocal about his hatred for Christ and Christianity. And I don't try to get into a heated debate with him, but I just mentioned, he was telling me, look at all these churches and look at how they're ornately decorated in gold and this and that, worth millions of dollars.
Right.
Don't you think they should just take all that and give it to feed the poor and, do all this philanthropy?
Right.
And I was
I had the
just
same
thinking about
argument.
it.
It's
Yeah.
funny. Go ahead.
But then I heard something else. It's like, there's always gonna be the poor. You give a man a fish,
Amen.
he'll eat for a day. Christ is trying to feed us eternally. You know what I mean?
Amen.
That eternal hunger. I
Yeah.
think that's what the church and it's like, the church is wealthy, but also look at in America, look at our hospitals. In the town I come from, they built 2 mega hospitals, millions and millions of dollars. They're decked out. They look like cathedrals, you know what I mean? And that's the world. So if the world's doing that, why can't we have the temple of God?
Yeah. Offer God our best.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well said. And it's funny because I too had the same argument using those same kind of words with this friend. I don't want to get off on another tangents, but basically, and we're sitting at a table in seminary, my first tour. And yeah, I was like, yeah, man, the church has got all its money, and why do they use it? Why do they? The icons. What do we need icons for? That was me talking. What do we need icons for? Or just take all those rich icons and just sell them and feed the poor. And a third person steps in, and he goes, "Well, I got a solution. You see, guys, so you two can stop arguing. I've got the perfect solution for you two. Why don't we just take the icons and then feed the icons to the poor?" Yeah, of course that's silly, but but yeah, I mean, yeah, you said it perfectly, man. I mean, this is going from Judaism. It's okay when the Jews do it, right? But when the Christians do it, all of a sudden it's a problem. Yeah, we're talking. We're not. Are we even talking about liquid assets? Is this stuff is invaluable? What do you sell it for? Even if you were going to sell it, but why sell it? Sell it for what? To give it to the world? We're offering our best to God.
Dude, these things are priceless,
Yeah. And then we're okay. So they see some deviance. Let's say, okay, some guy, like Jimmy Swagger, is driving around a Mercedes Benz or whatever the case may be. I mean, come on, man. You don't judge the thing. The deviance don't define the rule. The deviation does not define the rule.
Yeah, I'm back. I'll be right back again, but I just wanted
Okay,
to
no worries.
say that I'm still listening, and this reminds me of um, the moment where the woman was going to anoint Christ with the expensive perfume or
Well said.
balm. And then they said, well, this is expensive. Why don't you sell it and give the money to the poor? And Christ
Mm,
rebuked them and said, well,
yes.
the poor will always be here, but I won't. And I'm more precious. So, yeah,
Thank you. Yeah.
I'll
That
be right
actually
back.
showed.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's they showed that scene really well done. Mary Magdalene, with it was in Jesus of Nazareth TV miniseries. I had that clip. I showed it a couple of live streams ago. If you want to check that out, I can't remember. I might make that public too. I should make that public, but YouTube gives me all kinds of hell, so that's why I haven't done that yet. At any rate, but yeah, if let's go back here to a little bit, and as far as my argument, this argument, it's covetous, is it not? Again, is it not people in essence doing the anti-Christian thing by coveting people with things? I mean, it's not the clergy, for example, at least in the okay, no worries, at least in the West, in the U.S., they're required to have a Master of Divinity, if not, at the least, so they can be clergy. They put in a lot of work. I could tell you, I'm a career student. The most difficult thing I've done is seminary, by far, twice as hard as any other institution I've been part of. And I've been in an institution difficult to get into. Half the people fail, more than half. And not only that, I did well. But when I went to seminary, both times, I struggled mightily. Not easy. They overcome that. And again, the statistics is overwhelming to overcome that because of that. But they overcome that. They go out in the world. They take on all this responsibility, as I mentioned. At least hundreds of families are responsible for regularly, if not thousands. Compare that to other professions. And if they make some money, people are going to throw a fit. Are you kidding me? They don't earn it. They don't deserve it. How are they going to? First of all, how are they going to live if they're not making the money? First of all, how are they going to live? Why, your donations? Oh, you got a problem with them having donations too. How are they going to live? Oh, they get another job? Okay, well now they're no longer do the priestly job. Are they going to be a
right?
priest? Or are they going to do something else?
That's the problem with the OCA. I hear is a lot of those priests they just can't make it. They need to have a day job.
Oh yeah, because of smaller communities. They have smaller communities.
Yeah, but I knew a priest from the Greek archdiocese, and he told me he was making like 100K plus.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean those people and I'm talking about people. Now you're talking about a parish that's got how many thousands? We're talking about thousands upon thousands, where they have a couple of priests even. And so those donations add up. And, they're putting in their work. They do a lot of work. if you spend time with the priest, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Right now, for a lot of people, what I'm saying is just a bunch of words. A lot of people are just saying, "Oh, I'm
Oh
just making
yeah.
things up." Yeah, but
Well, think
yeah, go
about
ahead.
it too. They're responsible. They're gonna on the day of judgment, they're gonna have all those souls on their hands. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah. And well, I think it was the last live stream. I talked about my panic attack when I was again in my first tour in seminary, the second year, when they put that cross around me to get me used to that responsibility. Wasn't familiar with the ceremony, nothing of that. Again, raised in America and didn't know anything about orthodoxy, blah blah blah. They put that on me, and instantly, unexpectedly, I had my first one of two panic attacks. The other one was induced by someone who was being evil. At any rate, I had a panic attack because instantly that responsibility became real for me. Without my,
Mm.
again, kind of like my experience, my spiritual awakening with the Tai Chi that I mentioned. It was much like that, except in a better way, Christ grounded way. I was, I had my ass hanging in the wind. I wasn't well grounded in the faith. And so when they put that responsibility on me, I went into shock. It's
What
very
was
real.
that? What was that panic attack like?
Just
What
ran out
did
of
you go
breath.
through?
I ran out of breath and I had to go outside. And someone came out. And to this day, I think that guy who came out came to see if I'm okay. Just recently, might be saying too much here, but I think he tried to get me a job with the, and I could be wrong. This is just guesswork. But given his current position and what he does, I think he was the one that was involved in trying to get me a job with NATO or the U.S. Department of Defense. Sorry, I'm still laughing at that. But yeah, it's quite interesting how these things come kind of full circle. But anyway, yeah, why do you ask about the panic attack?
I was just curious of what you went through when you had that experience with the cross being the
Yeah,
weight of
no,
the weight of
yeah.
the cross. And that's kind of symbolic too, in a way.
But it's also, again, how fragile I've been. How unwilling I've been to take on a responsibility, and I'm ashamed of it. But I'm speaking of it for everyone else's benefit. Be bold, have faith, stay grounded. Another thing that I failed to do was keep on my personal prayer rule. Something that the way of the pilgrim, not to be confused with the Pilgrim's Tale. The way of the pilgrim talks about, praying unceasingly in that venture, and he talks about the story in the middle where he goes into this religious family and they're doing all these religious activities, and he keeps putting off his personal prayer rule because he keeps doing these other religious things with these other religious people. And the experience for me in seminary was exactly like that. I didn't heed to the warnings before I went in there. My spiritual father and others warned me, keep your prayer rule. And I was like, okay, well, in vanity, ego, I was like, okay, well, I'm above these things. And so I didn't keep my personal prayer rule. I was doing all these religious things. And I left myself susceptible. And the end of story, I left seminary early. That's why I had 2 tours at seminary. Oh, boy. Anyway, I went off on tangents, but I want to go back. The conditioning is very real. It's, again, something I've struggled with all my life and to this day still do. But Lily mentioned this earlier. Wally. Let me show you this scene.
Attention, Axiom shockers. Try blue. It's the new red. Ooh.
Yeah, just imagine we don't even have to push a button anymore coming soon. Or some people. I'll be damned if I partake. I'm not looking forward to, but I'm ready to die of starvation than, accept any of that jazz. But the problem is this. It's what we talked about, this, not being honest with ourselves. Not being honest with ourselves. That's the problem. Now, not only is it conditioning, it's a voluntary conditioning with his mobile cell phones, but now it's implanted in us, or will be, and we have no choice. Things will be pushed into us. And when we want to access things, it'll be a wiki. It'll be the online Bible. And what you just read, Hayden, now let me ask you this. Verse 34 here. I tell you, in that night there shall be 2 men in one bed. The one shall be taken, the other shall be left. Are you familiar with that verse?
It's the left behind verse. You know,
Yeah.
I think a lot of people quote it to support the teaching that in the last days, the rapture. That's the word I'm looking for, the
Mm.
rapture.
Okay. Well, let me just say that again, with the whole money being the root of all evil, this actually is a verse in this digital Bible Gateway. This is the King James version, by the way. I was actually doing this with Phil live. When we did it, this was not in the King James version in Bible Gateway that night. I wish I had a recording of that so you guys can see it, so I can share it with you. He's a witness to that. We sat down. Okay, well, let's take a look at this. And so I learned some things about Bibles that night from him, actually, which I wasn't aware of, and that kind of was made me uneasy. But these digital Bibles are a detriment, and this is why. This line does not exist in the Bible. The digital Bibles have added it. This says something else in the regular Bible. I don't have one completely handy to me right now. Do you have a Bible handy by any chance, Hayden? A print Bible, I mean, not a digital one?
I'd have to get it out. I have all my stuff packed away right
Okay,
now.
don't worry about it. I've got one in the corner. All right, let me run and grab my Bible so we can do this live. While I'm doing that, forgive me for this annoying video, but this is a time killer. Oh, by the way, yeah, shilling moment. I'm trying to raise. Let's say at this point, I've had a couple people donate. Now it's about 170. I'll pay for the rest. If you can donate Patreon, I've got about 10 days left for that before my annual subscription runs out. That way I can keep this live stream
Can
going.
you put the Patreon link in the
Yeah,
comments or
good.
something?
Yeah. Thanks, man. Yeah, let me do that real quick. Tools. Yeah, it'll take me a couple of clicks.
How are you doing with the streaming service? Are you gonna be able to make it?
Well, if I can't raise the money, then I'll just discontinue live streaming and just do edited videos. It'll be 1 to 2 a month. But outside of StreamYard, I've tried this before I went out to StreamYard, and I'm having all kinds of tech issues. So it's just not going to work out. Otherwise, I could be
Could
wrong.
you just switch just to YouTube streaming?
Yeah, but I mean, then I won't be able to do the watch parties. I won't be able to do the multi-streaming.
Oh, I
be,
see. They don't
yeah,
have those features.
yeah. And the same thing with the free versions. All of a sudden, I'm extremely limited. I can't do these things. So that's the problem. All right. So let me play this video. Sorry, I apologize again. The link, I believe, yeah, I just put it in the chat. Thanks for reminding me, Hayden, for my Patreon. If you're able to, if you're not, don't. Glory be to God. I've got other projects that I need to be working on. But either way, this makes me happy. I feel like I'm doing what I'm supposed to be here, but maybe not. I don't know. Maybe that's why this door is closing. We'll see. But yeah, let me run my Bible. Let me play this annoying video. I'll be right back in a minute. All right. Okay, so let's take a look. Just so you guys can see, this is Luke 17:34. Now, I've got an old print Bible, King James. It's one of those lavender King James Bibles, leather-ish cover. You know, the classic Protestant Bible there. It's giant print, words of Christ in red, reference, concordance by Zondervan. I've been told, well, I'll just leave it at that. Those of you familiar with Zondervan, you know what you know. But regardless, it's definitely not what we're looking at now. So let me go to Luke real quick. Luke. Mark, Luke. Where's Luke 17? Well, this is all impromptu. I wasn't planning on doing this, otherwise I would have been better prepared. Bear with me. Okay. All right, 1734. Let me read to you guys what it says right before that. I'm not going to read the whole chapter, but let me at least read to you in my print Bible what Christ is saying. Let's start with 30. Even thus shall it be the day when the Son of Man is revealed. Verse 31. In that day, he which shall be upon the housetop, and his stuff in the house, let him not come down to take it away. And he that is in the field, let him likewise not return back. Verse 32. Remember Lot's wife. Verse 33. Whosoever shall seek to save his life shall lose it, and whosoever shall lose his life shall preserve it. 34. I tell you, in that night there shall be two men. Oh, wait a minute. What? Hold on. Okay. I stand corrected. We did this with Phil. It must be a different verse. All right. So there must be a different verse where two shall be taken, one shall be left behind. But wow, I'll be daggone. Even in this print Bible by Zondervan, it's saying two men will be in bed. And the quote that I'm familiar with, they're not in the bed. Two men are in the field. One will be taken. Two women will be grinding, as in the millstone, grinding bread. So that's got to be a different gospel. But here it says two men will be in bed. Wow. All right. So I'm going to have to do that. Maybe I'll do that next stream. I'll have to do some research and see which other gospel that is where it says only two men are in the field instead of in bed. Wow. That's embarrassing. That's what you get when you don't prepare and you do things impromptu. All right. All right. But regardless, trust me, Phil and I did this. We went in depth. We spent like a good half hour or more talking about just that. Yeah, and again, there was some other Bible quote, and it's embarrassing. I want to find it, but I don't want to spend too much time fumbling around on. Let me see. Two men will be in the field. Let me do it that way.
Let me try to find it as well.
Thank you, Lily. Appreciate that. Two men will be in the field. No, Matthew 24 is. Yeah, that's not open. Oh, let me see. Matthew 24. Maybe that's it.
Yeah, Matthew 24:40.
All right. So let me see what it says here. I'm going to share this tab instead. This is also Bible Gateway, NIV version this time. Two men will be in the field. What is going on here? Okay. All right. I don't know. I promise you guys, Phil and I found his gospels. It's got to be a different gospel where there was a contradiction between the digital Bible and the print Bibles he had and I had. Both Bibles were saying something different and the same quote. I'm confused.
That's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know what to say anymore.
Let me see. Let me see. I have one.
We lost Hayden. I think my theology is like, man, why is this guy preaching theology? He doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah.
Let's see. We're all learning.
But I promise you guys this happens. So I don't know. Don't worry, I'm gonna cover this before my thing's coming up, but I'll do some research on this. Shame on me for being lazy, not being better prepared. I want to unveil this sooner. I wasn't planning on covering this, like it says, impromptu, but but it's important in the discussion that I'm doing. Humor me here. Okay, yeah, no worries, Hayden. Yeah, Hayden says he's here, but he got disconnected. Let me see. Oh, I guess I got to take this off stage. All right, hold on. Let me get rid of this so I can put him back. Okay, there he is. All right, so yeah, just trust me. This happened, but again, don't trust me. Look into yourself. But I will come back at a future stream, hopefully by the next one, so I can show you guys what I'm talking about here. But the point was this: to not don't trust your again, don't trust the digital sources. Don't trust what they're feeding us. They've misguided us on the regular. Again, another one is the Pulp Fiction thing. The whole thing about the revenge, about vengeance is mine, saith the Lord, and that's what we know. But I shall
But
repay.
but Christ also said, "Sell your cloaks and get swords."
Oh, then there's that. Yeah, those things. Yeah.
Right. So in my understanding, when um, because we immediately think about Peter when he went and chopped the guy's ear off, and
Mm,
Christ tells him, rebukes him. He didn't say like get rid of that sword, don't use it. He was rebuking Peter for the same reason that he rebuked before Peter, for the same reason. He said, be it far from you, Christ, that this will happen for you to you. So
mm,
basically, he was saying, no, don't go fulfill um, the Father's will. Be far from you. And then he rebukes Peter. Now, then, when Peter chops the guy's ear,
right.
um, Christ rebukes him because he's trying to stop something that he came to do, the thing that he came to
Right.
do, not because he was using a sword. He later
Right.
told them to sell their cloaks and get swords. So
Right. Yeah, and I was one of those people that had completely bought into that idea too. And I was running around preaching that you got to be completely passive. You got to forgive 70 times 7 and all that. But even with that, the 70th times 7, Christ says if they ask for forgiveness, repenting is one thing. Being a pacifist and getting beat up is another.
yeah, and Bob has a very good take on this. He says that he doesn't believe Christian. What he says is the Christians that are pacifists. It's not that their interpretation is not completely valid. It's just more so that it's a prophetic interpretation, that there will be peace, and so that will be appropriate. But Bob and also I and you seem to also have that understanding that we shouldn't be pacifists. That's Those are two different things. Of course,
Right.
we want peace, but um, but sinning by omission is also a sin. If if a husband is committed to pacifism, like Kant, and he's gonna let people sexually abuse his wife
Mm.
so that he doesn't draw the
Oh
sword.
yeah, I saw
Is
that
that
recent live
loving?
stream,
Is
Bob's.
that
Yeah.
yeah? Is that loving? I don't think so. So
Yeah.
part of doing good is protecting the helpless, and helpless are children and
Yeah.
widows and orphans, and sometimes clearly they're going for our children. That much is clear for a long
Yes.
time now. So
Yeah.
okay, ought we not help? um and I'm not advocating for war, but if it's a violent thing being done to children, then there are several degrees of violence. You can put yourself between one person and another, and that's a violent act, even though it's not
Yeah.
barbaric, but it's somewhat violent. And there's degrees, and um, the biggest example that they will use to try and shame Christians is obviously going to be about the Crusades, right? But
All right.
if I can
The
have
Spanish
my peace,
Inquisition. Yeah.
yeah, if I can have my peace here, I will say this: um, that the Crusades were launched after 7 centuries of Islamic aggression and the taking of the following Christian lands: Christian Syria, Christian Jordan, Christian Palestine, Christian Egypt, Christian Algeria, Christian Libya, Christian
Hmm.
Morocco, Christian Portugal, Christian Spain, Christian France, Christian Sicily, Christian Turkey, Christian Armenia, and Christian Italy, all before the First Crusade. So the Crusades were a legitimate response to Islamic aggression and Islamic violence. However, that's not justifying every crusade there. There were crusaders who did evil things, bad things, but the war was justified, in my opinion.
Mm. And let me, you just prompted a couple of things. I want to talk about the thing on the children because, Christ obviously, he says, he really emphatically says, do not harm the children. Be like them, but even harm a hair, you're done for. And I want to talk a little bit about that since we're on it. But actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and share this clip. I forgot the other thing already. You see, the cognitive ability of a goldfish, because I'm always online and searching for things. Doing my research. I'm doing my search engine right, and clicking instead of using my brain. And so now my cognitive ability has been zapped. My brain has been deformed, and that's why I brought up the nun study before. One of the things that came up in the nun study was that healthy living, using your brain is good, but obviously something, again, longevity in Greece supplies. There's a lot of fat people in Greece, but they have long lifestyles. They live for a long time. How is that? Something that's left out is that they have a deep faith in God. Same thing with the nuns, a deep faith in God. They have peace in heart. You're not always anxious. Anxiety also causes, as you're in the medical field, you can speak to this. Anxiety causes a lot of physical manifestations. So, yeah, obviously, if you have a faith in God, you're better able to give it up to God and not have everything freaking you out all the time. So let me share this about the children, this grassroots movement that's been around for a while. And there's the examples of this. I am going to dedicate a stream to this topic before April 8th, or maybe on April 8th. Two things I want to address is this whole AI censorship thing. That's one thing I'm going to do. That might be the next Wednesday, and the next weekend may be the children right after that, the conditioning. But let me share this clip so I don't forget, just in case something happens before now and then that I'm not able to. This is one I've been holding back for a while. This is from the 70s movie TV series. 70s TV series, very popular Batman series.
Riddler, you fiend!
Fantastic, pretty lady. Uncanny.
On the belt. On to the bat hunt.
Did you catch where he's even staring at? And this is like a show all these children all over the United States are watching, and to some degree worldwide too. So we've got cross-dressing, we've got, this flamboyant behavior. He's checking out his butt. And of course, in real life, the actor that played that since in the 21st century came out, even though before that he told stories of having all kinds of sexual escapades with married women and getting in trouble for it, almost getting killed over it in interviews, which I'm saying he did both. And so it's got nothing to do with being born a certain way, but everything to do with the Baphomet culture. So, but again, this is a grassroots movement. It's not accidental. It's by design. They've been conditioning us for generation after generation, including the young, influential children, for a long time now. A long time. All right, so let me get back to this. We've been at this for almost 4 hours. Thank you guys again for being here. I'm still going to do the watch party if anyone's still here for some reason, just because I already put this off a couple times and I need to commit. I'm going to keep my word this time and show this movie. But before I do that, let me go ahead and finish this presentation about BRICS. And again, BRICS, you watch their anime, it's all kinds of grooming. All kinds of grooming. And that's cartoons. Those are animations. All right, so South Africa. Getting off of China, turning red and all that. South Africa here, again, they're victims. They're black. You can't say anything about it. They've been invaded. The Afrikaans. I believe they're Dutch or French. Anyone know? I forgot. It's been a while since I looked into that. At any rate, there's Dutch. Thank you. So they're being weeded out. You know, the white man invader. I get it, but the two wrongs make a right here. So, and also then the whole apartheid Nelson Mandela thing. There's all these controversies around him too, and what that movement was about. Look at Chatter Jackson; they talk about that stuff too in his group. So, but at any rate, without getting into these black-white politics, you can see quite evidently that South Africa, it's a pagan culture by its roots, so it should be thankful for the Dutch invasion. And as horrible as that sounds, I'm not promoting colonialism. I'm against colonialism myself. I think people should not have to endure being encroached upon. What I am saying, just like Alexander the Great, when I was younger, I was a fan of Alexander the Great. When I was younger, I was young and dumb and hot-blooded. So I was also pro bombing Baghdad and these kinds of things. I'm not for that these days. I think Islam should be eradicated, and therefore there should be no Muslims. But I'm not saying drop bombs on their heads. That's something else. But yeah, I mean, now what's happening is what we're seeing worldwide. You know, kill the white man. That's not a small problem. It's really a global epidemic. A 21st century, one we've got to through conditioning gradually there, but we're there. Yeah, and of course, you know, it had some significance for a while before the strait there was built, but yeah, I imagine it still has some significance. I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm sure people still sail around southern tip of Africa. I could be wrong. But yeah, I mean, they're the poster boys, aren't they? They're the poster boys for this this anti-European propaganda, and that's a problem. Okay, so let's get into the dirty laundry of the U.S. This European colonialism. Okay, so and some of the stuff, you guys. You know what? Let me remove this comment. We don't really need this anymore. No kidding. All right, let's see. Where are my comments at? Where's this at? Okay, there it is. My bad. All right. So in this is now the new world. This is before it became the 50 states that we now know, the United States. It was already the United States technically because of the War of Independence in the late 18th century. But now we have this thing called manifest destiny. That's something, a label that was put onto it, and that's alluding to this idea of, well, if you go online, you find it's all about this white supremacy thing, which it goes much deeper than that. It's more closer to grace alone thing, the chosen people kind of thing, and so on. And so the sense of entitlement, and so I don't think it's so much a white-black thing or white-red thing. It's more so to do with an exploitation of Christianity. This concept of manifest destiny. Correct me if I'm wrong. So, and this led to things like the Mexican-American War. All right, man. Yeah, God bless you, and thanks for being here, man. And yeah, if you, sorry, go ahead, Lily.
No, I was just gonna say peace with you. God bless.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, God bless you guys. I hope to come in again sometime.
Yeah, anytime, man. If you can make it for Saturday, it'd be great to have you. Like I said, I'll be talking about asceticism, so that'd be great to have you for that if you can make it. Just let me know.
Yeah, for sure. God
Awesome.
willing. Have a good night.
Yeah, be safe. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Good day, wherever you are.
Yeah, all right, man. God
Bye-bye.
bless. All right. So, yeah, this led to the Mexican-American War. Remember the Alamo, these kinds of things. There's a lot of controversy about what happened there. Some people believe that was a bit of a Pearl Harbor things going on in the Alamo, whatever. I mean, at this point, I don't trust any media, and that includes textbooks. And that's where I'm getting that information from a collegiate textbook. We know what universities are about. They're quite communist. They're quite pagan. So, all right. But again, I'm not for war. I'm not promoting the Mexican-American War or these kinds of things. I'm definitely not promoting manifest destiny, though. Retrospectively, I can see the good things that came out of it, namely the spreading of the gospel. I mean, these were pagan nations that were quite brutal. So then there's that. 1850s, the Qing dynasty, and I believe that's where the slant, or whatever you call it, the label Qing came from. And that's a label that I think it's like it's before my time. I know nobody who's ever used this word Qing. And Hollywood alleges people use it, but I was my other part of my life, I was in the quote unquote the South, and I've been around some racist people. Not a single person used that label. So, but anyways, I think that's where it comes from the Qing dynasty. And so there was some talk about exclusion after the railroads being built and all that. All of a sudden, these Chinese immigrants were becoming a problem. There was a lot of them. I don't want to presume what the problems were, but you fill in your own blanks. You're doing your own research there. But there was a battle between the colonizers and now the Chinese who were brought over, however they were brought over, for opportunity. Because now, keep in mind, all of this manifestation and all that, the Chinese coming over and so on, the railroads, this was all prompted by the gold rush. All these natural resources being found in the New World, and therefore, people are coming in like there's no tomorrow. And I'm going to potentially have a history teacher on Monday, if he happens to watch us or whatever. It'll be interesting to hear his take on this. So, yeah, but basically, there's some restrictive laws going on all of a sudden in California, of all places. The Democrats, of all places, of all people, of course. Now we can say, of course, retrospectively. But the Qing the emperor, Xing Fang, he was supporting these restrictive laws. He was like, yeah, you people are taking our workers. We want workers. We want slaves over here. We want people loyal to the imperialist leadership to be giving their labor to us. So he was supporting these restrictive laws. 1868, the Burlingame Treaty abolished these California exclusionary laws and protected open borders. Again, the U.S. was a free-for-all. There was, in fact, they were begging people. There was all kinds of pamphlets and so on, encouraging people to come over. I know textbooks will tell you people were escaping Christian persecution because the Catholics are evil. I'm not saying evil things didn't happen, but it was a two-way street, FYI, number one. Number two, America had already become the land of opportunity. Thank you, Gold Rush. And so they're advertising that. They were like saying, oh, you know what? All this free land. You're taking over Native American Indian lands. All this free land. You get your plots and all that. Just come on over. It was a free-for-all, literally. But something happens. All right, so the 14th Amendment, the Reconstruction era. Now we've had the Civil War, early, 1860s. So we had Civil Rights Acts and all that kind of protecting people in addition, and that include the Chinese. Okay, you know what? Let's not be racist. Okay, sound familiar, by the way? The clip I showed, the quote start is from Gung Ho. It's talking about the Japanese Sony takeover, let's say, and others, these Japanese companies. And there was a big sentiment, you know, buy made in America products only. And when Bill Clinton came around, all of a sudden that was being labeled as Jap bashing. So this thing, this history keeps repeating itself, as they say. So they bring people over, they bring the products over, everything's great, and all of a sudden, oh, it's too much, they're taking over, let's get rid of them. And this is not only with the Chinese, the Japanese. I mean, the same thing happens with the Greeks, by the way. I mean, the list goes on. So lately, it's again the Mexicans, the Muslims, the 21st century Hijra, and then all of a sudden they're a problem. All right, so the Page Act of 1875, jumping ahead. So it was officially the first U.S. restrictive immigration law, which specifically ended Chinese women coming in. Okay, that's pretty messed up. Why? Because they only wanted the workers. They don't want them making families and sticking around, or to having some kind of roots. You know, hey, you know what? If you have your child born in America, all of a sudden, you know, you got to say, well, they're American. Sorry, you're going to say something, Lily?
No, I'm learning. Go on.
All right, okay. All right. And then a few years later, we had the Hell's Canyon and the Rock Springs massacres. So things started getting nasty all of a sudden. All of a sudden, everything's, you know, the Chinese fault. And by the way, something that they left out, I forgot what the disease was, but for some reason I can't find it online. But according to textbooks, what was going on and what led to the Chinese Exclusion Act was there was a disease running around which was coming from the Chinese, and that was the reason they created the Chinese Exclusion Act, according to academic sources. I'm getting this from academic textbooks from years ago, whatever that's worth. Does that sound familiar? Lockdown, anyone? All right. So, yeah. So, you know, the anti-Chinese sentiment became rampant. There was massacres, immigration raids by the government in 1882. Okay. In 1892, the Gary Act extended this activity, this exclusion, for 10 years. The Chinese Exclusion Act extended for 10 years. So 4 years to flatten the curve. It was just only for 10 years. We're going to get rid of the Chinese until we get rid of the disease. You know, get rid of all this civil unrest. And I know it was two-way. If anyone knows any Chinese people, you know they're quite humble, comparatively speaking, especially compared to us Americans. We're quite in your face and belligerent. British the same way. The Chinese, comparatively, they keep to themselves. Just like the Jews, they keep to themselves. But while they keep themselves, they're all about dominating you. Just, that's how there's been their society for centuries upon centuries upon centuries before communism. So, yeah, there's some back and forth for sure. In 1923, now in the 20th century, early 20th century, and by then, I think it was 1910. I think we'll get into that. It was the Gentleman's Agreement. We'll get into that in a minute. But now Canada is getting into the game, and they throw in their act because, again, now Canada, the Canadians are throwing a fit with all the Chinese coming into Canada. Sound familiar? Again, with the Mexicans, and the Mexicans now going into Canada, and the Canadians upset, but the Mexicans are going there. Yeah, so they had their own Chinese Exclusion Act, the Chinese Immigration Law. All right, so let's get to the Gentleman's Agreement, 1907. So President Theodore, we talked about his involvement, or his family's involvement, and continued, with the opium trade, Turkey, opium from Turkey, the poppies from Turkey going to China via Japan after China closed its borders to the colonial powers. Roosevelt, now he's doing that behind the scenes, but as the poster boy in the media, he's Mr. Hero. He agrees to urge the city of San Francisco to rescind an order by which children of Japanese parents were segregated from white students in the school. So now he's going to end segregation. This is so common, is it not? All right. So Teddy Roosevelt also ended the Chinese segregation, but so I just mentioned that. Pacific Coast race riots broke out. People are throwing a fit over this, as we mentioned. So it's gone rampant now. The Immigration Law Act of 1924 is not to be confused with what we just mentioned, 1923 Canadian law, which admitted Chinese. Now, the 1924 law, it says, you know what, let's put a ban on all immigration. Let's get this under control. So we went from manifest destiny to, the foreigners are a problem. Isn't that interesting? And as I discussed earlier, Chiang Kai-shek, a Buddhist, by the way, turned Methodist. That's fine. I find that interesting. He was, you might have heard of KMT, and so on. So basically, he was the McCarthy's representative in China, and he was combating the CCP. You might have heard of Mao, who, by the way, was also Western trained. I believe he went to Harvard. He worked for a Boston hotel, which I visited, and then went to China and became the communist leader that he was, and did all kinds of damage. Ain't that interesting?
That is actually, I never heard of that.
Yeah, it's quite common for Harvard to spit out these fascists and send them back to their homes, and they become quite powerful. I can't remember the list. There's a short list, but there's a list. Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 set the standard of only allowing the valuable immigrants, those that could contribute to American society. That was the mid-20th century. That was post-World War II, by the way, people. Post-World War II, we're like, okay, we're only going to take in the ones that are useful. And then the Communist Revolution of the 60s, which was also satanic, the Satanic 60s, and so on. The Women's Lib movement, the Civil Rights movement, which I'm not completely against, but hearing all these things I'm hearing about those movements, I can see how the road to hell was paved with good intentions. All right. Lastly, and there's all these other addendums since then, but 1865 addendum to the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1952 was much more liberal. Like, you know what? Let's be more welcoming and all these things. But there's all kinds of things going on. Again, immigration included when the Catholics came, they were treated like lepers, enemies of the state. When the Greeks were brought in as sponge divers to, put their lives on the line so people can wash their backsides. and treated and killed by the Masonic KKK, the Scottish Rites KKK, for being Greek, being greaseballs, quote. The Irish have undergone all kinds of slavery. And so the list goes on and on and on. It's not just a black thing or a red thing or a yellow thing. It's just bad leadership exploiting its human resources, as they put it these days.
Yeah, let's also not forget that the word slave comes from Slav.
Thank you.
So enough with this black people slave only. Come on now. If people out there for the inclusion, so let's include the whites as slaves as well, because it was just a power dynamic that happened everywhere in every nation. Is the evil thing. It's not a special thing. Let's get rid of this idea that enslaves the blacks to this day. We're all together in this plague, and it happened everywhere. And let's not exclude the suffering of other people who were also enslaved that were not black. Let's not forget.
Thank you. Yeah, and in fact, there was a classic, an American classic, written by Upton Sinclair, called "The Jungle," that was exposing. Well, it was really exposing the mismanagement of industry and how toxic it is. But in the process, yeah, it brought attention to exactly what we just said, how the Slavs in the U.S. were being exploited. Yep, thank you. Okay, and that's it. That's all I got for that. Wow. Finally got to that. Finally! I'm going to applaud myself. Yay! Hey, Breakfast Gun. Amen. Yeah, unfortunately, Breakfast Gun, Harvard Divinity. It was actually the first seminary in the United States. But since then, it's just become a liberal cesspool. It's just really Masonic. If you want to, some people call it communist, but it's really bad. It's really bad. Yeah. All right. So should we get to the movie? I mean, we've covered some of the things that I wanted to share. Or should we continue? I'll leave it up to you, Lily, since you're still here.
Me?
Do you feel like talking some more about BRICS? Since you know what? Since you're here, right? If you still feel like sticking around for maybe another half hour, we can cover some of the things I was going to cover afterward about BRICS, some videos and so on and so forth. And you can share your perspective with us as a quote unquote foreigner, someone who's not from America or a European country, a white person. Thank you.
Sure.
God bless you. All right, so let me share this one. Let me start with this video of these guys. Make sure you guys can see it. Nope. Make it bigger. Okay, that's a little better. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, here we go.
A whole swath of really horrible things.
Stuff.
Yeah.
Horrible stuff. We don't want to get into it.
Yeah, so at some point in the future, because obviously we need to pick and choose.
Now, what they're talking about here, and I cut this part out, but he's talking about Africans being racist towards Chinese in Africa. And this is a Chinese person running around with his phone, catching people or even provoking them to call him this derogatory term. And they're saying it's not really completely derogatory. There's something even worse. They're just really calling him foreigner for Chinese, but they do have a slang word for something derogatory that's Chinese as well, like chink, like I mentioned earlier. But that's not what they're saying here. But at any rate, he's prodding them to catch them on video and say, look at the evil Africans. I'm not saying they aren't racist. I know they're racist, but there's also some kind of manipulation to some degree going on here as well.
What we can show you guys. We don't want to
of course,
cause issues, but we'll cover it in the future. But we just this is kind of a lead up because we wanted to show you that how this guy really doesn't like any kind of discrimination, which is, of course, is right. Nobody should be discriminated against.
100% agree.
But unfortunately, in China, it's quite normal to discriminate.
Yeah, and well accepted.
Yes, very accepted.
Okay, I think I showed this before in a different stream. So they're bleeping out the word because we can't say that. But just so you'll know what's going on here. Actually, you know what? I think I'm going to talk about it. Let me just share it. Get out of China, FU, N-word galore. All right, so is this something that you guys heard about in chat? Let me know. Is this something that you're familiar with, this video clip? And let me ask you, if this happened in, let's say, ooh, I don't know, let's say if it happened in, let's say, England.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Breakfast Gun said he did see it. All right. Yeah, exactly. You would never hear the end of it. But for some reason, anything and everything China does, it's hush hush, except to some degree. Breakfast Gun did say he saw it. I saw it on Gab, and now these guys are sharing it. But yeah. So what's going on here? This guy's going to talk about it.
I just wanted to remind everybody what this was. This happened a while ago. There was a Chinese Basketball Association game in Guangzhou. Now, for those of you who don't know who Guangzhou Canton, it's one of the first tier cities in China. So it's not like some backwater where you might get some hicks who are racist or something. No. It's literally one of the biggest, most important cities in China. And this was the Chinese Basketball Association. Yes. And they hired ex-NBA players, and they hired, in this case, they hired an African-American. And I think their team lost or something, and this guy wasn't very happy, and this was his response. Yeah. And of course, there's no problem. I mean, it didn't get into any trouble or anything for doing this. No. It was just...
I hope you got that too. No trouble. No repercussions for this behavior. Again, completely different. I mean, we have our own Thaddeus getting fired for speaking truths about Islam, absolute detriment and threat to everyone, including themselves. In America, but nothing being said about these things. No repercussion whatsoever.
Posted around, everyone's having a laugh,
Hey, why can we go in? Why can't we go in?
Okay, yeah. So this is, I think, I'm not sure, it might be a black person, but he's asking why we're not allowed to go in. Of course, he's going to make it about a black-white thing. But yeah, so this is China not allowing people to come in. Now, they're wearing muzzles. This could be lockdown error, but to the date, these Oriental people are just wearing muzzles all over the place still. They were wearing muzzles years before the lockdown, and they're still wearing muzzles. So I can't be certain, but let's assume it's during the lockdown. For argument's sake, let's just assume it to be safe.
Not allowed to let foreigners enter. Yeah. Is that called Chinese manners? I can't remember.
Oh, yeah, let's find that. Yeah.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cute. And I was speaking myself earlier to how respectful they are and all that, but you can see what's going on underneath all of that. Sorry. It's kind of like dealing with Muslims, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they want to pose like they're very accepting and all that, but Jews and Christians are the worst of all creatures. And likewise, the Jews, they're very accepting, but we the goyim,
Yeah.
and I just don't like that. It's already said that this happens everywhere because some people are that way, and that's terrible. But the hypocrisy of just showing one side is sickening. It's even more sickening.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, technically, that I would argue that's propaganda, and that's the problem. And it's pointed only in one group of people, and they're using skin tone as a thing. But really, what it comes down to is Christian society. I mean, and that sounds extremely vain, as if there's no Christian society outside of Europe or America. That's not what I'm saying. But historically speaking, Christianity spread through these nations, historically speaking, Russia included, which is also Caucasian.
Yeah. At the end of the day, it's where they all unite is against Christianity. At the end of the day,
Exactly.
that's it. And for those who are going to come and say, oh, but you're trying to pose as a victim. I mean, look, there's only so much that you can look and not see. They all unite against Christianity, and then they'll just use these other things to manipulate what would otherwise be a very visible, easy to see hatred towards Christians. And yes, some Christians can go at each other and hate these and that, hate the gays, whatnot. That's reprehensible. They're doing something against the Bible, so we can reproach them. However, all these other people united so passionately against Christianity, and we should not unite and pose at least some resistance and occupy spaces as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, perfectly said. And on the back of that, again, I want to remind people right now what's happening with Thaddeus. This is, again, our opportunity. Just like the lockdown, our opportunity to take a stance against the violence, asking us to shut down our churches. And unfortunately, most bent knee to the evil ones. Let's not do that, but instead learn from our mistake and take this opportunity to what happened with Thaddeus via CARE in the United States to push back and say enough. Islam needs to be outlawed, number one. Number two, Christians need to be allowed to exist. Faith without works is dead. Bottom line, James 2:20. Faith without works is dead. All right, so let's get back to this guy. And again, that's my point here. That's why I'm emphasizing is BRICS taking over. These are anti-Christian entities joining forces and dominating the globe. This is not a small problem. I'm happy that Hollywood is losing ground, is losing influence. But what I want is a restructuring of Hollywood, not it being supplanted by something that's even worse. That's my point. All right, let's keep going so people can see. I'm not just rattling off here.
Let's see.
Yeah,
this is a thing.
Really? Yeah, again, it was a black person. Again, so people can see it. Let me share this link online in chat while this is playing. Cut off the music. So I'm going to share the link to this so you can see for yourself, and also on Rumble. But yeah, what bothers me, and again, even in my circles, is when the black people come in, they're always making it about a black-white thing, which is frustrating. But anyways, may be blessed.
We've covered this kind of thing in the past, but when push comes to shove, foreigners are barred out of things like during specific.
He means wowlay. I think that's the derogatory term for foreigners, the Chinese word. I could be pronouncing wrong. If anyone knows modern Chinese, correct me. For the Japanese is gaijin, which another Harvard graduate, an atheist, which did some good work. I mean, being the B here, Michael Crichton. Yeah, it's interesting that while he was while still in Harvard, the books that he was writing were made instant classics, and they were being made into movies and such already. But he did one called Rising Sun, which is a really good book. And then they did it into a movie with Sir Sean Connery, and the very racist Wesley Snipes, and they completely obliterated the sentiment, and they made it a black-white thing instead of this thing. But yeah, that's the first time I heard the word Gaijin. Anyways, I'm going off on a tangent. But yeah, it's just frustrating what Hollywood, what mass media does to these sentiments.
Specifically during.
By the way, since you're here, I'll try to find a PDF version and send it to you via email, Lily. But I encourage everyone to read Michael Crichton's 5 Patients, please. It's 5 case studies.
Yeah, sure.
All right. And if I forget, please remind me via email. I hate to put that on you, but I'm really, like I said,
No,
thank
that's
you.
okay. Yeah.
All right.
COVID, all foreigners were seen as a source of the disease and were completely like banned from going into gyms, banned from going into restaurants, banned from going into public places, and very heavily discriminated against. Doesn't matter where you're from.
No.
You're just a foreigner. Even if you've lived in China your entire life and you have a Chinese family.
Get a test.
Yeah, just like this woman here who has a Chinese family. They didn't let her sit in the restaurant with her Chinese husband and half Chinese daughter. She had to.
Wow. Where are the libtards on this one? Talk about segregation, discrimination. Lord have mercy. Watch what happens. And this is what I experienced myself in a lockdown, and I shame people, rightfully so, for doing that. Well, if you don't have your muzzle, you can't come in. And I let them have it, and I went back to their business, and they were scorning me ever since. But hopefully I woke them up a little bit. Hopefully.
Sit outside like a dog.
Eating lunch because they are Chinese. They can eat a time. And I eat outside because of foreigner. See, they will give me a bowl. First, I was sitting.
Who has a Chinese family.
Because they are Chinese.
That's her family. Inside.
They can eat outside.
4 little girls looking at mommy trying to figure out why is she not here.
Because I'm a foreigner.
Wow.
See, maybe they'll give me a bowl. First, I was sitting outside next to the trash because they didn't let me inside, but now they just gave me a chair outside so I can sit. So my husband is giving me food.
I gotta say, you married the wrong dude if he's gonna allow that to happen.
Amen. Preach it, brother. I mean, that's a man? Sorry. Go ahead, Lily. You have...
No, it's just, it was a very good comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If I ever came across a situation like that, I wouldn't go in.
No, you would take your business elsewhere.
Yeah, I would if you're not going to let my wife in the door, I'm not coming in.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
100%.
Just saying.
Not very good Valentine's Day spirit.
No.
The thing is, this is just a great. We're getting to the science in a second. In a second. You have to understand.
Thank you, God. Sorry.
That when you support the Chinese government, you support behavior like this.
Yeah.
And this is something they're trying so desperately to cover up right now because they're dying for tourism.
Correct.
And you're
Hence why they have their own social media, which is being pushed even in our own circles. Everyone's telling everyone to go on Discord. Please don't go to Discord. Unless you're going to go there to evangelize. Unless you're actively evangelizing, then I'm all for it. Otherwise, why are you telling people to go to Discord? Same thing with TikTok. If you're going there to evangelize, God help you. Okay. Well, why are you promoting TikTok otherwise? All right. Sorry.
seeing all these YouTubers go there and compromise their morals.
Well, the 22nd floorers.
Yes.
Isn't that what we're calling them?
Yes. Compromise their morals for a paycheck.
Yeah.
Right. And this is
for likes, for super chats, for followers, www followers. Yeah.
The discrimination that people can face in China.
Yeah.
Oftentimes do.
Exactly. You know,
I don't know if they're going to read this. Let me go and read it. Notice, we've been informed that from now on, black people are not allowed to enter the restaurant. For the sake of your health, consciously notify the local police. For medical isolation, please understand that convenience caused. This is China. This is not the quote-unquote the South. Okay, this is China.
You know, like the time when, you know, the McDonald's in China wasn't allowing black people inside.
Was it a birth?
Or the Muslim McDonald's not allowing women inside. Don't leave that one out. Those of you, you know, who want to be feminist activists in these circles. We're on that one.
Burger King or McDonald's?
It was a McDonald's. Yeah.
okay.
We've been informed that from now on, black people are not allowed to enter the restaurant.
I mean, this is not a joke.
No, it's not a joke. No, this was, a black guy filmed this because he tried to go to McDonald's and he was like told, no, he was handed this like thing.
Yep.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. So you have to go to the police. No, that's it. Sorry. Per the
Medical tyranny. We need we need Nuremberg 2.0. If Trump enacts Nuremberg 2.0, I'll believe in him. I'm not going to worship him. I'm not going to idolize him like some do. I'll believe in him. Until then, he is a straw man. It's all theater. You're being led to dictatorship.
the government's requirement, we currently cannot allow foreign visitors to enter the park. You know, it's this kind of thing. We do not accept foreign friends.
No foreigners in the park. Where's the public outcry? Where are the libtards on this one? No foreigners in the park?
Wow.
Aren't they for open borders? I guess except for China.
Good for thee, not for me.
Right.
And people whose temperature is above 37.3 temporarily. So no foreigners allowed, even if you...
Someone will say, well, that's during a lockdown. It was to save people's lives. Give it a rest, please.
Don't have a temperature or anything. But now here's a new clip.
Is this during a lockdown too? This is a good one. Check this one out.
Clip that's just come out. And this is what you find quite often in China. They pop up all over the place. And what is this?
This is new.
This is new. This is from last week.
It says, welcome to our restaurant. And this is, by the way, pause this real quick. This is what China doesn't want us to understand.
Yes.
And people that can that go to China, they want to run this simultaneous community where they have everyone hate outsiders, but then pretend like to the rest of the world that they're nice.
And you know what? The language barrier aids in this phenomenally. And that's the thing. You can walk around and be like, whoa, China's so amazing. It's incredible looking at the lights while someone's literally calling you a foreign dog next to you and you wouldn't know. Right? You're like, oh, look at that lovely old man speaking Chinese. I wonder what he's saying. Is that a poem?
Is that a poem? And right, Muslims too. All right, I do the very same thing. Very same thing.
What a wonderful poem! How come I never heard it before? You know,
that's the thing, is that this is the situation we're in because the government encourages the xenophobia.
Yes.
They actually stoke it because they need nationalism. They need to cut off their populace in case.
Americans, I hope you're paying attention. I mean, you know, I'm all for cultural identity, but nationalism is, when it's weaponized, it's a real problem. Please pay attention.
Or war happens, right?
Yes, correct.
They want to cut everything off. In the same time, they need that foreign income.
Correct.
Yeah.
So I mean, let's see what it says. I'll get us out of here so you can read the subtitles. It says there, you know, welcome to our shop. Americans, Japanese,
and Jews.
Oh, and
Sorry,
Jews.
yeah,
Yo,
it's cut
Tyron.
off there.
It's cut off.
Yo, Tyron.
Where's the ADL on this one? Not even the ADL? Oy vey.
And it says up on the left.
Yeah.
Yo, Tyron, Jews and
And
animals are not allowed to enter.
So wait.
Sound very Muslim? Oh my goodness. Where's the mass media outcry on this? Sorry, Lily, were you gonna say something?
Oh no, it's just I knew about these guys, this channel, but I mean it baffles me. I even remember seeing a commercial that like a, I think it was if it wasn't a Chinese, it was a Japanese, forgive me, but it was a commercial of this Chinese or Japanese person putting a black man into a laundry machine.
Wow.
And then he comes out as some nice looking Chinese or Japanese man, and then the woman's happy. It's disgusting. This is disgusting.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Absolutely disgusting. And where are these? Like these liberals, they don't. This is the thing. They could help us, you know. They could be of help. Why can't they just get off the mass media brainwashing and actually go for what liberals were known for? Like go for where the biggest problem is, the actual biggest problem is,
Mm.
go
Yeah.
there. Why don't you fight that? People nowadays being prevented from entering businesses country-wise, prevented from going to a public place like a park, being called animals,
Yes.
or cited along with animals, and then nobody's talking about it. And yet, the U.S. is the worst country in the world. I'm sorry, this is embarrassing. Like, at
Yes.
least let's get the old school liberals that actually used to be woke in a better way, you know, arguably, but
Mhm.
at least be of help for society, irrespective of your political alignment. If you want to do, quote, justice, because there's no such thing as social justice, there's just justice and injustice. If you want to do justice, bring more justice to the world, then I mean, go have at it. Look at this. And this should be spread, and uh, a reason for outrage everywhere. Yeah, I'm
Absolutely.
sorry. Yep.
No, you're right. Nailed it. Couldn't agree more. Um, yeah, I've got a few of these, and I'm going to try to just focus on what we're doing here, if that's okay. We keep
Sure,
going.
sure.
Um, but let me just talk about the dialectics, the indoctrination, the mindsets, um, and how powerful it is. How is it? How is it that technically? And let me give an example. I'm going to be completely offensive. My apologies to those who are going to get offended by what I'm going to say right now, but try to bear with me if you can. In the early 20th century, mongoloid was an actual technical term for those with disabilities. It was not, yeah, it was not derogatory. It was just what they call people. We call them mongoloids. There's something wrong with them. They're mangled. They're mongoloids. Um, Later, it was handicapped. Later, it was, what was it? It went from handicap to
I
challenged. Sorry,
Yeah,
go
yeah, challenge. Now there's some weird new term they came up with, a differently abled. What is this? Differently abled?
They went,
What?
they went from exceptional.
New,
That's a
new,
problem now to differently abled.
differently abled,
Oh my
neurodivergent.
god.
Like, can we just please,
Divergence. Oh
can we
god.
please just have words? Is that too much to ask? Can we have words, normal words? Because clearly the referential of these words are not going away. So why changing the words all the time? Because the words get attached to feelings. Well, it's okay, then deal with your feelings instead of trying to change the words. It's okay. I laughed when you said mongoloid, because it was the same in Brazil. Uh, it's okay. I call my friends retarded. I call myself
Right,
retarded.
retarded. Yeah, retarded. I forgot that one. Yeah, thank you. Retarded.
Yeah.
Forgot that one.
Oh, the R word. Excuse me. Like, when you say when somebody says R word, am I not thinking of retard? So why can't I say it?
Mhm.
What's the problem? If you're
Yeah.
still going to say the word, and it's just yeah, when we were kids, we had so much fun. We could use our words, and we could take words when people told them to us. We would be at most a little upset and shake it off. Like, let's go back to that. How about this? So we can exchange ideas without fear. How about
Mm,
that?
yeah. Back as as Whoopi Goldberg put it to I forgot Drew Barrymore. Let's go back to having fun. And, of course, they were being fake in that context, but whatever. Yeah, let's go back to being people. Let's go back to being people. Um, yeah, and so I wanted to bring up retarded, which is a good one. Retarded just basically means limited, limited to some degree. That's literally, technically, all it means. But yeah, some people are using it in an ugly way. Amongst your friends, even. And so all of a sudden we can't use it because it's derogatory. It's just it is retarded. The whole thing is retarded.
That was funny.
Yeah. So the same thing with Oriental. How did that become a bad thing? But here's the thing. This is actually dialectic. This is subconsciously training you, putting you in a mindset to be fascist. It's exact. Not only is it retarded, but it's doing the exact opposite of what it alleges to do. And let me explain this. Just like we explained from mongoloid onto, would you say neural privileged?
Neurodivergent or differently
Divergent.
abled.
Oy vey. To, so the same thing here. We went from Oriental to Asian. Are we talking about different people? Just like we didn't talk about from mongoloid to whatever, different people. We're still talking about the same people. What changes? Nothing, just a label. Nothing changes. We're still talking about the same people. It still has the same meaning. But we're changing things, and now we've taken to a place where now instead, with the divergent thing, now they're pushing this crazy psychosis. You got to be cognitive. You got to live in your mind. You got the power of the mind. The mind is everything. That's a real problem. Now they're making everyone into retards by using those kinds of dialectics. The same thing happens with Oriental. From changing from Oriental to Asian, now you're making everyone fascist. And this is how. Well, let's read what Oriental means. Well, according to Wiki, of or relating to the countries of the Orient or other peoples or cultures, Eastern. Okay, they got one right. Or designing the biogeographic region that includes South Asia, south of the Himalaya mountains, the Southeast Asia from southern China to Borneo. I hate to say, I don't know where Borneo is. Any ideas, Lily? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, I'm lost.
Okay, so somewhere, maybe somewhere in the Orient. I don't know. Okay, so maybe it's okay. Of or relating to the Oriental Orthodox Church. Say what? Okay. We went off the rails there a little bit. Sorry, go ahead. And I was expecting this. Is why I'm sharing this. Go ahead. Let's share a little.
Yeah, no. In Brazil, we say Oriental and Occidental, and that's okay. But yeah, I don't submit to these words, rules. It's not like I'm trying to be offensive just for the sake of offense, but when we exchange ideas, we risk being offended and be offensive. That may happen even if it's not your purpose. And now first it was. Can I say all the words?
Oh yeah, I mean,
Okay.
again, we're still streaming on Rumble. Still
Okay.
free speech, by the way. So if you don't have
Okay.
my Rumble account, please join me there. But all right, go ahead,
Yeah.
please.
So look, I'm Brazilian. I can say it. Excuse the Brazilian. So we had the word nigger, and then it became a derogatory term. And now we have black people. Now it's not good enough. Now it's people of color. Okay. What is a color? Because I'm pretty sure that white, yellow are also colors. And so why is people of color only for the blacks now? No, they're blacks. And they're whites and blacks and yellows and brown. And that's okay. These are just colors, for crying out loud.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, it's just people want their feelings to be, they want words to accommodate for their feelings. Why don't you grow up and accommodate your feelings in response to words and let words be words, because we need them to express ideas. It's really
Right.
simple.
Well, there in this, and again, it's a propaganda. And you just said something I want to get off on a tangent, but maybe I can talk to you about that later. But so because I'm familiar with Negro, and and I'm familiar with the Southern slang pronunciation of that Negra, which maybe later became nigger and then nigga in the mass media circles, which is
Yes.
still used to this day. Which is
Yeah, they call each other niggers. And
Nigga,
look
nigga.
in Brazil,
You gotta
yeah,
leave.
and
You gotta drop the
nigga,
R.
nigga, ah, nigga, nigga. In
Like the
Brazil,
Chinese were doing in the video. Nigga, nigga, nigga.
nigga, nigga, nigga. In Brazil, it's the opposite. Like we have the, let's say, the most accepted word is negro,
Negro. Okay,
and
right. That's good. Right.
and then when people wanted to insult, they would use the word for color black, which is preto. But
So there's something else. There's a
yeah,
derogatory action. Okay.
but then listen to this. Brazilians, we actually embraced the words, and now it can be the case that you use, you can say little, uh, you can say neguinho, which is a diminutive version of negro, and it's endearing.
Mm.
Yeah,
It sounds
and
endearing.
people, yeah, and it's now even used between people who are not even black as an endearing term, like between
Yeah.
couples. They say, "Oh, minha nega," "Oh, meu neguinho," and it's
Yeah.
endearing. So it's a good example of how we can take something that, even if it's meant as an offense, like the word Christian, right?
Mm.
Because it used to be a derogatory term, like, "Oh, off you go, you little Christs." And we took it and we embraced it and we took the insult, and okay, now it's fine. Now what? Now we are okay with the term. Now what? Where is your power? You remove
Yeah.
the power from the person that way, not by changing the words, but by giving it a different meaning. How about that? How about taking words, and that's the real appropriation. And
Yeah. Exactly.
that's nice. Yeah.
Well said. Yeah, and then even in America, we got to the place where we're calling our black friends black. Hey, black, and it was like endearing. It wasn't offensive. Hey, you black, deplorable, whatever. So yeah, absolutely, absolutely. But let me go back to this wiki definition, which YouTube uses as its official informer, and how derogatory it is, and how fascist it is, and Christian bashing it is. And I was expecting this before. Actually, this is the first time I encountered it, looking up the definition in preparation for the stream of Oriental. And as expected, they're trying to make it, well, it's the Christians, the original Christians, that are the evil ones. And that's what's going on here. And let me show the actual definition, and why I'm saying that. The actual definition, Merriam-Webster. Let me get out of this here. Hopefully it doesn't give me reject all. Cool. Okay. First definition of relating to is situated in the Orient, Eastern, of coming of Asia, especially Eastern Asia, of relating to or consulting the biographic region, includes Asia, Southeast Asia. Okay. Or superior grade, luster, or value, being, corundum, something, some other complete different meaning. It has nothing to do with the Christians, but Wiki will slander you. Google will slander you. www is conditioning people to be anti-Christian, to hate the Greeks, the Orthodox, the Christians, the original Christians that have been preserved. It's not by coincidence. Again, let's go further. Cambridge Dictionary, another dictionary. Let's see what they say. I'm not going to accept this. Sorry, people. But trust me, it's got the same definition. Look it up for yourselves there. Forgive me. Free dictionary. I didn't look at this one. I hope this isn't like my Bible study earlier. Number one, of often Oriental, of relating. Again, this is an online dictionary for the record before I continue. So whatever that's worth. Of relating to countries of Orient, or the people or cultures Eastern, Oriental biology of biographic region, of relating to. See, what did I tell you? This is now by origination a online internet thing. And now they're Christian bashing, where you saw the other sources are not doing that. Again, I anticipated that before I even got there. So, but there you go. What am I talking about? To put this in perspective, That's not the only reason that I'm talking about this. The big reason I'm talking about these dialectics is that we went from Oriental to Asian. Well, what does Asian actually mean? What actually means is not Oriental. What actually means that you're from Asia. Well, what is Asia? Asia is a continent, is it not? Asia has, well, it has Indians in there. It has the
Pakistani.
Tukis, or, sorry, go ahead.
Pakistan is
Right.
Asian.
Yeah, Istanis, or however you want to go, the Silk Road folks. You have the Russians, who are historically, for the most part, Caucasian. You have the Arabs, the Middle East people, Asia Minor. You have the Jews, by the way. So these people, are they not also Asian of Asia? But suddenly they don't exist. Suddenly only the Orientals are Asian. And when we look at the dynamics of BRICS as it is today, not when the Russians founded it, but how the Chinese are now dominating it, there's a lot to be said about those dialectics and who's pushing these dialectics in mass media. And who's running the internet, who's taking over the internet, who's taking over mass media. It's a problem. They don't have your good interest in mind at all, as we're seeing, as I'm demonstrating with all kinds of proof here. All right, so let's go on to the next thing. This is still going. Are you serious? Sorry, let me do the commercial, and I'll share this next. Oh, okay, my bad. That was on me. Sorry. Okay, here we go. All right, and this is, I'm showing this because of our, again, reality, virtual reality, two different things. Emergent, you know, this concept of emergence, it's all nonsense, hogwash. What's going on here? Isn't this a beautiful, beautiful place? This is in China, according to this source. Don't you want to go visit this wonderful, magical place? It's almost like out of a Iron Fist comic book. Sorry, Dan.
Looks like AI.
Yeah, well, okay, you spotted it right away, huh? Yeah, I'm not that savvy. I had to have these two explain it to me.
State media, Fat Cat McDonald's, okay, posted this particular clip. He says, "This is real. This is China. You have to see this hashtag China."
If you have to start, he's American, isn't he?
Yeah, yes.
That's us.
Yes,
Why are you
us.
working for Chinese state media?
American, with all kinds of job opportunities, working for Chinese. I'm doing it because I have no choice. Trust me, I have no choice. Well, I have a choice of not working. To date, I've put in 1,000 applications. Woe is me, enough about me. But this guy, I imagine, has plenty of opportunities, at least comparatively speaking. Yet he's working for the Chinese. And it's quite common for Americans and other Westerners to go to China and do Chinese propaganda. It's just horrendous.
Yeah, a lot of people do.
Anyway,
easy money.
Again, and I'm not hating the ones that I work with for the most part. I got some that are really, really fascist. But for the most part, I love my Chinese children. I adore them. I adore them. So please don't get confused when I say, and I speak in generalities. This is one of my flaws. When I speak in generalities, I'm talking about Chinese leadership, the government, the nation, and yeah, people in general. I mean, that too. I mean, again, I've endured a lot of this myself, and still do, including by children. They're taught this. They're taught this not only by their parents, but by, of course, the infrastructure, the system, to hate immigrants, to hate everyone. Thankfully, I've got some students that are beyond that, but some of them, not so much.
The best telltale sign you're looking at something that's not real is it starts with, "This is real."
Well, let's just take a look. Okay, look at this video. Doesn't that look impressive? Isn't it awesome?
It looks like shit.
Okay, well,
Excuse the language.
I'm just saying it looks very nice, like a fantasy.
Like if it was real, it would look nice. Yeah.
Yes, let's take a look at this video. Okay, here it is. Can you see it? You can see it clearly?
I can see it.
All right, okay. So let's play it in its fullest. There's a couple of things I'm noticing here that might give away the fact that it's not real. But other people picked up on that too. They're like, "Are you sure, Jason? This looks like AI's video." He's like, "It's real, all right." And he posts another
photo.
Posts a heavily doctored,
Yes.
oversaturated, photo to these hedges. Okay.
Well,
Elite. Can you see that? Because the
Point
back,
to it.
yeah, right over here. Because the background is a static image.
Yes.
Okay, it's just like a photo. It's a doctored photo. It's not real. Look how massive those houses are.
They're giant, like
If you-
Swiss chalets.
Yeah, if you know any perspective, you'll
Yes.
know that those houses are completely off because it's a solid image and it's not even a real image. By
It
the
doesn't
way,
even look like it's in China.
Yeah, it's been.
Yeah, that's the other thing. It's not culturally accurate. It's like, I mean, it's like, it looks like a cartoon. And look at this. I mean, it's like in a curve. It's got one face here, and then on the other side, the other face still outward. Like, what? Oy vey. So, and this is the stuff that they're going to force in our brains. When we want information, we can just Google it just by thinking about it, because they're going to put apparatuses in our brains, in our God-given brains, and they're going to make us into X-Men, and we're going to be evolved. We're going to be better now.
The goat.
Meanwhile-
We're gonna be.
Sorry.
We're gonna be the cyborg goat.
Yes. Yeah, thank you. We're gonna, let me, since you brought it up, evolved. We're gonna. Oy vey. Meanwhile, they can't even get a cell phone to work better longer than a couple of years, or they can't get the internet to work, any given day. Oy vey. All right, let's move on to the next thing. So I talked about, Quentin Tarantino, just to make sure I covered that. Basically pushing AI. Within a few months ago, he's publicly saying, "Oh, he's experimenting with AI." So Quentin Tarantino, the guy who's allegedly in Pulp Fiction, this really religious, spiritual person, just being all kinds of wrong, being an apologist for pedophilia, by the way. I can't remember if it was the Stein who recently got acquitted, or the Polanski who's still on the run. But he was an apologist, like, everyone knows she was asking for it. Wow. And this is a guy who, movie after movie, has the most horrendous rape scenes, and sodomite rape scenes nonetheless. Never mind the brutality he shows. Yeah, he's pushing AI too. He's our hero. He's the guy who's modeling information for us. Oh, come on. All right, commercial. Sorry. All right, what do we have here? I don't even know what I'm sharing anymore. Sorry, guys. Let's see, what do we got? Oh, this is a China Observer. This is China imploding. Let me make sure you guys can see it. Yep, and go.
Province posted a video saying that doing business is tough these days. Another large hotel has shut down, and everything inside is being sold off for just a few yuan. Many people rushed in to buy items. In February, a similar scene happened in Sichuan. A hotel went out of business, and the place was packed with people grabbing whatever they could. The staff couldn't keep up. In a video, someone says, Another big hotel has closed. The Xuancheng Hotel in Anhui has shut down. The person in the video comments that business has become too difficult, even for such large hotels. Other videos show that in some cases, everything inside a closed hotel is quickly snatched up. In recent years, China's five-star hotel industry has been struggling. Many well-known hotels are failing.
Okay, and so five-star hotels, you can imagine, are heavily dependent on tourists, outsiders. And so we've got a problem here. And this is a problem where, again, the people are caught in a crossfire, not the people in charge.
Blue Horizon Hotel Group in Shandong has gone bankrupt. Tianjin Hotel Company Limited has transferred 100% of its shares. The Waldorf Astoria Beijing is being sold due to debt. The Great Wall Hotel Beijing has shut down. And Westin Beijing, which once hosted a U.S. president, has been auctioned off. The high-end U Hotel in Beijing's Sanlitun, where a single night stay used to cost over 30,000 yuan, officially closed in June last year. Other luxury hotels, including the Bulgari Hotel in Shanghai, Sofitel Ningbo, the Ritz-Carlton Tianjin, and numerous five-star resorts and hot spring hotels have also gone out of business. These hotels, once hotspots for social...
Some pretty big names there, some Western names too. Being auctioned off, some of them can't even be bought. They can't even sell them off.
Lights are now closing down amid an economic downturn. As 2025 begins, many hotel owners say the market is worse than expected. One man explains that hotel occupancy rates have dropped to single digits, and some nights no rooms are booked at all.
Meanwhile, the Chinese government is buying all kinds of resources and assets, just like Sony, buying all kinds of resources and assets abroad. I mean, you name it, companies, ports, media, assets, on and on and on. Natural resources, Africa, they're just dominating Africa. But their people are suffering. All right. Let's go to, oh, here, speaking of which, Sony. I've shared the link to that video in the chat if you want to watch it in full, as well as the other one. I've shared it in the chat. You can watch it in full on your own if you like. I'll try to include these in, I've noticed that YouTube deletes the comments when I include these links. I didn't know that. I just realized that when in the last stream. So I'll try to start putting it in the description, whatever that's worth, for the next 10 days. All right. So let's take a quick look. I don't want to, I should have just really highlighted some things here, but you can see, these are not all of it, but going from 75, some of the assets, you can see the nations they're buying, CBS Music Group and so on. So Columbia Pictures, RCA, and of course their own brand. And some are saying Sony's going on its way out. Maybe it spread itself too thin, maybe buying out too much. Gaming's things. Recently they bought another radio asset along with Universal, the movie we're watching today. When I get to it, I'm hours into the stream. So Toshiba, of course, Hawkeye Innovations. Hawkeye again is a big name. Also, banking assets. Again, a lot of gaming and stuff. Sports. By the way, and I think I'll get to that, but well, just so I don't forget. Just so you'll know, again, going back to Disney for a second, it's a rumor that Disney's been trying to sell its Star Wars franchise. That's a pretty big name, pretty big asset, but they've so saturated with this anti-Christian stuff that it's worthless. And they're trying to sell it, and nobody's even buying it. I hear ESPN is now on the chopping block, also owned by Disney. They bought ESPN out. And there's some troubles there too. So again, pretty much the last stronghold for American media outside of the internet, and that's also under siege. And they can't even sell it off their assets. Sound familiar? So it's a real problem. An implosion from within. I don't know how much BRICS entities has played a role into that. We're looking at CGI significantly. Again, Marvel is filming even in China. So, but yeah, it's a problem. So yeah, I mean, you can see again. This is a wiki for whatever that's worth, but it's you can look at all these things yourself. Again, insurance companies. Wow. Music company from Greece, Cobalt Music. All right. And yeah, I'll just go ahead and move on. You guys get the idea here. Sony Bank. Moving on. Next thing. Which countries belong to BRICS? We've already talked about this. What's next? Oh, okay, forgive me. Shit. We talked about Kama Sutra and all that. Yeah, I'll skip this. We did this last time. We talked about the Bruce Lee thing last time as well while you were here. Is that right, Lily? We talked about Bruce Lee and all that? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did.
What about this this one? Did I share this video from one of my students talking about the Chinese opera on whiteface?
I can't remember seeing it, but I may have just missed. I don't know. No, not that I remember.
Okay, let me just, it's 1 minute long. Forgive me if it's redundant, folks, but just to make sure I cover this. What about the face paint? Is there a Chinese custom where people do face paints?
Not like this, because in Peking operas we use face paints to.
I just also want to point out that here we do see that African culture, pagan practices are also being again pushed in Chinese communist China. But he's talking about the Peking opera. They use face paints, not like this, like in the picture, but more like the little thing that I've got his face. I'm hiding his face intentionally with an opera. We've seen this again, even in the movie Game of Death. The Bruce Lee character is painting his face in this way too. Bruce Lee himself, his real life uncle, I think it was, or father, was also in the opera. He too was a child actor, by the way, Bruce Lee was. But anyway.
To show the different characteristics of the characters.
And which one is that? Which celebration?
The Peking opera, because sometimes.
Oh, the opera.
Yeah, like
okay.
Blue face means brave, as white face means maybe dangerous or yeah.
Okay, so blue face means brave, white face means dangerous. So if you have a white face, you're dangerous. This is centuries old. This is before communism, by the way.
Or yeah, dangerous or maybe dangerous, maybe dangerous. White face means maybe dangerous or.
Okay, so you can look into that for yourselves, but yeah, that's quite. The vaudeville performers, Hebrews had major influence in that. The minstrel acts of the blackface, we hear about that, but we never hear about the Chinese opera and its whiteface and the white being evil. Nobody's complaining about that because, well, those are doing all the complaining are part of the problem. I talked about Zhang He, whatever. One of my students was bragging about how he was a famous explorer in the Ming Dynasty. One of my personal favorite dynasties, by the way. They chased off the Mongols, but it still has some Mongol influence. It's kind of interesting. At any rate, so yeah, basically it turns out that this guy was also Islamic. He had Islamic father, so he's also see here Muslim.
Yeah, the family name Ma was derived from the Chinese rendition of Muhammad.
No kidding. So Mao Zedong was potentially also some kind of association with Islam, maybe. It's interesting. Maybe. I don't know that, but maybe. All right, so let's move on to the next thing. Sorry, I'm zipping through these. Yeah, I just wanted to point out here. Yeah, and this is one from the video from before. That got the tech issue. So I was talking about pointing out how common karma is. A viral video. I know this is only one example, but we all know how common it is, how we ourselves use karma in our own vernacular and mindsets.
Without consequences, but what happened next will make you think twice about messing with the wrong person.
So karma in action, revenge. Well, here it wasn't so much revenge; it was defending someone. So, but still,
but you are right. There's the expression is instant karma. That's
there you
what
go.
they say. That's what they say. Instant karma.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for that. Perfect. Yeah. All right. So, okay, and I've shared this, but just in case, we've talked about this a lot today. And again, if you think about who is predominantly producing the technology, is BRICS taking over? And what does that mean? But just so you guys know, Trump's buddy there, Musk, was in bed with the Chinese guys, actually teaching English to a Chinese corporate representative who was bragging about her meetings with Musk months before, if not longer, before he became public that he had some kind of dealings with China. where that became this big viral thing. But suddenly now he's Trump's best friend, who's supposed to be anti-China. And again, the same Musk who provided satellite communications, cell phone communications to Hamas, while the Jews were retaliating for the October 7th attacks, or 8th, whatever it was, but over a year ago. All right. And he also, excuse me, is my video, my intro video, which I didn't do today. I forgot. I'll do it on my way out. It also includes video footage of the experimentation on monkeys, where they're jamming microchips into the monkeys, and it's brutal. I edited a lot of it out. It's just horrendous. The microchip implanting from years ago. I have academic research that shows that it was harming animals, yet they still put it in the field to use it to microchip animals, so we'll know where their location is in case they get lost. And that's and then after that, Americans were using microchip implants in their hands to open doors, the early adopters, and again in Germany to use it as a way to pay for things, as a credit card scanner in your hands. Something that's already medically proven to be detrimental. Sound familiar again? I mean, it's just insane. But yeah, jamming things into our brains. Check it out. I'll make sure you guys can see this. Yes.
45,689 divided by 67.
Sure.
What's his ethnicity? Any guess? To me, it looks Paki. You can call me racist if you want, but I could be wrong. Give or take, somewhere around there. Is it a coincidence that they're using a culture of people that's more prone, more willing to subject themselves to this? What is the hijra about?
He silently asks the computer and then hears the answer through vibrations transmitted through his skull and into his inner ear.
Pop the whitehead, dude.
681.925.
Exactly right.
Whoa! Hey, Lily, can you give me a number, any calculation? Go ahead. I'm putting you on the spot again. Oh, are you still there? Okay, maybe I lost her. Yeah, so I'm trying to demonstrate here. Basically, you know, any calculation, you can just simply do a calculator. I've got a calculator app. All I got to do is put in some numbers and do the same thing he just did, without having to have something jammed in my brain that might be detrimental to my health. Anyone want to put that to the test? Anyone in chat want to give me a number? See if I can tell you what the answer is instantly at the same time this guy did. Heck, I used to be able to do that with my own brain. More general arithmetic problems. I used to be able to do that as quick as calculators, depending what the number was, within reason. Yeah. We've since gone away from that. Never mind. What do we need this for? So they can push crap on us, so they can tell us what to think and monitor what we're thinking, and then zap us like the worm experiments. Like we've got this. By the way, this weird stuff in our blood systems from the forced vaxes. And look into Dr. Jane Ruby's research and the morticians on that. I mean, it's insane, people. It's insane. I don't need to put this. Or actually, you know what? I'll share it in chat for you guys. Let me do that real quickly, so you can have access to it, so you can see for yourself, whatever that's worth, as if. But yeah, just for the sake of, since I'm sharing everything else, I'll share this little short too. All right, let me see. What else do I have? We're wrapping up here. Okay. JFK assassinations. This is when America lost the war to BRICS, to Russia, really. When the Kennedys, John F. Kennedy and Robert Kennedy, one after the other, they were assassinated in very weird circumstances, both of them. Robert Kennedy, he was redirected by Secret Service agents into a kitchen, hotel kitchen, impromptu, for his safety, where it just so happened some fanatic, I think it was might be a Muslim, might be not. Look into that. I'm not sure. I can't remember. I might be mixing memories there. At any rate, some armed guy in a hotel kitchen is put into the place where he can bring a gun into this secure area, allegedly secure, and then now be face to face with Robert Kennedy to kill him too. And that was the end of the war on communism in America in all effect. And the rest is modern history, and we're benefiting from fruits of that now. So this is a documentation release of you can look it up for yourself. .gov. There's thousands upon thousands of documents. Let's see, to date, it's how many documents? 2,359 documents, including some other earlier releases. Yeah, I'm not going to go through that, but whatever that's worth. So this is let me show this. This is a significant, and we'll move on. This was a watch party, Avengers Doomsday Cast. The next thing is in May, I believe, beginning of May. The next Marvel movie is Thunderbolts without Thunderball Ross. We talked about Captain America NWO, or Captain NWO, I should say, the original title of that movie. And how Thunderball Ross was made to look like the Orange Man, Trump guy, and all that. I'm not pro-Trump, but the theatrics. They really poured on. Where Thunderball Ross was originally General Ross, and then he became Secretary of State Ross in a couple of other movies, and then all of a sudden he's now President Ross, Thunderball Ross. Now they're doing the Thunderbolts movie, which is supposed to be led by Thunderball Ross, the Red Hulk, Communist Hulk, amongst other things, or Devil Hulk. But there's no Thunderball Ross in the movie The Thunderbolts. Why? Well, you can only imagine. We'll see in about a month. Obviously, they're prepping us subliminally for something that's about to transpire. And then that's followed by some other projects, including this, Avengers Doomsday. This is Dr. Doom, this where science meets sorcery. Science meets sorcery. That is who Dr. Doom is. Science meets sorcery. He puts the two together, and he's his superpower. He's really smart too, his brain power. And he combines the science and the sorcery. And he becomes the most powerful, or one of the most powerful villains in Marvel comics. So Doomsday, he takes over all of reality, let's say, long story short. And yet again, they're spent 5.5 hours unveiling the actors. So they're using name power and doing all this shenanigans of Patrick Stewart. Oh, great. Patrick Stewart. That's the Flamer, isn't it? The old Flamer, the gay kiss with Patrick Stewart. And
Yikes.
Yeah, Ian McKellen. Oh, wait, McKellen, not.
I'm such an ignorant. I don't know anybody. I don't know anybody.
You're not missing out. You're not missing out. You've spared yourself. Anyways, and so yeah, 5.5 hours to slowly show you the names of who's going to be. Wow. Oh my God, Officer Tatum! Are you kidding me? This is a guy. I hope I'm wrong. Oh, let me make sure. Hold on. Channing Tatum. This is Officer Tatum. I got to look because this was still going while I started the stream, so I didn't make it this far. Okay, no, it's the buffoon. Never mind. It's a different Tatum. My bad. Let me show you who this guy is. This guy is a mongrel. Speaking of mongoloids, sorry. How this guy gets any acting positions? I think it's the casting couch. I mean, you can look at him. Gay. Oh, All right. So anyway, okay. Phew, because Officer Tana, by the way, he was pushing for, speaking of dictatorships, he wants all the police precincts throughout the United States to be under federal rule, under a new office that will be created, and he himself would grace us by being the head of that new department. That's what he was pushing for, among all this other controversial theology that he puts online. But he's the face of conservatism of the right to some degree. Bender's Doomsday. Leroy Jenkins. Oy vey.
Oh, don't even.
Don't even? Why? All right. What do you mean?
Don't
What?
even. Because I played a lot of World of Warcraft back
Oh,
in the
yeah.
day.
Perfect.
It was
Perfect.
actually, but when it happened, it was actually pretty funny. I don't know what it has morphed into right now, to be honest. I don't even know what Wikipedia is gonna say about it. But do you want me to say basically what he did?
Yeah, please do. Because I'm
So,
going to talk
so
about it. Yeah.
okay, so there was this dungeon called Onyxia's Lair, if I'm not mistaken, and it had to. It was a raid that took either 20 or 40 people. And it had, I love RPGs, but it was fun because it took a lot of organization, a lot of um, synchrony, and this and that, and they were actually very difficult. And then um, this guy, he pretended he was AFK, and they were in front of like the hardest boss in the dungeon, and then he just went in without letting, everybody was like talking strategy and this and that, and he just ran in and aggroed the boss and the ads, and while screaming his name for some reason. And so that became just another way of us talking about a troll, a player that is trolling the other players. So that's what Leroy Jenkins became. It was funny back in the day because I know it would have made a lot of people mad, and they got really angry. They were serious about, you had these players who got actually angry at pixels, you know. I always had fun. I was not serious about it. So I thought he was actually funny when he did it. And he just went in screaming Leroy Jenkins. And he became so famous that Blizzard gave I think Leroy Jenkins as a title that you could have in the game if you did the same thing he did, which is, it was a little funny. I don't know what it became now, to be honest. So I'm curious.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't think, and yeah, this generation probably is not aware of it. I mean, I know some people still play this game, but World of Warcraft. I know at least some of my Chinese students still play it, so they're aware of it. But yeah, I mean, I first got introduced to this because I was in a program where we were using video gaming, particularly World of Warcraft, as a means to teach students. What do we want to teach them? We want to teach them social dynamics, and this is around 2010, people. Again, I was in a program where instructional technology, I was learning how to use apps and all the implications, and it's a means of manipulation even. In a program that was literally award-winning, was one of the classmates went on and to influence the entire country to incorporate video gaming into classrooms. World of Warcraft, in the sense that they made their own version of World of Warcraft. So I, of course, was rebelling against that. I was like, what are you guys talking about? How is this social interaction? You're talking about being on a video game and all that. This is, again, just like the lockdown and social distancing. This is detracting from social interaction. But secondly, it's pagan. Why are you using this pagan stuff? Oh, but it's communication, and it's peer building, and I mean, come on, man.
I mean, come on, it's a game, and yeah, uh, I can't lie. I like game. I used to like games a lot. I still do. Some old ones. But back then, for me, it wasn't a social thing because I was always outside playing with my friends, and then I would play WoW as is short for World of Warcraft. I'd play
Wow.
WoW.
Yeah, we called it
Yeah,
WoW.
WoW. Yeah, I'd play WoW when I was at home after spending time with my parents. And I had some time before bed. I'd play a little bit, and it was fine. I'm not saying that nowadays. I think people are just too like they're living their lives inside a game, and that tells you something.
Yes.
um when it's one thing when fantasy is part of your a small part of your life. It's another when fantasy becomes your life, and then what is your life then? So
Mm.
yeah, I am an old school WoW player, but for me personally, um it was a way of practicing English, which was very difficult
Wow.
uh,
Okay.
back then for me. But even while playing, I could already tell that it was going to be a bad thing because I started seeing players who were really serious about the game. They would actually be phased. They would they would genuinely start screaming, um, yelling, bashing the keyboard, bashing the table, and I'd be a little bit of troll, like, and like, come on, lighten up. It's just a game. But it was certainly a way that they saw to enslave the youth.
Mm.
Certainly, and, and now we have grown people who leave off reviewing games,
Oh
and I
yeah.
mean, right? It's, I mean, come on, you're a grown up. Like, play games with your kids. Don't play games. Make it your life. It's sad. Yeah.
It's crazy. Yeah. I mean, this is Ready Player One. Made fun of that, just like Wally made fun of these things, the degradation of society because of all this tech. Um, Ready Player One did the same thing. This whole virtual reality thing, and how it's became part of a social credit score, even. And
Yeah.
it's. And I have students, American students, going on and on about. I mean, like you said, ready to fight each other, or which anime character was more powerful? Was it Goku or Roku or whatever? Like what?
I was never into anime. Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a older Dragon Ball Z character versus a new Raikou. I don't know, whatever. And they
Oh
were,
goodness.
I mean, they were like livid. They were like ready to beat each other up over which character was more powerful. It was insane. We
Yeah.
never fought as children. We never were ready to hit each other over who was more
Over a
powerful, Tom or
game.
Jerry.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And neither and not about games either. Like, we would play board games, and games are not bad in themselves, but
Mm.
for me, yeah, it had always the thing about, first I'd play with friends in their houses with their families, watching and interacting. It was as far as that went, it was nice. It wasn't an isolation tool, but I could certainly see it coming. I saw it coming because, yeah, back then, even this Leroy, he got famous because people were really serious about it. I was a player
Mhm.
that would just come in and play around literally, and people would get mad at me, and I'd find it funny, like, why are you stressing over a video game? And that was, oh boy.
Yeah, and I gotta say, with this video, when I first watched it instantly, I was like, man, it's like you when you saw that video of the Chinese mountains. You're like, you were automatically laughing. That's AI. You recognize it right away. For
Yeah.
me, it was
Look
this
right.
video. Sorry.
You looked fake.
Yeah. Well, exactly. For me, this video is like, oh man, this is fake. Back then, again, I was already pretty much a life study for me already. Movie production. You know, it was one of those. But yeah, officially at that point, I'd done all these different things, and you know, I was much more. Yeah, I definitely had the mindset for seeing these things, production values, and different techniques and all that. And I could see that this was an absolute fake. Yet this was being passed around as some kind of real interaction between geeks, right? I mean, isn't that how you first saw it? When you first saw it, you thought, well, this is real. This is like some people playing and they're really into World of Warcraft and having this exchange.
Yeah. To be quite honest, if I tell you something, it's gonna sound crazy, but it's true. I had a friend from the Netherlands that came visiting me in Brazil because we played for so many years, and internet was different back then. Don't do this now, please, guys. I'm talking about a time that doesn't exist anymore. Um, and I had another friend from Czech Republic that also came because I played in an European server. Um, and it's crazy, right? Because it was still like somewhat part of your life, and some of them I talk to still after what 20 years or more. I haven't played for so long, but the internet was different back then. But even then, like I said, I could see that people were taking it too seriously, and that's a problem. And nowadays they still do. This one, yeah, Leroy. I don't even know how I got into Leroy because I was AFK, but he became. The reason why he became funny is because it- everybody was there to get him a loot from that particular boss. So
Right.
by trolling, it was a way of, like it's not that serious, but people got pretty serious about it. Now there's whole tournaments worldwide, like
Right.
money prizes and all that. And
Yes.
it's, we used to play Street Fighter for fun. Now they play to get money and
Yeah.
become famous. And yeah, it's sad for me personally because I enjoyed playing games with my family and my friends. It was like just playing chess or
Right.
checkers
Where you
or
have
a
actual
board
human
game.
interaction, synergy.
Yeah, yeah, everybody was present. You were not it was not something that you did alone.
Yeah.
My mother used to watch me play Final Fantasy 3, Um and she liked it. She remembers the songs. We had memories about it, but now it's just this isolating tool and making you being alone and angry and seeking fame and just living this fantasy life 100% of the time. It's sad, really.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm actually waiting. We got a couple more minutes. I set it for a premiere, unfortunately. And it's going to be 2 more minutes. But I just want to say this before we watch the actual premiere. Let me go ahead and switch over. Notice the name of the person who put this out. And what does that name say to you?
I'm gonna guess. Well, I'm gonna make a bad guess. Either Schulz, I'm bad at this. Either a Jew, German, I don't know.
You anti-Semite! How dare you?
Oh my
How,
goodness.
how dare you
I
say?
just took a guess. Ben for Benjamin and Schultz.
How dare you? You. All right.
I really didn't know. I just took a guess.
Yeah, I'm just taking a guess. Honestly, I didn't do a deep dive. If I'm going to be honest,
Oh.
but it's more than obvious. um, But all right, let me go ahead and share this tab. I think it's going to do a what is it waiting on? Come on, a delay.
It's the actual video. Let's see. I'm curious now.
Yeah, I built it up. It's not going to be all that now after I'm building it up.
Leroy.
Yeah, well, I've got my own edits in it, so it's going to be a little different
Let's see. I'm
if it
curious.
ever
Yeah,
starts.
I saw the thumbnail. Yeah, let's see.
So just so you'll know, yeah, I got introduced to World of Warcraft through this program, like I said, as a video gaming to teach people and all that. And he mentioned this particular video as because of miscommunication. This is a representative of what happens when people don't, they're not part of the communication. That was the whole thing. Leroy Jenkins, there's this backstory that they came up with later of why they made the video and why it was actually used. But when it went viral as an actual interaction, and people thought, you know what, these are real people having this real interaction over a game. How cool is World of Warcraft, by the way?
Oh.
But yeah, sorry guys. I wish I could
Nah.
speed this up.
Nah, that's okay. Just we can just talk whatever. 15 seconds. Yeah.
Let me make it full
Hey.
screen.
Let's go.
Whoa, that's spooky. That's giving me vertigo.
Okay, guys. These eggs are giving us a lot of trouble in the past. Does anybody need anything off this guy, or can we bypass him?
I think Leroy needs something from this guy.
Oh, what happened? Oy vey, really? Hold on. I might have to. After all that, what did I tell you? This is why we don't jam microchips into our brains. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna have to give me a minute here. I'm gonna have to do some. Actually, you know, while I'm doing that, let me share this instead. Let me take this off stage. I'm gonna have to log into YouTube. Remove this. Oh, come on. Give me 1,000 clicks. While I'm doing that, for those of you who don't mind my fumbling around. Yeah, sorry, I didn't see this. Exactly. This is exactly what we're talking about. This is exactly. Sorry, I didn't see your comments earlier. My apologies for that too. I've only got one screen here. And that's exactly my point. That's when they force this tech into our brains, and we have less control over what's going in and out. I mean, talk about becoming useless eaters. I mean, when we got this stuff in our brains, what is going to be our function in society? How are we going to contribute to its progress, so to speak, for lack of better expressions? Okay, let me do 1,000 clicks here to share something else with you while I'm trying to fix the video of Leroy Jenkins here. Hold on. Sorry, this annoying thing. All right, so hopefully, no, we got to put her on stage. Okay, let me put you back on stage. Why are you? Oh, and I was going to say, if you guys want to contribute to my Patreon, so I can upkeep the quality here, whatever that's worth. But also, yeah, the watch parties, which I still haven't gotten to. 5.5 hours in, we still haven't watched the movie yet. But this has been great. Thank you again for coming. I'm glad Hayden showed up too. It's been amazing.
Yeah,
But
let me just do something. Please, guys, help out. This that Nico's trying to do, I think is important. That's why I'm here as well. Help him out just so he can renew his subscription and continue doing this, and we can hang out and learn things and go against the grain or try, and
Amen.
we can do this together. And I'm sure if anybody helped a little bit, that we can get it. God willing. May you be blessed.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And thank you. Yeah, I don't do that very well like I should, but I went ahead and included the Patreon thing in the thing. And this is just really for 1 month. I'm trying to raise at this point about 170 more. I'll cover the rest if I can do that somehow. And I know everyone's strapped. And this is not, I mean, if I'm not unable to continue live streaming like I need to be with proper quality, then that's fine. I'll still be doing edited videos, 1 to 2 a month, a lot less. And that will make me pretty much irrelevant. So I have a momentum going. It'd be nice to be able to keep it going. But as I say, as God so wills, if it's meant for me to do it, I imagine I'll get the money. If not, then maybe blessed. I've got plenty of other objects I'm overwhelmed with, including the edited videos for another Christian content creator who's going through his own issues. So I'll be helping there too, which also is time consuming. So yeah,
Amen.
thank
May
you.
you be blessed.
Thank you. All right, so on screen, I've got the actual document of the Chinese Exclusion Act. I wish I could share this with you guys. I can't, other than what you're seeing on screen, with whatever that's worth. I imagine you can find it online yourselves as well if you do some searching. I'm sure you'll be able to find it. I'm not going to go into that. We talked about the Kama Sutra and its influence, a bestseller, its implications, and yoga, and how, I mean, what are we really promoting here? I mean, come on. What the heck is this? Oy vey. I got to move on because that's, oh, forgive me. Sorry. I didn't know that was there. That's, since it's up here, forgive me. Sorry, Lily. Sorry, folks. But yeah, this is actually ancient artifact. No joke. It's Chinese. It's made of bronze or wood. I can't remember which. They both exist. And this is again what's. Let me get this off the screen. Good gravy. Sorry, it's been up there that long. Sorry. Oops, that's an oopsie. Yeah. So yeah, that's made in China. I mean, again, the point was that not to get off on a tangent again, but basically, yeah, it's interesting how certain European cultures, Christian culture for 2,000 years, are being targeted and slandered, yet the Chinese, they do nothing wrong. Yet, this has been part of their culture for a long time, including in their anime. I mean, again, you watch...
They literally have drawings of them having intercourse with animals.
Right. Exactly. Thank you.
God have mercy.
Yeah. Exactly my point. And again, the grooming stuff is also in their anime and manga as well. It's grassroots. It's not just Disney.
Incest as well. Anime is filled with like brother and sister falling in love with each other. It's disgusting.
Wow. Okay, so let me get this back on stage. I'm back up again. Thank you for bearing with me. Let's make it a little bigger. Here. Okay, here we go.
Okay, guys, these eggs have given us a lot of trouble in the past. Does anybody need anything off this guy, or can we bypass him?
I think Leroy needs something from this guy.
Okay. Yeah, I went to put a talking thing here, but you can see basically, yeah, the Ben Schultz thing, 2005. This is the early 2000s. I mean, the 90s, the culture really started changing and influencing people. We went from Tom Green, Jackasses to Jackass, the reality TV show where they're just beating each other up and doing all kinds of insane things to each other to laugh at, where people are expendable and completely devalued, kind of thing. It's really, really bad. But here, this Jewish guy is putting out this video, it becomes viral, and they're talking about a plate of chicken. So this is the backstory: is the plate of chicken.
Oh, he needs those devout shoulders. Isn't he a paladin?
Yeah, but that'll help him heal better. He'll have more mana.
I'm a rich man, and I didn't bum. Sorry, that was so bad. I couldn't resist. I was just trying. The only reason I included that was to, again, break it up so YouTube is not throwing a fit that I'm putting up someone else's video. So please forgive me for my anti-Semitic moment.
Christ. Okay. Well, what we'll do, I'll run in first.
Again, these guys, at least he's Hebrew. I suspect the black person in this, Leroy Jenkins, is not actually black. I could be wrong. But anyways, but you can see all the blasphemy going on, which is pretty standard in mass media. And that's why, I took it a little too far there with the whole Fiddler on the Roof. Just so you'll know, for those people who are not familiar with the musical Fiddler on the Roof, the movie, very popular movie. If Our Rich Man was one of the famous songs there. And I'm talking about alluding to how the root of all evil is the love of money. So you do what you will with that, but Christ himself was very explicit about their deviation. Yeah, and so my favorite thing is tradition from that movie, and that the whole premise of that movie is talking about how arranged marriages, where an arranged marriage is basically the parents find your mate for you, a good fit for you, compared to something mid-ground, and compared to the youngest one who's a bit liberal, and he's like, she's going to go off and do her thing, and get married out without permission, and love is love, and it's all about the romance and the fun, warm feelings. So it juxtaposes these three different approaches, and of course the solution would be the modernism. So that's why, again, also did that little segment there, kind of poking fun at the movie, because the Hebrews or mass media have decimated society, civility, Christianity, and the family, amongst other things. The damage they've done worldwide for quite a while now, over a century, Hollywood alone, is immeasurable. Anyway, back to this.
Gather up all the eggs so we can kind of just, blast them all down with AoE. I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once.
What's this FAOE thing? Are you familiar with what he's talking?
A what?
Yeah. Is he just talking nonsense, or is this a real thing?
Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't kind of just, blast them all down with AoE.
Blast them all down with what?
I think it's something in game. He's talking about there's countless tiny dragons. So he's talking about the ads. We call them ads. He's talking about how they're going. He's probably the tank. And he's probably talking about like getting all the ads on himself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I will use Intimidating Shout to kind of scatter them so we don't have to fight a whole bunch of them at once. When my shout's done, I'll need Anthony to come in and drop his shout too, so we can keep them scattered and not have to fight too many. When his is done, Bass, of course, will need to run in and do the same thing. We're going to need Divine.
By the way, and also in my defense, I shouldn't be defending that anti-Semitic moment, but yeah, also the diddling, as they put it, the grooming and the pedophilia and all that. Yeah, it's not just the BRICS here and or the Catholic Church. The Hebrews, quite bad about that. Quite bad.
Divine intervention on our mages, so they can.
Yeah, divine intervention on the mages.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. These things were all over the game. Like the priests, you could be you could be a shadow priest, or you could be a holy priest.
White magic.
Yeah, you could be a holy priest, you could be a shadow priest, or you could be what was the other name? Like what was it? And the names of the spells are like penance, holy wrath, consecration,
Oh Lord, have mercy.
yeah, retribution. The paladins were also, you could be like a holy paladin, or you could be a retribution paladin. All of those ideas are there. You could be
Ah,
a warlock. Um, you could be undead. You could be, yeah, many of those things mixed. Yeah.
so that's what they're talking about. They're talking about the paladin, and he needed something for his shoulder pads, so you can
Yeah.
get unlimited mana, and that's why he does this.
So he wanted the shoulders to increase his mana because I think he's a healing paladin, and the shouts that the guy is saying is because the tanks, the warriors, they had the shout that made that attracted the attention of the focus of the attack on them, and they're talking about alternating between shouts so that they go to a beat of the ads go to one and the beat goes to other. So you see how like it had to be very organized, and I thought that was a bunch of nonsense. I was always the one going like, guys, come on, like let's just. They were so serious about it. It
Mm.
was funny to me. Yeah.
Well, yeah, we'll get to why they're being serious about it in a minute. I mean, yeah, but anyway, so I adore how much of a nerd you are. You're like, and the paladin and this and that. But yeah, I'm so glad you're here to explain this stuff to us. I
Oh,
can't
there
thank you
was
enough.
also the there was also a druid. I was a druid, by the way.
Wait, oy vey.
Yeah, oy vey. Um, yeah, there are all sorts of like mixing holy things with the dark things
Mm.
all the time. Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. All right, let's see how blasphemous these guys are. These actors in this little viral video.
AE, so we can, of course, get them down fast because we're bringing all these guys. I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Abdul, what do you think, Abdul? Oy vey. Seriously, did he just say, "What do you think, Abdul"? Let's hear that again.
And we should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Oh
Abdul.
goodness, I have never noticed that before until now.
They're so racist, but they got away with it. Why did they get away with it? Shoals. There's no ADL on this one. There's no double ACP on this one. We'll get to that in a
What
minute.
if the guy's name was Abdul? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I mean, and where's Karen this? I mean, Karen just got Thaddeus fired for talking about actual facts. But these guys, these Jews, are making a spoof and calling this guy Abdul. Give me a number crunch. Wow.
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course.
Yeah, let's play that again. Safe and effective, 100% safe and effective.
All these guys, I mean, we'll be in trouble if we don't take them down quick. I think it's a pretty good plan. We should be able to pull it off this time. What do you think, Abdul? Can you give me a number crunch real quick?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'm coming up with 32.33, repeating, of course, percentage of survival.
Oh, that's a lot better than we usually do.
Sound familiar? Oh, Lord have mercy. All right, here we go. Here comes a slow blasphemy. I didn't get all of them, but every time you see our little friend in the left corner there, Arnold, yeah, is some blasphemy, but yeah, I didn't get all of them.
All right, thumbs up. Ready, guys?
Let's do this. Leroy Jenkins!
Oh my God, he just ran in.
Save him. Oh, geez, stick to the plane.
Oh, Jesus. Let's go.
Stick to the plan, Shove.
Stick to the plane.
Oh, gee. Oh, fuck.
Give me divine intervention.
Hurry up.
Shout. I can't cast. I can't move. Am I lagging, guys?
I can't move. What the hell? I can't hear you. Oh my God.
The eggs keep spawning. More respawning.
I don't think you can cast with that shit.
Oh my God.
Shout. Get off. I got it. Pick it up.
Come on, stay on.
Oh my God.
God damn it, Leroy.
God damn it. Leroy, you moron. Leroy. Jimmy. This is ridiculous. Dumbass. I'm down, forking down. God damn. This is got killed before I could remove all this. God. Oh, Spiffy, res us. Why do you do this shit, Leroy? I'm trying.
And they had to name him Leroy, by the way. Oh,
I
wow.
don't really know. I don't
Uh,
know what about Leroy.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that's probably the most, let's say, 70s black name you come up with, Leroy. It was almost a derogatory name. So,
Oh,
yeah, but they chose it as the name of this person, if that's really his name, which I doubt. I could be wrong. I could be wrong. If I'm wrong, let me know in the comments later. I'll stand corrected.
Not my fault. Who's Soul Stoned?
We do
Soul
have a soul
Stone.
stone up, don't we?
Anthony, do you got Soul Stones?
Warlock.
Oh, God.
Oh, for
Great job,
For Christ's sake. Leroy, you were just stupid as hell.
Where's the NAACP on that? You just called Leroy stupid. That won't fly in the 21st century. Well, this was the 21st century, 2005. Interesting.
Oh, man.
At least I have chicken.
Oh, he was saying. All right. So let me refresh that. So yeah, I mean, there's all kinds of wrong things here going on. Didn't see. You guys should do a new video about the new discovery under the pyramids.
I
Yeah.
think I saw a video by I don't know his name, but the channel What Do You Mean? He made a video about it. But I mean, honestly, well, I don't know about you, but I'm not sure that it's like it's just going to feed into speculations about the pyramids and aliens and all that.
Right.
But sure, if you want to do it, you can do it.
No, thanks. Yeah, no, I'm too busy tackling real problems. You know? Sorry, forgive me
Yeah,
for
you
being.
know.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
I mean,
but
exactly.
I agree. I agree. I'm sorry. It's just yes, it's a curious thing, but I mean, do we really um need to spend time like thinking about the pyramids and whatever secrets are there? Like they're gonna be pagan. They're not gonna be Christian.
Right.
There's
Exactly.
nothing in there for Christianity, and it's not like you're gonna wake up tomorrow and your day is gonna be different because of
Right.
whatever's underneath the pyramid.
Well, unless people buy into this, I mean, again, the Mormons who are Masonic, the Freemasons themselves, of course. I mean, they all draw this power not only on the pyramids, but you know, they have this rhetoric that it's alien related to gods and alien intelligent design and all these things. So not only is it not really helping us any, but if anything, it's detrimental. It's feeding into this rhetoric that's anti-Christian and a farce, a farce. When it comes to proof, I don't want someone digging something up and then slapping their own story to it. I want real, actual evidence, as Hollywood put it. Show me the reference. Yeah, show me the reference. Show me something real, not some hogwash like some guy went to some island and started postulating all these crazy things about how everyone came from apes. Let's get real. So yeah, I mean, if anything, the proof is on the contrary. When it comes to evolution, when it comes to aliens, so far the proof has been on the contrary. So then there's that. So yeah, MK Ultra, again, I'm sharing this link. It's the conditioning of mass media and all that. I'll put that in the comments so you guys can see for yourself. Yeah, there's discoveries all the time. It's not whether or not there's new discoveries. There's new discoveries. In fact, I went from being literally the best student in biology to changing my career field, my career direction, when I myself came across these new discoveries as a student who not only again was the best, was literally sleeping with class-nose microphones next to my ear so I don't miss anything, so I can at least in my sleep even study and learn things subconsciously. That's how dedicated I was to science and evolution and biology. And what I discovered is that one, all these new discoveries contradict each other. Number two, all these different sources contradict each other. Number three, professors are full of crap. And number four, the timeline is false. Number five, all these new discoveries, like I said already, contradict everything else. Every time there's a new discovery, you got to throw all these quote unquote scientific laws. They didn't even call them theories anymore, because if you call it a theory, what it is, all of a sudden, like communists started yelling at you and want to fire you, just like they did with Thaddeus. And so, yeah, I mean, what if there's new discoveries? There's not a what if. There's going to be new discoveries, but the new discoveries every time contradict all the BS they've been forcing as fact. I'm not interested. I'm too busy trying to save people's minds here from those kinds of distractions. In fact, my own comic book series, which I pitched to Frank Miller, was highlighting. That's how my comic book series, entire industry ended, warning people. And this was back in 2017, before this became this thing. 2017, warning people that they would use this alien thing as a distraction. The aliens are going to come and kill everyone, because they've been conditioning us with that idea for over a century now. Yeah, discovery. I mean, I've already discovered the truth. The truth is Jesus Christ, and everything else is trying to tear you away from that. Don't get distracted. I encourage everyone listening, don't get distracted. The other thing, here's Project Mockingbird. I'll share this in the link. This is not rhetoric. This, again, I show proof after proof after proof after proof that you can see for yourself. But also, this is actually governments top-down using mass media to control the populations. These are declassified documents. Okay, let's get to it. I think I've gone on and on and on about all these different things. I think I've run out. There's some other things we can cover. I'm going to save that for Saturday. Again, Saturday, I'll be doing, I don't even remember anymore. Monday, I'll possibly be doing a stream with Eric the Kafir, which I'm greatly looking forward to. Someone I do respect. I don't know what to expect, though, with this conversation, because we had a different dynamic in our relationship. But I adore the guy. I love the guy. It should be fruitful either way, even if we get into a bit of a debate, which I hope doesn't happen. But even if we do, hopefully it'll be fruitful and for the glory of God. And Saturday, I'm doing the Black Robe, leading into St. John Climacus. Potentially Hayden will be back. He's much more well-versed in the ascetic lifestyle than I am. So, and some other things. So I'm looking forward to his input and feedback on that. Again, that will be a watch party too. But right now, all we've got is what we've been putting off. Outside the Law 1920. Take 3. Finally, we're getting into it. Yay! Finally. No. All right. So before we start watching this movie, you got anything else you want to say about all 6 hours? I mean, when you're having
time
fun.
flies by. Yeah.
Wow. God bless you, Lily. I can't.
God
Wow.
bless
I don't know
you
what to
too.
say now.
It's okay. I'm doing for the glory of God and the kingdom and
Wow.
Christ. And
Wow.
let's do what we can. Yeah, we don't know what's gonna happen after the 8th, so just putting in effort because I can. It's what I can do.
Yeah. Yeah, and exactly. I mean, I've had atheist friends who had to remind me of exactly that. That basically, yeah. I mean, look, I had some militant atheist friends. Basically, these friends are just mad at God, and so they call themselves atheists. They're just oppositional. But one of them, yeah, we're in a group gathering, and he had his best friend who also atheist, and they were giving one of our friends, a fanatic, a bit of a Bible thumper, They were giving her the business, calling her the loon and all these things. And I was like, man, these poor souls. And I felt bad for her, but I felt even worse for them because you can see just how lost they were. And so back then I was, pretty grounded, and I did a little prayer to God. I said, and forgive me for sharing this in public, but it's for a good cause. And so, I said, God, I feel bad for them. Please bring them closer to you. Please do something profound so they can see your miracles, they can believe in you. And then so we continued our thing. We're actually bar hopping. I wasn't drinking at the time, for the record. And so basically went to the next bar. I said my prayer. I kind of forgot. We did the whole thing. The bar closed. It was closing time. We went back to the original bar. And with this, I was riding with one atheist friend, and it was just me and him. And we went to the place where I parked my car. It wasn't there. I'm like, okay, I know I parked. He was like, no, it's got to be here. And he was emphatic. I was like, no, don't worry about it. I don't, I live a walking distance. I'll just come back tomorrow and find it. No big deal. I'll just go home. It's late. He's like, no, it's got to be here. He's insisting we got to find it. I was like, okay. We drove around. I knew where I parked it. Couldn't find it. So he's like, man, and he went on, taking me home. He's like, man, you got to tell me what happens tomorrow. I'm like, what? Okay, fine, I'll tell you. And so I go home. I didn't even call the cops. I was like, okay, the car's going to be there. It's just, whatever, something. So next day I call, like, hey, you guys, is there a car in there? Before the place even opens, is there a car out there? And they're like, no, sir, there's no car out here. I'm like, oh boy. At this point, I got to call the police. Maybe they towed it away. I called, no, they didn't tow it away. I'm like, okay, what's going on here? And I call the place back. Look, I just called the police and the towing companies, and nobody's towed anything. Should I report it stolen? And they're like, oh, we're so glad you called back. The car is there, exactly where you said. Wait a minute, I called earlier and the car wasn't there. We're looking at my friend, my car wasn't there. Now it's there. And so I was like, and then I remembered my friend was emphatic. I needed to let him know what happened. So I called him up. I was like, hey man, the car is there. He's like, what? It was like, it was so profound to him. Like, it was like he had this moment, like this epiphany. So this prayer was answered more for him than for me. And telling you the story, you're like, okay, whatever, man, you're delusional. Maybe you just put it somewhere else and all that. No, the car were exactly where we looked. The car was where the security guard looked before. It wasn't there before, but it is there now. He was suspicious. The security guard was suspicious, by the way. Now, this is not moving the mountain miracle, but it's pretty close. And as you said, it's through practice. It's through living the faith that you get to experience these things. Without the faith, God can do anything. It won't mean anything. If you're just going to denounce everything that he does, you've tied his hands. All right, enough of that. Let's get to the movie. All right, and let's see, how long is it? About an hour long, an hour, 15 minutes. Here we go. Without further ado. Outside the Law, 1920, potentially pre-code version, if not the 1926 version. Let's try that again. I think that's because I logged back in. All right, here we go. It's oh boy, what a rookie thing to do. Let me try that again. I want you guys to see the credits. I'm so busy babbling, I forgot to put this on stage. My bad. Try it again. All right, take two. Let me make it bigger, actually. Bigger. Here we go. Take two. My bad. Outside the Law, 1920. A Universal film, by the way. Is it going? What's going on? Okay. Confucius said, we better take note. Everyone get your iPhones out. So what do you guys say? Is that like positive or negative portrayal or introduction to the Chinese presence or culture in the U.S.? And down through the ages lived his philosophy, and on the crest of a yellow torrent, it swept through the Golden Gate into the Orient of America, Frisco's Chinatown. What would you say? Is that
mean,
positive or negative?
I figure it's supposed to be a positive, but just covertly just pushing something, pushing
Interesting.
acceptance of the China's influence.
Yeah, well said. Perfect. Thank you. I couldn't agree more. All right. Disciple of the ancient creed. And I find it interesting that it's quite common for them to portray them as open-minded. Informing us? Oy vey. Wow. A prophecy. He's gonna make them Confucius. Is that what I'm understanding here? That's crazy. You nailed it. You nailed it, Lily. Black Mike. Silva. A rat, vulture, and snake feared even by his pals. Silva? Doesn't sound Italian. I could be wrong.
We have Silva in Brazil.
A Brazilian mobster?
I don't know. Silva is a very famous, common Brazilian name.
These characters they chose, I mean, that's the real faces. I mean, I know they had makeup back. Maybe some of it is makeup. It just reminds me of the Dick Tracy movie with Madonna in it in the 90s. Warren Beatty movie. Wing plays a significant role in this movie too. So some character development. We get introduced to some characters. So we have Madden, we have Black Mike, we have Wing, we have Chang, we have Molly. Compared to the 21st century films, over a century later, the character development is so much better, isn't it? And this is early film.
Yeah.
It's 5 years into feature filmmaking. Now you know that guy's not Oriental. This is blackface in effect. This is a white guy or half Oriental playing an Oriental.
Yeah, he's
What?
definitely not Oriental.
Blame it on Universal. And it's interesting that Snow White just got dogged out for not using real short people and using AI instead of actual short people dwarves. But they had no issue using short people dwarves or midgets. It was a dwarf in our early film. It adds to the mystique. I think that's a great choice of casting. That's just so offensive, man. That's just so bad. I mean, I don't know. Again, I can't hate him too much for that since it's early film. Maybe there weren't. Well, this guy's Oriental. I was about to say maybe they weren't available or something, but he was Oriental. So why not cast another Oriental guy for Wing?
Yeah, maybe he is.
Sorry. Did you say something, Lily? Oh, sorry. Put you on the spot again. All right, we'll keep going. Drug wars. I wonder if this was a subliminal reference. Maybe this is a stretch here to the opium wars here, because they started with the emphasis on opium, the druggist, and now they're having a shootout. Cops getting shot, by the way. And this shootout sequence took weeks to film. It's their dedication to getting it right back then. Wait, that guy's not Oriental either, is he? Oh, that's just wrong, man. Yep, train. Prophecy of Black Knight came, huh? Okay. This music was definitely added later. There's no way there was a 4 playing. I could be wrong. Maybe they were recording this sound studio. No, actually they weren't. They weren't doing that yet. This is 1920. They did that later. Yeah, this is definitely music added later. Nice guy. So he's sending him to set them up, and then he's going to backstab the two. Like Andrew Tate. Okay, that's pretty bleak. So many laws are made for you to suffer. So, word human again. By the way, why is it going to be called Black Mike? What's in the voice on that one? Yeah, why is Black Mike a white person? That's a good question. There's something in his safe. I don't think maybe drugs. I don't know. It's a plot point I missed. And of course, some of this language I'm not familiar with. It's like early 20th century slang. I'm not catching completely what they're saying, to be honest. Why does he have stars on his collars? Anybody have any idea? Familiar with early wardrobe? It keeps dropping. Yeah, it looks like a cop, Breakfast Gun. But the Black Mike, the mobster, keeps calling him boss. I'm assuming boss is just an rhetoric, but maybe it's just F the police rhetoric in the early 20th century, which is nothing new. We saw that even with Spawn Man, so it's probably just dirty cop stuff. So maybe they're working together. Maybe the mobster and the cops are in bed together. And might explain why the one cop got shot. Maybe that was intentional. He got mixed up, did the wrong thing for some reason. All assumptions here at this point. It's not really clear. Well, at least we're enjoying the lavishness of the set. Allow me to present my sister. The old chloroform. Yeah, okay. So maybe that's not why they framed the guy. Yeah, I'm lost. Ah, thanks, Breakfast Gun. I was wondering. I thought that was just a accident, an error on their part, but it's the other way around. Very cool. So anyone who wants to knock people out with chloroform, take Breakfast Gun. Now you know how to do it. The things you learn online. No, truly though, thanks, Breakfast Gun. Now, it begs the question of maybe more modern Hollywood movies take it off intentionally, so we're not learning the proper way. Don't tell them they're going to get away with it. I love the music. I'm glad they added it. Busted. Anybody else pulling for these guys to get away for some reason? I can't help it. I find myself pulling for him to get away. All right, so her dad's in prison, framed for a murder of a cop. He robs some rich guy. Something about Confucius being wise and then becoming Confucius, and opium is popular among Chinese. A double cross of some sort. A guy who doesn't even know how to smoke a cigarette for some reason. What the heck? Okay. I was all right. And say, tell him to get away from the ledge.
Oh, forgive me.
Oh, I can just say no to that face. She's mean.
Why is she so angry?
She's scared they're gonna get caught. That's interesting. Like, again, this must be a cultural thing. Like, the kiss on the lips of a boy, stranger. I saw that in The Kid, Charlie Chaplin film. And also, he was sleeping with a boy. He's an orphan boy. They're rubbed in the wrong way, but I guess back then it's culturally acceptable. Is it standard? I have no idea. But I mean, again, in retrospect, what we know about Hollywood now, and seeing that an actor, this character, kissing a boy, a stranger, on the lips in both movies. And, yeah, again, the latter, and the kid, Charlie Chaplin sleeping with the boy in the bed. Another, I don't know. Even if it's culture normal, it's hard for me given everything that we know now. Cut it off. So they ran out for the jewels. Okay. What about the father in prison? What am I missing here? Chang overheard. Or is he part of it? So what are they planning on doing? Hiding out for the rest of their lives? The creepy kiss again. Am I being? Am I overreacting to that kiss or not? What do you guys think? Thanks, Lily. Yeah, Lily's out. Oh. But she bids all a good night. This movie's confusing. This is reasonable here. Yeah, we've all experienced this during the lockdown. Now you're talking. Send back the jewels. Repent. I like this movie all of a sudden. So there's no sound logic here. I mean, she's like, okay, let's not. We can't take in a kid. He'll become a criminal. Yay, virtuous. But let's keep the jewels. Let's not repent. Yeah. And just the opposite. He wants to kidnap the kid. He's an orphan or something. What does he mean? He wants to give back the jewels and have a normal life. So it's just like this kind of answer to this stuff. All gray area. It's all about revenge. You got to make them pay. Or is it about putting a criminal behind bars so they can repent, so he can protect society for a period until they repent? So he believes they'll return the jewels. He's Confucius. He knows the future. Come on. So from onset, they premised that he got superpowers because he's got this Oriental magi kind of thing going on. Oh no. Phew. That was a good one. Good music. You can't. Oh, I was about to say you can't say no to puppies. She kicks the puppy. What is this? Good gravy. They're really painting her out to be this evil person. Not that it doesn't exist, but good gravy. What's the haircut, by the way? Is that a pauper's haircut? It's a Dennis the Menace look. This is epic. It's a good little sequence. 400 years. That always works. Good acting too, man. Like, people actually cared back then. You know, okay, the theater acting, whatever, is still brilliant compared to the crap you get these days. And they've got her sitting like she's on a throne. Oh. Oh, she's gonna soften up. Little child. She's gonna want to give back the jewels. Confucius is correct. He's a prophet. It's like Muhammad. Again, this is a movie produced by mostly Jews, a few Brits, and one Frenchman. Universal. What are they promoting here? Is this a grooming? Is that pedoism? Is that a normal standard? That's okay. Kissing the little kid on the lips. Uh-oh. Evil's about to happen. There's a cross. Something bad's about to happen. Let's see. Is this 1920 film going to do that? Going to Pavlovianly condition us, associate the cross with something bad? No, sir. We've had no new tenants for the last year. The music suggesting something bad's about to happen. Oh, Eskimo kids. That's so cute. Come to daddy. Actually, except you're not his daddy. Who does this kid belong to? What's going on here? Don't tell me I'm going to run off with this kid from the neighbor's kid. What's going on here? What is this movie about? It's just mom, no shooter. She wants her kid back. Good gravy. Oh. Oh. Oops. You're about to run off with the cop's kid. How about that? Brilliant.
Brilliant! 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 Brilliant!
Nice. Yeah. So, get married, get pregnant, repent. Ay, vey. So blasphemy. And I find it interesting that they're okay using only women as a harem or something, but the wing character has got to be some kind of really offensive-looking white dude that's, yeah, just made him look ghastly. We need something to go straight, and the jewels are a nest egg. Brilliant plan. The image of the cross. Oh, that one was just way too fast for me to keep up with. Hold on, where's the... Let's go back. Sorry, folks. You're right, Bill. It can't be done. Halfway. We're going to send them back, the jewels. Okay, she's repenting. Because you saw the shadow of the cross in the window. I stand corrected, I think. Wow. Two things here. I knew you would, Molly. I knew something would happen. Okay. It's an omen. Oh, the kite. Wow. I like that. Nice touch. Oh, seriously? Oy vey. All right. Hold on, folks. Sorry about this. All right. Let me, yeah, sorry. Let me run this thing. I got to do a couple of things, clicks, and we'll wrap this up. It's about 30 minutes left into it. But while I'm doing that, annoying video again. Yep. And while I'm doing that, just a reminder, if you're able, so I can keep the stream stuff going. Patreon. This one time I'm trying to raise 107 more bucks so I can renew my subscription. If you're able to, please contribute to that so I can continue watch parties, multi-streaming, blah, 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 yada, yada. Where's my thing? Refresh. Go. You know, even the original King of Kings, you know, it was, well, I mean, I don't know, 50-50, give or take. I mean, there's plenty of pro-Christian stuff, but there's some stuff that's questionable into it. I can see there's some, you know, some Christian stuff at least plugged into early productions, arguably. Maybe. You definitely Should be doing some time though. Oh my God! So Chang Law is going to save them? Oy vey. What can I say? This Chang Lo is taking the role of a priest here. His word is gold, kind of thing. His credibility above all else. Oy vey. Shoot out at the OK Corral. I think they all want to go to Jen and get the 72 virgins. Ah, really? Wow. Betrayal after betrayal. So basically, her father gets framed for a murder. He says he's going to send her in. Okay. And so as Black Mike, he sends her in to do this dirty deed, and then he's going to betray her. But then this guy tells her about it. They plan to run off with the jewels themselves. Black Mike somehow finds them, even though they live across the way from the chief of the police. And that explains why Black Mike was in the police office telling him all these things. It was a thing of betrayal. And now this guy who was going to betray Black Mike and run off with the girl is now betraying the girl? I'm still confused about the dead cop and the father getting framed for it, though. How that plays into the storyline. What's that weird flame thing? It must be the quality of film degrading. I don't think that was special effects. I think that was film degrading. I could be wrong. Yeah, that looks like fire. Special effects almost. Kind of confused. I don't know what that is. I mean, if it were the quality of film, then okay, never mind. I stand corrected. Yeah, it's the quality of film. It's degrading in certain places. This must be the original 1920 version. Oof. So we can see maybe these words were added later too. Don't just stand there. Get off your cell phone and start taking the pictures. You got a viral video in your hands. Take your phone out. You got 1 million likes on this one. It's the little boy's dad to the rescue. Oh, maybe. Wow, I fell for it too. Bummer. Are you serious? What happened to repenting and giving the jewels back? Looks like it's all of Becca's done. The degraded film actually was really cool effect. The CGI. And all burning and As Shang-Lao prophesied. Wait. Oh. Yeah, this is just like Pfizer in the meetings going to Sun Tzu Art of War. Huh? Well, these are 6 shooters, so 4. I turned a trick while you were gone. Oh, that deserves this one. Yeah.
I ain't no thief. I'm an honest hoe. And all my hoes is honest.
For real. Protecting. Okay. So now they're promoting stealing too, because Confucius says, "The heck is going on with this movie? Where's my happy ending?" I know this is pre-code, but is this pre-happy ending too? No pun intended. No happy ending? That's what she said. And the most offensive character in the movie. Let's see what role he plays. Comic relief, maybe? Sorry, Toshi. Oh. Ouch. Seriously? That editing was a bit, yeah, it's not great. I lost vision of what was going on in those action sequences. Yeah, this is definitely pretty cool. There's a lot of blood in this movie. Almost like a Quentin Tarantino film. Dead man can't speak. Confucius and his magic powers, and his influence over the cops. I wonder how real that is these days. Is BRICS taking over? I'm arguing that BRICS has already taken over. A gradual process. You've got the right to dope? Oh, you got the right dope. Okay, my bad. There's the fire again, right on cue. What? Is this not blasphemy or what? The Master says the path to the true happiness lies only through the valley of suffering and sacrifice. Once it be attained, cherish it as you would your firstborn? Wow. Yes. Okay. Not bad at all. Music by Anton Sanko, NBC Universal. Okay, so this is a originally done by Universal. Now restored by NBC Universal. UCLA Film. Okay. Library of Congress. Cool. The original, me liking. All right, so now we've got, I mean, where would that's what I'm talking about.
What if this is as good as it gets?
Yeah. I just don't know what to say at this point. I'm a little bit at a loss for words, but let's talk about what I couldn't figure out before, what this movie was about. So basically, some cop dies somehow, maybe bad cop, maybe not, just dies in the crossfire. And for whatever reason, her father gets framed for this murder. And so she goes and says, hey, you know what? I'm going to go steal from this rich person his jewels, and that's going to help. I'm not sure how I missed that part. And so he's not going to actually help him. Black Mike, there's not, again, where's NAACP on that one? You know, white guy playing Black Mike. But anyway, and so he sends her off to do this robbery, and then he's going to blame her for it. I don't know why that's important. But then Bill falls for her and tells her about it, and then they run off, and then they get caught up by Black Mike somehow. Somehow he finds them. We don't know how. And then there's all this back and forth, and you know the cop gets involved, and you know this and that and the other, and finally the cop showed up in the end. And what the hell was this movie about? The movie was about the Chinese are wise beyond everything else. So 1920 film, is BRICS taking over? I'm saying BRICS is already taken over. I mean, not just this one movie and everything that we've talked about for these past 3 streams now, and then some. I'm saying BRICS is taking over. We'll see. I mean, again, the last holdout, arguably, is Disney, and really, it's already overrun by BRICS. But let's argue it's still the last holdout, and it's now ripe for the takeover, susceptible for the takeover, hostile takeover. We'll see what happens. And then there's the internet. Speaking of the internet, one more shameless plug to keep it going. Sharing this link in chat. If you can, 1 month subscription. I've got about 10 days to raise another 170 to renew my subscription. If you can, I greatly appreciate it. If you can't, maybe blessed either way. I've got plenty of other projects that I'm working on anyways. I mean, frankly, I'm overwhelmed right now. So, yeah, I don't know what else to say about this movie other than it's, for a minute there, I had some hope, especially with the symbolism of the cross, and they had some Christianity mixed in. We're going to repent. We're going to give back the jewels. But then they didn't want to give back the jewels, so it was just like you said, a hoax. So, and then again, the cop showing up, and then there's the cross. Was that a bad moment? Was it a moment of repentance? But it wasn't really repentance. So I really don't know what to say about that other than results oriented. No, it wasn't really a Christian moment at all. So yeah, there you go. There you have it.
There you go. There you go. So there you go.
Bing! Bing! Again! Bing!
Bing!
All right, guys. That's all I have for you. It's been a long stream. 7.5 hours. Good gravy. Thaddeus, eat your heart out. Speaking of Thaddeus, again, this is a turning point in modern history, I hope. This is an opportunity for us to push back. Please do everything you can. Bombard the Columbus, this, that, and the other. Watch the streams. I forgot the name of the paper. The chick's name is Danae King. Bombard, all of them. Bombard if you're in the Ohio area, bombard them. And if you're not in Ohio area, bombard your public officials anyway. Say, hey, you know what? There's a legal precedence being set by CARE. Allegedly, Trump is going to save the world. Bombard Trump. Bombard his right-hand man, Musk. Allegedly, he cares. No pun intended. So, yeah, let's do our part. We can't wait for everyone else. Please, I'm calling on all of you to do your part. Let's get behind Thaddeus here and push back. Here's our opportunity. We screwed up. the lockdown. Let's not botch this one up too. Time's running out. Okay, I think that's all I got. I wanted to share one more clip with you guys. Make sure. Yeah, I think that's it. Oh yeah, I didn't do my intro. So I'm going to share that now, my usual intro, and then I'll call it a day. Again, people, this too shall come to pass. Keep your noose. Remain centered on Christ. Love God with all your being. Keep the commandments. Jesus Christ says, keep the 10 commandments. Keep them. And take care of each other. Koinonia. Christianity is not a theory. It's a walk in life. Love y'all. Take care. God bless. And keep on keeping on.
I see.
By the power of Grayskull.
And to think that this was the cause of it all.
I shouldn't be up here.
News for the first time ever anywhere.
And very evidently so. How dare you? Weird. I am so sorry to my world. I am so sorry to my world. This is not what we want.